Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to Whilton Mill, where we have the first round of the Kart Championship Winter Series. And winter has arrived. It's a very, very chilly morning. My name is Joe Bradley. We're bringing you all the action all day long, taking you right up to tea time. We've got the superheats coming soon, and then we have the finals where it's all important. My colleague alongside me, David Sullivan, has still gone for the shorts strategy. You must be mad, mate, because it's bitter cold out there. It's about 8 degrees.
It's a bold strategy, and this morning I can confirm it's the wrong one. It's fine whilst ever I remain in the commentary box, but every time I've popped out this morning to watch snippets of practice, I have regretted the decision every single time, and I don't think it's going to improve throughout the day. Yesterday I was okay. We had smatterings of sunshine. We were 15 to 17 degrees. It was okay.
It was not bad.
Those thoughts are long gone today.
Yes. And when I saw you at the fence there with your T-shirt and shorts, I'm thinking you're still hankering after summer. It's like, hanging on to those summer vibes.
I was 50-50 this morning because I had my coat on and shorts. So yeah, it was the wrong call. But
in hindsight,
but I'm styling it out. I'm not getting changed. I have jeans. I had jeans on last night. Well, yeah, I'm not changing.
Listen, mate, if it gets too chilly in here, we'll have to turn the heating up. That's how luxurious the conditions are here. The good news is that the weather forecast that we have for the day is that it's not going to rain at all. It's going to stay dry up until late tea time, early evening. That may change, of course. We are in the UK, but at the moment, dry track conditions. Yes, the track might be cold. Yes, the track might be a little bit greasy and slippery because of that cold. Yes, the drivers are going to have a bit of a tricky time getting some heat into their tyres, certainly in the first 3 laps. But at least it's not going to be stop-start with rain, wet, 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 dry, wet, dry. It's not going to be like that at all today. It's going to be consistent. I think everybody's happier with that.
Yeah, a lot. Mainly the mechanics.
Yes.
Drivers, they can deal with it. It's the mechanics. They've got to make the difficult decisions when it comes to the grid. Particularly as well because tyres for the series are held in Parc Fermé, so tyres are removed from the karts when they come in off the circuit, so both slicks and wets are held in Parc Fermé, which means they have to make that late call to bolt the right ones on. I think you're going to see a different day's racing today, and we saw it yesterday between Heat 1 and 2, the track temperature dropping considerably between Heat 1 and 2, and those drivers that we thought were having issues earlier on with their tyres going over the sort of level of adhesion that they were hoping for, remained with the same tyre pressure and performed a lot better in Heat 2 from the few that I spoke to yesterday evening. And I think today is going to be all important because I just don't think we're going to have that track temperature today. We've seen this morning, particularly in MicroMAX, we had an issue. I think somebody put some fluid down on the outside of Inkerman's. We had 4 karts off, then we had 7 off, then they stopped the session.
Right, is that what the red flag was for?
Yeah,
right.
they had that was on the outside of Inkerman's, which is just after the corner you can see on screen at the moment.
The temperature is going to rise to a balmy 13 degrees, the forecast that I saw. At the moment, it's hanging around 8 degrees.
So high, Joe.
Exactly.
T-shirt.
You might have to take your T-shirt off.
Somebody get me a string vest.
David's never been afraid of taking his T-shirt off. That's the scary thing. We have got this morning the entertainment for you, taking us up to the lunch break. We've got our superheats. Now, the grids for our superheats has been defined by how well we went in the 2 heats that we covered yesterday. Each of our classes had 2 heats. We've got the results of them pretty much in front of us. And we are forming the grid from how we have finished in those heats. After the lunch break, we go to the all-important finals. And with this winter series, not being a championship, it is a one-off event. It's a winter series, Kart Championship winter series event at Whilton Mill. We've got 2 more of these events coming later on in the season. In November, we head up to the northeast of England to Warden Law, and then from Warden Law in the first weekend of December, we head across to the northwest to near Wigan at that absolutely awesome track, Three Sisters. They are one-off events. There is no championship, so it's all about on the day and the accolade of saying, I won a Winter Series round, I suppose, David.
Absolutely. I think what we're also going to see is different drivers dropping in and out, and they'll go to their local track. So we're going to see what I sometimes like to call a local hero
Yeah.
They're good at their local track, and it's where we're going to see, I think, new drivers, particularly. I think when we go to Warden Law, there's a
plethora of Hunter Motorsport drivers to join us on the grid.
Absolutely. Well, it's not too far. You're going to get your drivers from anywhere within the sort of northeast, northwest as well, coming across to Warden Law. I think we're going to see a lot of new names at Warden, in particular running at the front, so that's going to be very exciting. Then that trip to Three Sisters, which is going to be a very, very different dynamic, particularly for your classes at the lower end of the speed scale, your Bambinos, your Cadets to an extent. They're going to be doing a lot of braking around Three Sisters.
I was going to say the Bambinos and the electric MightEs around Three Sisters. I'm trying to think of where they will slow down. Maybe
the double left in the middle of the complex,
right
in the middle of the circuit, which
even that chicane towards the paddock, that's going to be pretty fast as well.
I'd say Honda Cadet are flat through Valley, so
I think really?
Bambinos are going to be really? As well. You scrub enough speed off coming down the hill in the right-hander. I don't think they lift. They have to brake into the double left just after what they call paddock bend, which is the left-hander just after the dummy grid entrance, and then there's a double left. They have to brake into there. After that, they are flat all the way down to the first corner, and even then, you're only lifting in Cadets to help rotate the kart.
Right.
I think you could probably I think you could take it flat, but I don't think it's the fastest way. Surprisingly,
that's going to be a slipstreaming feast when we get to Three Sisters. When we do go to our lunch break, hang in there, keep watching, because we've got our Paddock Show, and within the Paddock Show, David and I had exclusive intel, let's call it, to the 2025 calendar for the Kart Championship. We disclose our findings in the Paddock Show, so stay tuned for that. We're not going to chat about it now. We're going to wait for you to see that. And then maybe this afternoon we can discuss where 2025 will take us. It's a very exciting calendar, I'll say that. And we maybe ended up in hot water for telling everybody about that in the Paddock Show. Right now, David, though, we've got our grid of MightE Bambinos coming out. Oliver Woodall was the class of this field yesterday, and he starts on the pole position. Heath Smith was not that far behind. These youngsters giving us some fantastic racing yesterday. Second row of the grid we've got Jax Wong and Arthur Bowers. Junior Wright and JJ Williams are on row 3. Row 4 is Arthur Rhodes and Freddie Purnell. We've got Felix Tandy and Jack Harper on row 5. Freddie Dye and Arthur Thompson, row 6. Row 7, Alfie Hennell and Ellis Holt. Then we've got Kai Jurgen Soy and Etienne Gardner, and then Noah Baird. 17 karts in the MightEs, and once again, David, these kids were absolutely awesome with their racecraft and how they raced yesterday.
They were superb yesterday. As you mentioned, Oliver Woodall, the standout driver, taking the 2 heat victories, going off pole position with 0 points, because you don't get any points. It's almost effectively reverse points. So you get 0, and then it's 2, 3, 4, 5 for your respective positions. So Oliver Woodall going off pole position, fell back in heat number 2 yesterday and charged back through the field, including a superb double overtake on the run-up towards Christmas Corner down the inside of Jax Wong and Heath Smith. He goes off pole position. Let's see how he goes as the grid forms up. What I would say is thank you for joining us on this wonderful Sunday morning, whether that be on Karting Live TV or on the Kart Championship YouTube channel. Do give us a like, a subscribe. Press the little drop down on the subscribe as well. Press the bell notification. That way you get told every time we go live on Karting Live TV, and you're not going to miss any of the action.
Not missing any of the action already as we kick off the action with our first race of the day then. It's the MightE Bambinos. These youngsters 6 to 8 years old. Incredible, I know. These are electric motors, so we're going to have a very quiet start to the day. It's going to be quiet in sound. It's not going to be quiet in action, though. As we get off the line, Oliver Woodall on the number 5 has to slot in behind Heath Smith there, David. Into Crook for the first time, and the pole sitter has to settle for second into turn 1.
Absolutely. He's going to try and move round the outside on that run up towards Christmas Corner. I'm not sure that Smith knows he's there. They're going to be side by side, and he does take the wide line all the way round the outside, and Oliver Woodall retakes the lead. We've got a few off at the back. One's the E-plate Felix Tandy. Not sure who the other one is. We'll pick them up at the end of the lap.
Yeah, he's regained his composure there, Felix. Very steady on the grass there, but we will find out as they come through just who those drivers were that ended up in that bit of a kerfuffle going into Christmas there. No kerfuffle at the front, though. The number 5, Oliver Woodall, from pole position, 2 heat wins yesterday, and he continues today as he left off yesterday, already towards the boot.
So Woodall leads from Smith behind the rest of the field, slotting in the 7 of JJ Williams in the yellow cart there that we can see in third place as the leader Woodall takes a huge amount of curb through there. Everybody else, or most of them at least, electing not to take it as they cross the timing line at the end of the first lap.
So top 10 across the line for lap 1. Oliver Woodall leads, Heath Smith second, JJ Williams third, Junior Wright through in fourth, Freddie Purnell up in fifth, Arthur Bowers, Jack Swong, Freddie Dye, Arthur Thompson, Kai Ergensoy, the driver rounding off the top 10. And I think it was Jack Harper and Arthur Rhodes who were involved in that little fracas, as well as Felix Tandy, as they've dropped down the order right to the back of the field.
Yeah, Tandy was the one that we saw taking to the grass. There was a move there down the inside. It looks like it's Junior Wright on JJ Williams as they run up towards Ashby, and now Williams is under pressure as well from Freddie Purnell in the 33 in the blue suit, blue and yellow helmet there in the back of this train of 3. Just behind, actually, there's another little train of 3 going on. That'll be Bowers, Wong and Dye, all nose to tail as well, running up towards the boot.
It's a great little battle, isn't it? 3 of them just slotting in, and it's not going to be long before they do latch onto the back of that cart ahead of the number 4, which is the number 7 of JJ Williams. Now, these are our seeded drivers. That's how they finished in the championship, 3rd, 4th and 7th. They're Heath Smith, Junior Wright and JJ Williams now coming together. Little bit of a coming together for Freddie Purnell, who poked his nose down the inside. I think it was him. As they head towards Christmas Corner, it settles in, or does it, David?
Doesn't look like it. As all this contact as well between the two of them. Purnell tipped into a spin at Christmas Corner by the 7 of JJ Williams, who had the nose down the inside. And Purnell's going to have to work hard now. That's going to at least drop him down behind Bowers, Dye and Wong. Whether he's got back in front of Ergensoy, I'm not quite sure. We'll figure it out where he slots back in at the end of this lap.
Freddie Purnell, remember, doing double duties here. He's also in the C50s. I'm not sure if any other drivers are doing double duties, but certainly Freddie Purnell comes to mind on the number 33. There's the action there. Purnell on the number 33, just turning in, and there was Jensen James Williams. He was there on the apex of the corner, and Freddie just got caught out there and tips himself round across the line to complete 3 laps already.
3 seconds as a gap for Oliver Woodall. He's checked out at the front and is already planning his next trip. He's that far in front with 3 laps. He's effectively taken a second a lap, and it's not because these two are battling behind, because they do seem to be working with each other to try and reel in that gap, but such is the pace of Oliver Woodall at the front, and it's all really down to driver skill because everything is on par in this MightE. That's the thing to take home here. All of these engines are checked and they're sealed for parity, so it puts most of the emphasis down to driver skill and setup as well. It's not all about power.
I was going to say, some of the dads and mechanics will have you for that.
We shall. Well, the door's open today,
it's all
about,
so
we don't want them coming in and kicking off.
It's all about tyre pressures as well, and a little bit of camber and caster maybe. I don't know if Bambino karts have camber and caster.
I don't think they're allowed.
I don't think they're allowed, yeah. That's what I was thinking there as I said that. No change then for second and third. Oliver Woodall's been the class of this MightE Bambino field, and he continues to lead 3.38 seconds, 3.38, I might as well call that 3.4. Heath Smith and Junior Wright continue to circulate together, and the question is, as they head towards Christmas, is Junior Wright playing a waiting game, do you think? A little tap of the helmet there from the number 3 as well.
Quite possibly. He's not having any sort of nibbles and no looks down the inside, anything like that. So I think potentially a waiting game, I think, between the two of them. I think they realise that Woodall may well be in a class of 1 here this weekend. The driver of the number 5 out in the front. Heath Smith, the leading car in this duo on screen. The number 3 in the RCE colours with the RCE suit on as well. Behind him, Junior Wright. just trying to figure him out. But Heath Smith, another little look over the shoulder there as they run up towards the boot. Obviously very conscious that a move could be possible.
I think Junior Wright in that light blue and black liveried cart is just inadvertently giving that rear bumper a nudge of the orange and black cart of Heath Smith as they complete another lap. The gap to the lead had gone out to 3.9 now. And it looks like Junior Wright on that light blue cart as they head through Crook Corner. It'll be a slipstream battle up to Christmas Corner. Let's see what happens when they get there.
Look over the shoulder. He's mindful. He's conscious now that he doesn't have to defend anything. That's the look over the shoulder. Make sure now it's just all about the focus forward for Junior Wright on the back of Heath Smith. Heath Smith, another little look over the shoulder as well. These two drivers, 4 minutes to go, so we're really... Our superheat is 2 minutes longer than our heats yesterday. The final will be 4 minutes longer than the heats yesterday, 2 minutes longer than this superheat. So we go out to a 12-minute final later on today.
Do you think the drivers feel that extra couple of minutes, David? I mean, even when you're 6 and 8, 2 minutes is a long time in the stretch of things in relative terms, isn't it? So an extra 2 minutes of racing, when you think you're already, the checker flag's just around the corner. Oh no, it isn't. I've got 2 more minutes, and when we get to the finals, 12 minutes. That must feel like a lifetime.
It will do. Little bursts of adrenaline. That 8 minutes is just going to be the whole adrenaline-filled race, and a little.
Helmet tap. You know why? That was Heath Smith with the orange helmet there, just tapping his helmet, because he's saying to Junior Wright, stop trying to hassle me and we can catch Oliver Woodall. I can see his theory, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to put that into practice, because Woodall, he's lapping. He's keep purple sectors all the time, 1 minute 4.4. Every lap by, the leader, Woodall, is putting in fastest lap of the race. And I'm not sure these two here can actually catch him. 1 minute 5s is where they are lapping, so they're a little bit off the leader's pace at the moment.
I was about to say, there is a flaw in that theory, and that flaw is Oliver Woodall.
Yes, good point.
His pace, unmatched here, particularly this morning, but also yesterday when he came through. Another look over the shoulder. I think it's this sort of area at the moment where Heath Smith is being hassled by Junior Wright. There is some little taps in the rear, but it's not deliberate. He's got to stay close enough to him. They do take slightly differing lines out, and again, another helmet tap. Now they've got to be mindful here as well that there is points. This is not a pre-final. We don't start where we finish, which is the pre-final format. There's points available that get added onto yesterday's points as well.
Yeah, so it's all about where you finished in yesterday's heats and where you finished now in your superheat. That will define the grid for the all-important final. So it still is very important to have a good finish here, but it's not the end of the day if you have a bad superheat and you did well yesterday in the heats, if that makes sense. I'm beginning to confuse myself there, to be honest. But yeah, it's all about just amalgamating all of the points accrued. I'm not sure. Time's running out here. We're getting towards the 90 seconds to go bell. And I'm not sure if Junior Wright, who's nudging the back bumper of Heath Smith, and that's not a deliberate thing. He's not trying to push him off or anything. It's just the momentum of the speed of the cart that's carrying him forward. And it's kind of inadvertent, and it's unavoidable, isn't it, in these circumstances?
It is, particularly with drivers that are stronger in certain parts of the track. Let's see whether Heath Smith, another helmet tap. He's going to give himself a headache at this rate if he keeps tapping himself on the side of the head. I know why he's doing it, because I think he's very mindful that a strong superheat for both Smith and Wright will put them at the right end of the grid for the final this afternoon. Another helmet tap as they run up towards Christmas Corner. I think they're going to get 2 laps in, because with Oliver Woodall being 6 seconds down the road, he will cross the line, I think, before the time elapses at the top right-hand corner of the screen in this 10-minute plus 1 lap superheat.
Yeah, he's lapping in 64 seconds still, and he's the only driver to be lapping in 64 seconds, so he really has had a great weekend here at Whilton Mill. Obviously likes the track here. Not sure if this is going to actually change. You know what, David? I'm kind of compelled to have a look at the rest of the field, but I know once we send our cameras to watch something else for the last few seconds, this might change. So I think we're going to have to stick with this one, because it's going to be right to the flag, and they have crossed the line. They will get 2 more laps out of this, and whether or not Junior Wright can find a bit of pace. Heath Smith continues to tap his helmet to tell, I don't know what he's trying to tell Junior Wright. I don't know whether he's saying we can catch Oliver Woodall, because I'm not sure you can. 7.4 seconds is the gap.
We catch the rest of the field crossing the timing, and we come back to this battle for second place. Heath Smith in the number 3, still leading Junior Wright. Wright hasn't had a meaningful overtaking opportunity so far. Don't know whether he's under strict instructions to just bring this one home in 3rd place, take the points for this super heat to a decent grid position for the final.
Leave the scrap for the final, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point showing the hand too early, and he also may be conscious as well that if he goes off 3rd place, he's going to have the inside for the first corner rather than 2nd place. So I'm sure people will have done the maths. I don't think they'd have let the drivers do it unless they're short of homework, ready for school tomorrow, and they're taking in going, well, I worked out if I had these points, I'd have been 2nd, so I settled for 3rd.
We've been here at Whilton Mill so many times, and I'm still not sure whether I prefer the left or the right-hand side to start. I just give up. It's probably a point to pick up Oliver Woodall now, Nick, please. We've got Ash out on cameras. Paul is on this camera here, bringing us the number 42 there. That is Noah Brad. He's one of our back markers with the white helmet on there. We're looking for the number 5 of Oliver Woodall.
I think Woodall could be in front.
He is there. Yeah. That is spot on. Well done, boys. You've picked him up, because he is heading towards the checkered flag, and it will be at 100% finishing record this weekend.
100% finishing record, 100% victory record for Oliver Woodall as he makes his way around the boot for the final time. Still clatters that curb, he's still pushing with the final few corners to go, but Oliver Woodall will cross the line, take victory for the 3rd time this weekend, and pole position for the final this afternoon.
Puts him in good stead. We wait a few seconds for the rest of the field to come through. Noah Brad finishes his race, just finding his feet in the electric Bambino. In 2nd place, though, Heath Smith did stay ahead of Junior Wright, who finishes in 3rd. We then had Jack Swong in 4th, JJ Williams in 5th, Arthur Bowers 6th, and then the rest of the field coming through. And just look at that midfield, the midfield scrapping that was going on there. Arthur Rhodes 7th, Kai Ergensoy 8th, Jack Harper ends up 9th, 10th was Freddie Dye, Alfie Hennell 11th, Freddie Purnell 12th, Eddie and Gardner 13th. Then we had Ellis Holt, a recovering Felix Tandy, getting up to 15th after that grassy excursion. And then Arthur Thompson finishing 16th. And I mentioned Noah Brad there in 17th.
Joe, Junior Wright nearly did Heath Smith on the line by
did he really?
straight line.
Really?
Heath Smith came out for the normal racing line. Junior Wright took the straight line and missed out by a 10th of a second.
So which line did he take, sorry?
So Smith took the normal racing line. He came out wide to get the first corner.
Yes.
Junior Wright went straight down the left-hand side of the track, took the shorter route and missed out by a 10th of a second on second place.
It was 900ths. Might as well call that a 10th. That was how close that was. We had to give Oliver Woodall some camera time, though, didn't we? Unfortunately, we missed the challenge there. But I tell you what, that bodes very well for the final, doesn't it? Heath Smith and Junior Wright. Junior Wright's learned all about Heath Smith and where his strengths and weaknesses are, and maybe Junior, I'm talking about 6 to 8 years old, be as calculated as that, which is a bit scary, really. But yeah, they are. They absolutely are. Moving swiftly on, as ever, in the collecting area, ready for their first superheat, is the Honda Cadet 200s. This is where your heart is, isn't it, David? You've your Joshua Sullivan, a name that I'm familiar with up at Wardenlaw and Teesside. This is where, so you know a bit about these carts. I would like to think.
One or two things, but don't put me under too much pressure.
Well, I'm not asking you for any secrets.
No,
I'm not asking you for any of that.
No, so Honda Cadet 200, engines sealed again for parity, similar to some of our other classes as they get themselves going. It's a 4-stroke engine. This year, we've seen new engine builders come into it. Venom and Tornado joining RPM. Initially, it was an RPM class when it came to the 4, but now it's the Motorsport UK class is Honda Cadet 200. We've got other engine builders in as well. Looking at the 85 there as well, looks like they've got a GXT engine who are another engine builder. So they're all sealed for parity. Then we have Anderson who oversee it all. So that's why we find really, really close racing in this Honda Cadet class, because everybody's on a level playing field with the exception of gearing, which is open on the rear.
Really?
The clutch is 22 clutch on the front, and that is fixed. Rear gearing is open.
I need you to check out the Kart and Life TV YouTube chat. There's some chat there. While you're doing that, David, I'll give us a rundown of the grid that's about to be released from the collecting area. We've got Ronnie Smart, again, 100% record from the Project One Racing team there, with Ronnie Smart taking 2 heat wins yesterday, putting him on the pole position with Ashton Horspool alongside. Second row of the grid, we've got Noah Clark and Ricky Jr. McIntosh, Edward Ryan, Noah Clare share row 3. Row 4 is Jack White and Luke McGull. Tom Nichols and Ronnie Jones are on row 5. Then we've got Arthur Murfitt and Dexter Petty. Jaden Patel, Scott and Dino Rowlands are next up on row 7. Row 8, Mason Becker and Ella Dixon. And then this 18 Kart field, Finley Thursfield and Freddie Budd round off the field.
Practice this morning, though, it was Ronnie Jones who will start 10th. He was fastest in practice this morning. So whether they've made a big setup change overnight and found something, we're going to find out in 2 or 3 minutes' time when these Honda Cadets grid up. Into the live chat we go. Thank you very much for everybody getting in touch. We've just had a message in from Layla Bell saying good luck to Tom Nichols. We've got Michael Burke watching from Bathurst in Australia, who I'm very familiar with. He watches a lot of karting. And Peter Webster, who... I know from my time up at Teesside, there's a bit of a story behind Peter Webster. Earlier in the year, we mentioned that for a young lad of 12, he sounds like he's got a name like an accountant. And since then, he's basically gone by the name of The Accountant. He's got money stickers on his cart. He's really bought into it, which is great. Oh, Luke McGull there in the 15, just gridding up slightly late. But he's now in position. Grid will be cleared ahead of the Honda Cadet Superheat.
Yeah, we've got the grid being clear. We'll come back to that comment from Harvey, who corrects us about the Bambino, Castor and Camber. He says they are adjustable. We'll mention that next time we've got Bambinos, as we've got a green flag at the back of the grid, which means the lights will go on and then they will go out, and we have a go with our Honda Cadet 200 Superheat. It gets going with 2 wide into oblivion. There's still 2 wide going through Crook.
Ashton Horspool gets the jump on Ronnie Smart and will lead us in the 53. The red, white and blue machine up towards Christmas, but fails to defend. And Ronnie Smart dives to the inside, although Horspool drives all the way round the outside. It's Ricky McIntosh up into 3rd. Edward Ryan with a good start in 4th. Then it's Noah Clark and Jack White in 6th place.
I love Honda Cadet racing. Just look at that train of karts. I think we've got an 18 kart train from 1st to 18th. Absolutely line astern, bumper to bumper, as they come out of Chapman onto the back straight. We've got these 4 breaking away slightly from the rest of the field, but only slightly, and that should close back up into the boot then for the first time. And then they will miss the chicane, I think, the choice of line from Ashton Horspool as he leads across the line.
Horspool leads from Ronnie Smart and Ricky McIntosh. Then it's Edward Ryan, Noah Clark, Luke McGull and Noah Clare. Ronnie Jones up from 10th into 8th. Jack White's falling a few places on the opening lap by the look of it. And then it's Tom Nichols completing the top 10.
Ricky Jr. McIntosh there in his distinctive all black overalls with black helmet. Easy to pick him out. He's got a bit of yellow on his kart there. He usually runs all black there, and getting it all wrong coming out of Inkerman's. And Ricky Jr. Almost lost it on the grass, and Edward Rye had to take that's Edward Rye on the 66 behind with the orange and blue helmet. He had to take avoiding action, almost went over the top of him.
Yeah, Edward Rye yesterday, who was struggling with setup in heat number 2. You remember he ran out of road at Ashby, and then again off camera he had another sideways moment, I think, coming around the left-hander at Wilkins. So that has also allowed Noah Clark back into the mix, and the top 5 are nose to tail crossing the line with only a second between them.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff, and plenty of time. What did you see there, David?
We've got a few falling down the order at the end of that lap, but it's Ronnie Smart going up in the order. He's down the inside of Ashton Horspool for the lead.
And I'm not sure whether Ricky McIntosh is going to follow him through at Ashby's into the braking area. No, he has to slot back in. We've got a spin there.
Oh, four off.
Have we got fluid down or something? There seems to be a lack of grip.
Oh, yes, we have. Everybody sliding wide and going off. And we've got Dexter Petty off there as well. Ella Dixon is the driver in the white helmet behind. As they all get out, and they're going to struggle to get the karts back on because it's downhill off camber. They're going to have to get out. Ella Dixon's got the right idea. Get out the front and drag it back in as they rejoin.
Oh, my goodness, I'm not sure.
Oh, is that Smart off as well, the leader?
Yeah,
He's
I think
off
it
camera.
was.
Ronnie
Yeah.
Smart is off as well.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm going to wait and see whether when they come through and get a grip on just what's happening in this race, because I think we lost absolutely everybody there.
Who's leading, Joe?
Luke
Take a
McGull.
guess.
Luke McGull, the 15, who joined the grid late-ish. Jane Patel-Scott up from the back of the grid. We've got somebody shaking their hands to say slow down. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, because he's just letting them know the yellow flag is being waved, I think, and then they've got slippery surface.
Right, slippery surface from Inkerman's there, down to Ashby. They get through there. They plot their route through and avoid the slippery surface, whatever that is. But these are four-stroke engines, David.
Yeah.
You could potentially have had oil down from one of the motors, but that's everybody who went off.
It is. What I do know is earlier on in the race, we did have drivers off there, and whether rejoining, they've dragged some of the wet grass back on, I don't know. But
maybe,
it was. I thought maybe the four had just gone off because they were all taking evasive action, but then when 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th went off as well, it was clear that there was a bit of a lack of adhesion, and it moved McGall up 5 places, Patel-Scott and Nichols up 6 places.
Patel-Scott started 13th. He's up to 2nd. To 11th place gain at the moment. He's under a lot of pressure from Tom Nichols on the 74. They've got a sighting of where the slippery flag is, or slippery surfaces, I should say. And there, side by side, bit of wheel banging going on. Jaden, not exactly an easy overtake there, the number 88. We see a lovely chat that you had with him in the Paddock Show. He really is a bit of a character, Jaden Patel-Scott, and he's come on massively this season. Still on his novice plate, and I notice he's renewed that number on his Kart as well, that he scuffed off in practice.
Yeah, he's returned to the 88. In front of the leader, Luke McGall, just behind now actually, is the 44 of Ricky Junior McIntosh. It took McIntosh a full lap to get back on track. Edward Wright is a full lap down as well. It took him, when the field came through, he was the only driver still dragging his Kart back onto track for young Edward in the 66. But this is the battle for second place at the moment. Jaden Patel-Scott, white helmet and blue suit, being hounded by Tom Nichols in the pretty much all red livery. A big look over his shoulder to find Freddie Budd in the 84 just behind him.
He was tapping his helmet to Freddie Budd, but I'm not sure he understands that. He's got quite a cushion there. He looks over his shoulder. He's not there. Yes, Tom, he's not there, mate. You can focus on trying to get past Jaden. Jaden on the yellow and black Kart there, the zip livery on that Kart, the white helmet of young Jaden there. Just looks over his shoulder. Tom Nichols is still there, though.
Nichols also on the zip chassis, but electing not to run the traditional zip sticker kit livery, which Jaden Patel-Scott is. He's right in the wheel tracks, pulls out to the inside as they run up towards Christmas Corner. Tom Nichols is through for second place.
He's been threatening to do that for a couple of laps, hasn't he? Jaden Patel-Scott didn't really have anything in the toolkit, didn't need to fight it out. He tried to squeeze him at the start and then thought, absolutely pointless at Christmas. There's such a selection of optimum lines through Christmas. I really do like that corner. It's the offset camber, isn't it? The camber of the corner that just invites you in. They're already towards the boot there, and I'm not sure Patel-Scott can come back at him.
No, another helmet tap though from Nichols. Of the drivers that went off earlier on, Ronnie Smart was the first one to get back on track. He's currently in 8th. And the reason I'm saying that now is because this is very unpredictable as to what the grid's going to be now for the final. Because your drivers that, Luke McGall, who yesterday was roughly in that sort of 5th, 6th place, is going to pick up win points at this rate as Nichols defends off Jaden Patel-Scott in the run-up towards Christmas Corner, and it works out for him. But it's going to be very difficult to figure out who's going to be on pole, Joe.
It's a very good point. You've got Ashley Horsepool start at 2nd. He's down to 15th. You've got Noah Clark start at 3rd. He's running in 13th. You've got the 4th place starter, Ricky McIntosh. He's down in 16th. This is going to be completely mix the grid up for the final. That, for us in the entertainment business, is tremendous.
It's the script we want to receive, isn't it?
Absolutely. Not very happy or not very great for our poleman Ronnie Smart, who I forgot to mention there. Started on the pole, and Ronnie in 8th place and trying to recover as many places as he can. 2.5
minutes to go. Luke McGall with a gap of 3 and a fraction from this battle on screen, which sees Tom Nichols taking defensive lines and again imploring Jaden Patel-Scott to try and work with him.
Jaden Patel-Scott is not interested in a mutual contract of peace at all, is he? He's absolutely wanting to get by. As we look towards the infield there, here they come through Chapman.
I like to call that contract the Barrichello-Irvine Massa contract, the compliant number 2. And Jaden Patel-Scott does not wish to be a compliant number 2 to Tom Nichols.
Not at all. And yet Tom is continually tapping his helmet to say to Jaden, stop trying to fight me. But I think, you know what, in fairness to Jaden, Tom Nichols has got a huge gap of, here we go, let's see it. It's 3 seconds. So I think Patel-Scott can actually see that and think, well, no, I want to finish second, so I'm going to have a go at you. Here he is, in the slipstream towards Christmas.
Stays behind him and then pulls out. McGall with the gap at the front that these two are really not going to reel in, but similarly, they're not being closed in by Freddie Budd either behind them, so they are free to fight each other. They just need to be mindful that they've been handed effectively a lot more points than they were probably expecting at the start of this superheat, and they don't want to throw away that opportunity by squabbling for second and potentially taking themselves out of a very high point scoring position.
Now, I'm not sure exactly why, but Patel-Scott has fallen back off the rear bumper of Tom Nichols. Maybe it's a little bit of smooth driving from Tom, or a little bit of a slight mistake from Jaden. We'll find out as they into oblivion. Then it'll be 11 laps completed after this one, but this is where the race is at, David, up towards Christmas. Is the slipstream battle.
It's closed back in because Nichols wasn't particularly quick round the final corner. Patel-Scott had created that gap by making a slight error around the left-hander at Ozier's, and that had fallen him back as he clattered the curb on the inside, but then was handed the lifeline back as Nichols was slow round the final corner.
Into the infield section then. They're already out of the left-hander at Parker, into Chapman now. Time's running out because it's going to be the last lap board that Luke McGall will see when he crosses the line. Still a lot of helmet tapping going on from second place driver on the red cart there, Tom Nichols. The yellow and black liveried Jaden Patel-Scott, though, he wants that second place, and it is the 1 lap to go board for Luke McGall.
McGall leads with a gap of 4 seconds. It's comfortable at the front. Jaden Patel-Scott, who does appear to be quite quick through Crook and Oblivion, will close back up on Nichols once again, who looks to his right, but will find Patel-Scott on the left, and Patel-Scott's going to look to take some slightly different lines through increments. Can he make the run down towards Ashby?
He's having a go, isn't he? But Nichols defends into Ashby, and that's a tricky corner. You can easily make a mistake there. Patel-Scott almost getting his wheels alongside the front wheels, alongside the rear wheels of Nichols, who's defending by weaving there. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there, but he certainly achieved what his objective was, and that was to keep Jaden Patel-Scott behind him. It's going to be the checkered flag being unfurled for Luke McGall as these two go into the Nouvelle chicane for the final time. And who is it going to be across the line?
Looks like it's going to be Nichols. He wasn't particularly quick through there. I think he didn't take the curb in the way that he wanted to, drove round it, and I think that slowed him. So McGall and Nichols, Patel-Scott are your top three. Then there's a big gap back, but it was close over the line between Jack Wykes, Arthur Murphy and Freddie Budd, who fell from 4th down to 6th in the final couple of laps. Then it's Mason Becker in 7th. Crossing the line there, the early race leader, and Ronnie Smart. His 100% record for the weekend goes as the top 5 all went off at Ashby a few laps in. Dexter Petty finishes 9th, the top 10 completed by Finlay Thursfield.
You've heard the saying, if it's getting stale, just add water. Well, that's what we did there. However, it wasn't stale. Look who's right on the moment there. Stewie Stretton had his back to us. Can we see that replay again, please, Nick, if we can? Because the guy with the orange bib, that is right in the middle of the camera shot here, just behind the tyre, bent down at the tyre barrier. That's our good mate Stewie Stretton, isn't it?
Poor form from him, though, for standing up and moving. He will get a lot of stick from the photography fraternity there.
Didn't stay with the action.
No, well, for potentially getting ready to move out the way.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever seen the video of I think it's the guy, the photographer on the Manx rally, where he stood just behind the corner of a wall, and the car comes at him, and he basically just he turns slightly, the car hits the wall, and as he turns, he continues taking shots at the car. Now, I think Stu needs to watch that, so he's going to get some grief.
Well, I'm looking forward to that action from Stewie. His photographs, he's the official photographer for the Car Championship, of course, and Stu's photographs will usually become available by about the Wednesday or Thursday of a race weekend, after a race weekend.
Yeah,
so we look
hard.
forward to that. Yeah. That does indeed bode very well for our final for the Honda Cadets. So we look forward to seeing that. The grid being produced for that, we'll see where people turn out, because of course the officials will have seen a lot more than we saw there, and they'll be acting accordingly. We'll wait and see. Right now though, we're getting ready. In the collecting area there is our MicroMAX runners. We've got a grid of 11 karts that qualified for this, and another double heat win yesterday. It went to Harris Barber with maximum points scored for Harris Barber to put him on the pole position. Alongside him is Logan Rolfe. Row 2, Ralph Martin moving up from Bambino's and finding himself on row 2 for this MicroMAX race as alongside Buddy Hugo. Row 3 is Lewis Cocotti and Ethan Lloyd. We've got Freddie Blackshaw with ST Racing's John Stewart's team in 7th with Noah Wicklow. Again, another driver moving up from Bambino's from earlier this season. Noah finding himself on the 4th row alongside Freddie. Zach Andrew and Freddie Walker on row 5, and then rounding off the 11 kart field is Jensen Darlow, who is a name we are fond of. His mum, Sarah Darlow, is the grid marshal in the NKC, and his dad's also a bit of a karter himself, is Tim, his dad. So Jensen just starting out this season, his first season, and finding his feet in the MicroMAX class.
A couple of champions in this one as well from other classes that have stepped up at the end of last season. Keep an eye out for Ralph Martin. He goes off P3, double MightE Bambino champion. And the Motorsport UK British champion in Coma Bambino, Noah Wicklow, in the 53. Now, I'm just having a quick look in the live chat there, Joe, because we've had Alex Van Gien get in touch with us. I think he's on a scouting mission ahead of next weekend.
He is. The footage is looking great, he says. Are you hearing this, Nick? Your footage is looking great, and looks forward to next weekend's stream from Ello Park. That's on Karting Live TV. We'll tell you a bit more about what's coming up on Karting Live TV later on in the day, but we look forward to that event as well, Alex. Look forward to seeing you. Layla Bell Racing, were you going to mention that one? Good luck, Tom Nichols. You'll be happy with that one then, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Tom Nichols coming through for second place. What I was going to say with there, I think spell check might have got in the way there for Alex Van Gien. That first line should say the commentary is sounding great.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying. But he does like the footage, though, so I'm not sure what he thinks about the commentary. We've released the competitors for the MicroMAX Superheat. And like any of our cadet races, David, this one, we may only have 11 karts, but it's not going to be short of some very close and fast action.
Absolutely not. Harris Barber yesterday did pull away at the front and took two race victories, but behind, I'm just looking as well at this one. Logan Rolfe was very competitive in that second place. Behind, though, it's anybody's game. Cacoldi, Lloyd, Hugo, Blackshaw, Andrew Wicklow. Any of those can get on the podium here this weekend in this MicroMAX class. Similar with Inter as well, which we'll catch a little bit later on after Comas, but it's very competitive. And we saw yesterday, particularly with our classes, that you don't have to have a lot of karts to have a great race.
No, you do not. These drivers aged between 8 and 12. It's the 950mm chassis with the Rotax 125cc engine. It's exactly the same engine that we see in the senior classes and junior Rotax coming up. But we are about to go racing. We get a wave around, though.
Which was probably for the best for some of our drivers who made an early exit from the yellow tram lines. Now, just to let you know, them tram lines, before the lights go out, if the karts leave those tram lines, it's 2 wheels out and that's a 3-second penalty. All 4 wheels out is a 5-second penalty. So that's why they stay in line. Then all of a sudden you'll just see them effectively, split like a flock of birds, left, right and centre. But they do have to stay in. I think for some of them there who did stray outside those tram lines very, very early, that wave around will be very welcomed.
So when are they allowed to come out of the tram lines? Is that when they cross the start line?
When the lights extinguish.
As soon as the lights go out, you can come out the tram lines.
Yeah, you can come out the tram lines, but you have to stay in them. You will also notice there is a yellow acceleration line, albeit it is very worn as the carts go over, but it is behind grid slot. When the standing starts, it's behind row number 5.
There's a cone, actually. Yeah. It's been spotted by our good mate Gaz Bury, who ringed it on a little screenshot for me. The cone is just on the right of the picture there. You can't quite see it. Another waiver out. I think they're too fast.
Yes, I agree.
I think Richard's not happy with that. Richard Mason, our steward and starter, he gives the go-ahead for the lights to go out, and I think Richard has been Dan Ashton. Remember him?
He's been in touch this morning, and this is about the time where Dan Ashton will walk out into the middle of the track and do lots of Team America distress signals with his arms in order to tell our drivers to slow down. Well,
Richard's been, learning the craft from Dan and been Dan's right-hand man. Dan, by the way, is not with us this weekend because he got a better call, didn't he? He got a call to go to Malaysia. I know we gave him a bit of grief about it yesterday. Yeah. Deservedly, I'd like to think.
They're well in advance time-wise, so his day is finished.
He's done, yes. Done. Yeah. He's cooling off in a jacuzzi probably now or getting a massage or something. He's in Malaysia, so I don't know where I'm going with that, so I'll shut up. Here we go then. We're coming out of the boot and we will bypass the Nouvelle chicane. And this time, it's all about the acceleration. And I know the starters do not like early acceleration. Now, this looks all right here. I think we're going to get away here. And the lights have gone out. We've got a little bit of... you know what? It always looks chaos in that midfield, but it's a lot calmer when you're actually in it.
It does. Harris Barber leads us through. Then Ralph Martin has got the jump on Logan Rolfe and moves up into second place, but it looks like it could only be brief. No, door closed on Logan Rolfe, who's into third. Then behind them, Lewis Capaldi has similarly found a way past Buddy Hugo, who's fallen all the way back down to 6th place. It could be Zach Andrew, I think, in front in the... is it not? I'm trying to figure out who's in 5th place. We'll find out at the end of the lap.
Yeah, Lewis Capaldi showing that S plate. The letter S on his number plate denoting he's the Scottish champion, and he's getting in amongst it there. Ralph Martin, though, and the orange cart there, the orange and black RCE cart, having to settle for the outside line into the boot, and he's lost 2 places. Logan Rolfe and who was it? Was it Lewis Capaldi as well? Taking advantage of that disadvantaged driver there and making it good because they've crossed the line there behind Harris Barber. Logan Rolfe second, Lewis Capaldi third, and Ralph Martin settling for 4th.
Martin having to settle back in. He just didn't really have a choice there as Logan Rolfe got down the inside. Lewis Capaldi with a superb move, just putting his car in a position that Ralph Martin really just could not get back in line, and he slots into 4th place. This one, I get the feeling now, this is one of them races now I think it's going to plateau a little bit very early on in this race and then go again later on, just because what's happened on the opening lap there with all those overtakes has now seen the field fragment a little bit as they run up towards the boot. The top 4 already breaking away because Ethan Lloyd and Buddy Hugo, we caught them in the background on the run up to Christmas, were having a battle. I do feel that at the time Hugo had got in front, Lloyd's back in front though. There he is in the orange helmet going through the chicane.
Now these MicroMAX drivers choosing the clatter across the curb at the Nouvelle chicane, a little bit different to what we've seen in the previous cadet classes and the Bambinos for sure. Harris Barber is in the lead. Here's a challenge back for 3rd as Ralph Martin comes into contact with the S-plate of Lewis Capaldi. That's going to rage on just ahead of them. Logan Rolfe, one of the characters of the paddock, Logan, isn't he? You can't walk past Logan Rolfe without him stopping and having a chat. And even if you don't want to chat, you're going to have a chat with Logan when he comes across you in the paddock. He looks very settled in that 2nd place.
Yeah, his personality is superb. At the 2023 awards for the Kart Championship, myself, Dan Ashton and Darren Beavers all picked our sort of driver of the year. Logan Rolfe was mine, based on the fact that his improvement throughout the year and his transition towards the front, but also down to the fact that for a young lad, he's so nice, he's so polite, he loves a chat, and just, he'd come up to you and he's one of the few drivers that just goes, "Hi, how are you?" And I love that about him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure. We are at Noah Wicklow, Ethan Lloyd and Buddy Hugo here, and this is the midfield battle that's raging. that we're going to follow for a little bit. That's Buddy Hugo on the number 11. That's fallen back behind Ralph Martin, who we have been for him by about 2 seconds. However, that number 53, Noah Wicklow, only a few months ago was in the Bambino class. Meanwhile, this is the lead, David.
Yeah, Logan Rolfe has towed up onto the back of Harris Barber, and Harris Barber looked to have it comfortable on the previous lap, was leading by half a second, and Logan Rolfe has slowly, off camera, just reeled back in Harris Barber at the front.
He's found some great pace. Fastest lap of the race for him, 53.13, at least a couple of tenths quicker than the previous fastest lap, and that's proved to be beneficial to him, because now he's right on that rear bumper of the Tony Kart of Harris Barber, and it looks, if anything, David, if that momentum continues, he's going to be in a challenging position. We're still inside 6 minutes. We've only clicked past half distance.
Harris Barber on the OTK, Logan Rolfe on the Synergy chassis, running up towards the boot, and Rolfe tries a little nose down the inside. We mentioned this yesterday. That move worked on the previous layout, but not quite as common on this current layout. He falls a few kart lengths back, but I get the feeling that this is a very different track to yesterday. Ralph Martin in the background there with the black helmet has moved past Lewis Kokodi for third place as well.
Harris Barber's on the Tony Kart there. Is he a strawberry driver?
I don't believe so.
Right, okay.
But,
I know Logan Rolfe's with Synergy, isn't he?
Yes.
And it's clear the Synergy boys and girls have had a good look at Logan's kart and how he was going yesterday, and they've done something. They've found a bit of pace, because Harris Barber went unchallenged in yesterday's heats. Now he's very much being challenged there.
Logan Rolfe he's very quick through the mid-sections, middle part of the track, the tighter, twistier bit, the bit where you can't really do a lot of overtaking unless you just put the kart in a position where you give the driver in front a bit to think about. So the rest of the field come through there. It looked like where Buddy Hugo's fallen behind Wicklow and Lloyd, and he's under pressure from Freddie Blackshaw as we cut back to the lead. Ooh. And Logan Rolfe puts the nose down the inside, and as we mentioned before, Joe, he did give Harris Barber a decision to make there, because Barber looked to the right and he decided that with 4 minutes to go it wasn't worth a too strong defend up towards Christmas.
I'm just happy that he proved my assessment to be correct. He had so much momentum drawing up behind Harris Barber, and Harris Barber looked there. He knew that he couldn't find anything in the kit to keep him back. It would have been very messy if he tried. And we've still got 4 minutes. We're just a minute inside the second half, and Harris Barber knows how much gap he had. He knows how much gap that Logan Rolfe got rid of to get to him, to get to the back of him, and he knew he had pace to overtake. Now Barber's coming back at him, and it's that is brave. That is very brave.
Another good move there by Harris Barber. Another one that wasn't too strongly defended by Logan Rolfe, and they're just going to slot in and trade places here. Barber needs to be mindful that by finishing in second, he's still going to be on pole position, I think, for the Super Final, as Logan Rolfe comes back at him down the inside into Ashby, and Logan Rolfe retakes the lead, and that's the third change in a lap and a half.
This is tremendous stuff. We've got 3 more minutes of this, and if these two characters are just going to sort of trade places without, and the reason why they're doing that, and they're making it look easy, it's because if they try to over-defend, it's going to cost them time. But by letting their competitor through and then coming back at their competitor, and we're about to see Harris Barber do that like he did before, it looks like he's been thrown around in that kart there, doesn't he? This is where Harris Barber's going to come back at him again, and we might even see a challenge here, David.
Run up towards Christmas. Let's see whether Barber's close enough and whether Logan Rolfe decides to defend. See, they're not defending this. They're taking that optimum racing line. And as Joe mentioned, they're not losing time by overtaking each other, which is a really smart move. I imagine in a couple of minutes' time they will defend with a little bit more venom. But at this stage in the race, from 4 minutes down, it's not worth losing that time, is it?
We're about 20 seconds or so away from the 2-minute bell, as I call it. And you usually see, drivers playing a waiting game up to that 2-minute mark, and here comes Harris Barber down the inside into the boot, the left-hand part of the boot there. He's got the line for the right-hand part. He'll keep that line through the chicane, but whether or not Logan Rolfe can get in that toe through those first 2 sequence of corners, Oblivion and Crook, we're going to see this now.
I wonder how much they look up at that overhead gantry, because there is a countdown clock on there, and then decide what the defensive mechanism's going to be. Still the optimum racing line taken by both Barber and Rolfe. Wouldn't like to pick a winner out of these two, as Logan Rolfe clearly feels he's got the pace. He's down the inside again at Ashby, and once again we switch positions. I
think we're going to see, maybe in the next couple of laps, if Harris Barber is in that situation again, I can see him defending into Ashby's. He's just allowing this to flow. This is really clever driving from these two youngsters. Harris Barber letting it flow. He knows he needs to slot back in on the back end of Logan Rolfe. We've seen him move down the inside, a very brave move into Oblivion. This is them coming out of the final turn here, heading towards Oblivion now. Let's see if he can pull it off again. Not quite, I think.
Over the timing with a minute to go. Logan Rolfe leading from Harris Barber. Ralph Martin is closing in fractionally, lap on lap, in that third place, but I think he needs these two to start scrapping, and they're not doing so. Harris Barber, reminder, doesn't need to win this one to start the final on pole position.
You mentioned Ralphie Martin there. He's having a bit of a lonely drive now. He's got a 2-second gap to Kokodi as these two at the front continue to battle it out. No chance of any kind of inclination of movement here, but we're into the final 30 seconds. They are going to make it round for another 2 laps, David. Now, we'll see a complete change in their body language and attitude towards each other here. Into the boot, and it will be another 2 laps this time by.
I think Harris Barber was considering a move down the inside into Ashby, but that was removed by the fact that there was a yellow flag for Jensen Darlow, who's retired from this race in 11th place. As they run over the timing line, 10 seconds to go, and Harris Barber not quite as close as he was on the previous lap to Logan Rolfe.
And you see the positioning there just towards the middle of the track, a little bit different to what we've seen. We see that they seem a little bit more animated in the seat as well, down towards Ashby's. Can that second place Kart have a look down the inside? No, he cannot. The orange and blue helmet of Logan Rolfe stays composed, and time and opportunities beginning to run out as it's going to be the last lap board this time by for these two.
Logan Rolfe with a position that's a little bit more comfortable than it was on the previous lap, and he did take a slightly wider line and leave the cart to the left a little bit longer to maybe prevent Harris Barber not coming at him, but just the thought process of trying to stick it down the inside into the boot. 1 to go, and Barber is close, and Rolfe is defending.
Here we go. We knew they were going to change. We knew their personalities were going to be taken out of the box for this final lap. Logan Rolfe takes to the inside line into Christmas. He zips across, and that was a lovely crossover there. And it didn't quite pay off because they were both last of the late breakers down towards Ashby, though.
Thought there was going to be shades of Mansell and Piquet there.
I saw that as well, mate. Yeah.
From Harris Barber back to the inside. Logan Rolfe with looks over the shoulder. He's defending off Harris Barber as they go into the left-hander of Wilkins. And it's going to be the left-right of Oziers as they run up towards the boot for the final time.
Here they come then. Who's it going to be? Time running out. Opportunities running out. Logan Rolfe, he takes the optimum line, as does Harris Barber. There really is lacking an opportunity now as it's a one line through the Nouvelle chicane. It's going to be Logan Rolfe that hangs on to it, or is he? As Harris Barber just could not quite squeeze down the inside, and Logan Rolfe is delighted. Harris Barber will be a disappointed second, but that was cracking racing. And you know what, David? Didn't that just go to show that one lap of argy-bargy fighting it out allowed Ralph Martin to close the gap to just 0.4 of a second there at the flag? He came through in third there, and it just showed how much that slowed them down overall.
It did. Ralph Martin closing in at the end to finish behind Logan Rolfe, the synergy driver from Harris Barber, who is indeed with Strawberry. I've had a message to confirm that. Ralph Martin in third, Lewis Kokodi and Noah Wicklow complete your top 5 in front of Buddy Hugo, Ethan Lloyd and Zach Andrew, Freddie Blackshaw, Freddie Walker and Jensen Darlow, who retired with 4 laps to go down at Ashby.
I see these youngsters, the likes of Logan Rolfe, Harris Barber, Ralph Martin moving up from Bambinos, Noah Wicklow likewise, Buddy Hugo, a name that I remember from Cadets, Honda Cadets, I should say. Ethan Lloyd, Freddie Blackshaw, wasn't that long ago that Freddie was in a Bambino, and Freddie Walker likewise. This bodes very well for 2025 and the car championship going forward into next year, because if that is an example of what we're going to see for the whole season, then I'm going to have I don't know, can you get a replacement voice box or something? Because that was tremendous racing from those kids. Tremendous racing.
It does. The problem with all that excitement, it normally means that you have to drink a lot, which comes with its own side effects as well, which we won't go into too much detail about.
Yeah, exactly. A pit stop. There's a bottle of water I forgot to put on your desk for you out back there as well. We stay with, do we class InterMAX as a cadet class? We're moving out of
it's
cadets,
strange, isn't
aren't
it?
we?
Because it's a cadet chassis, but with drivers that aren't really cadet drivers, because there is once again there's an age crossover. You can be 13 in InterMAX, but you can be 11 in junior Primo, 12 in junior Rotax. So it does provide a bit of a window for our drivers.
Well, I suppose it does what it says on the tin. It's an intermediate class before the junior, before you get into junior Rotax. They have been released. We've got a 13 kart field that have been released. Sebastian Clark is on the pole position with Oscar Roach alongside. Second row of the grid is Adam Giuditis and Jensen Sale. We've got Leo Livings and Harvey Bacon on row 3. Row 4 is Jensen Walker and Jackson Hilton. Rian Townsend and Amrit Singh Atwell are on row 5. And then row 6, Victor Poppercull and Eli Rideout, with Hugo McCluskey rounding off the 13 kart field. And Hugo, a name that I remember from Teesside karting.
Yeah, had a retirement yesterday, hence why he's going off the tail end of the grid in heat number 2 was his problem. Have you seen that?
That's
handsome
a bit scary.
fellow?
Can I have a copy of that for the mantelpiece? Keep the kids off the fire.
You can. He's still wearing his BKC, CKC and JKC T-shirt, though, so it's good to see Dan Ashton has not forgot his roots. He's just forgot everything else in picking a different championship over us this weekend.
Not for comment, as we've got the field coming round for the start. Let's see if these youngsters can do a good job and get this underway. It's a nice pace by Sebastian Clark, Oscar Roach. That's Sebastian Clark on the number 151, the light blue kart there. And now they accelerate.
And we're going again, I think.
It's that premature acceleration. I think we've got a wave round, have we?
Yes, we have.
Yes,
drivers put their arms up, and they're not dancing. They're not doing that or anything.
Yes.
Not that you can see us, but I was doing some of my best dance moves.
He was. That's probably good that we can't see that, David, to be honest. He's standing off his chair as well.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I think it might. I think seeing us might improve viewing figures. Even more, I think we should get a commentary box camera in here.
I've seen you dancing, mate. Really dancing as well. Yeah.
Broke my foot doing it once.
Yeah,
that's a story for another day.
Right then, let's see if we can accelerate where the starter appreciates it rather than too early, which is, I think, the problem there. Sebastian Clark on the white and blue kart. We've got the RCE of Oscar Roach. That's the orange and black liveried kart. The number 140 there is Jensen Sale, who's found himself on the second row alongside Adam Giuditis. That's the driver in the green livery kart with the black and white overalls, just on the second row there. Now, that's a lovely pace there. And if they can just keep their foot off the accelerator through the apex of Pitt's Bend here, don't accelerate too early. I think he likes it. He's given them the green flag, and we are underway.
Good start by the poleman, Sebastian Clark, despite the fact he was telling them to slow it down through. It's Adam Giuditis who's up, I think, into second place there with a good start, and that's Leo Livings in third in front of Oscar Roach. Jensen Sale in the green suit trying to sweep round the outside of Oscar Roach. He slots back into P5.
Here they go then down towards Ashby in a defensive line early on, and he slides wide by doing so. On those cold tyres, Sebastian Clark down the inside finds himself washing out, and Adam Giuditis now into the lead in that green and white kart with the black helmet, the white shoulders of his overalls showing well there, and a move for second by the 177. That's Leo Livings coming into play as well, as they are line astern, bumper to bumper through the chicane.
Two Synergy drivers going side by side on that run up. Jensen Sale has found the way past Oscar Roach into fourth place as they cross the timing line. Bacon in sixth, in front of Walker, Townsend, Hilton and Poppercull.
2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide almost into Christmas. Giuditis has the outside line, round the top shelf he goes, and he hangs on to that lead by doing so. Behind him, though, everybody queuing up to get by. I've got Sebastian Clark down as a Ambition Motorsport driver whose livery is very, very similar to Synergy. Can we do something about that, lads, for our sake? Just change your liveries slightly, make it slightly different.
No, that's a 100%
it is, isn't it?
Synergy livery.
I've got Ambition Motorsport in the entry, being for Clark. Trying to squeeze his way down the inside of Giuditis, but Giuditis hanging on to it.
Look at the train. Nobody's fallen away in this one. From first down to 13th, all covered in the same camera shot there as they come through Crook and Oblivion up towards Christmas. And Giuditis is off. The race leader off on the outside of Crook. And he's... Well, is he in the wall? I don't know.
I don't know. He just our camera just stopped there before he did. I would suspect that he might have. I'm not sure how that happened, but that has left Sebastian Clark at the head of this train, this high-speed train of InterMAX drivers. This is not over at all, David. It's 10 minutes and 1 lap, and we're already just clicked by. We've still got a heat's length of racing left.
We certainly do, as Sebastian Clark now leads from Leo Livings. Jensen Sale in third place. It's Ryan Townsend in the zip cart behind. And then Oscar Roach, who's fallen down to fifth. Bacon, and then the 171 of Jensen Walker as they come up through the corner that caused all the issues on the previous lap. Giuditis is out of this race. You saw his kart in the background earlier on being carried away. So he is out, and I think we've got another driver off there. That's Hugo McCluskey for the second time this week, and you can see him there on screen in the 114, the green helmet. And for the second time this weekend, Hugo McCluskey retires.
That's a shame. Hugo's with the True Performance team, of course, just moving up and making the transition from Honda Cadets. Meanwhile, this InterMAX race continues. That's a very tight battle. They are definitely got Synergy livery on those karts as far as I can make out. So it's a Synergy 1-2. Clark leading. Leo Livings is in second. The green overalls of Jensen Sale easy to pick out, and him now latching onto the rear bumper of Livings and going and getting involved as well as Ryan Townsend in fourth.
Jensen Sale, last year's runner-up in this championship. So showing why he is a front runner, and he's going to try a slightly different line through Inkermans, the run down towards Ashby. Behind them though, Ryan Townsend just joining in. Oscar Roach has fallen into a bit of that no man's land in fifth place. He wants to catch back up, but he's got Bacon and Walker just behind. He's got nobody really to work with, and this train just continue a few laps of straight line. And as I say that, Leo Livings had a nose down the inside.
Yeah, it was about to say, David, that they looked like they're playing a waiting game, and then Leo Livings was about to make a fool of me, as these kids tend to do. So, not a high benchmark, of course. Here they go then into Oblivion and then through the right-hander at Crook. This is all important. I think Livings' match is just lining himself up for maybe a move down at Christmas.
He is. Straight on the money there, Joe. And Leo Livings is down the inside on the run-up to Christmas. And Leo Livings leads from Sebastian Clark. Clark slotting back into second and right on cue. A few moments after trying to make Joe look like a fool, he makes Joe look like a genius with a move down the inside at Christmas corner.
You could see the momentum. He left himself a bit of a gap coming out the final turn, and he carried that space through the Crook corner, down the inside, about to lose second place to the number 140, which is Jensen Sale. The orange and white kart there, trying to squeeze down the light blue and white kart of our second place driver, Sebastian Clark. As a change for lead appears on the board, and he's already pulling a gap.
Yeah, half a second for Leo Livings at the front. Most of that created by Jensen Sales. Half move down the inside of Sebastian Clark. They need a lap now of being compliant with each other to try and reel in Leo Livings, who you'll remember did not finish heat number 1 yesterday. He retired at the boot. He won heat number 2 and started this final superheat, from 5th place. And at the moment, looks like he's going to take maximum points from the superheat.
Yeah, I don't know where that's going to put him on the grid for the final with that non-finish. And here's a challenge for second coming at the boot again. And then number 151, Sebastian Clark, he's got massive speed that he's able to maintain through the left-hand section that leads into the tight hairpin. And he's able to hang on to that second place. So it's going to take a massive stab down the inside by Jensen Sale. And he just, at the moment, just hasn't got that speed and momentum to make that move.
That's twice in 2 laps now that Jensen Sale has felt that he's got a good enough run out of Oziers in the run up towards the boot to have a nose down the inside of Sebastian Clark. Now, then he gets into the rear as well, into Ashby. Yeah,
easy to do that there. That the off camber at Ashby kind of drags you in, and you can't back out of it because you just lose out. You just lose so much momentum.
Again, we've seen a number of drivers going round there because you are off camber. So if you tag the brake late in that corner, the kart is very unsettled. It's very easy to spin it and get it slightly wrong on the exit to Ashby. They have reeled in Leo Livings, though, once again. Just that one lap of Jensen Sale not trying to overtake Sebastian Clark. And Sebastian Clark takes 0.3 of a second out of the leader as they run up towards Christmas.
And that's Ryan Townsend there on the yellow and white, or yellow, white and red. That's a Zipkart livery on Townsend in 4th place. And he's kind of ebbing and flowing. He comes onto the rear end of Jensen Sale and then he drops back. And then they concertina up. When these three start squabbling again, we're going to see Townsend come into play on that Zipkart. Through Parker, now through Chapman, and on towards the boot they go.
Just under 3 minutes to go. Leo Livings leading, but once again Sebastian Clark is so quick into the boot. He's used it on a number of occasions to fend off Jensen Sale, and that's where he's finding that extra few tenths a lap to close back in onto the back of Leo Livings. The gap is equidistant to what it was on the previous lap. Can he get a good run up towards Christmas Corner?
Here they come then. I'm not sure they're close enough to challenge, so they all take the optimum line through Christmas. It's a very fast corner, Christmas. It's not as slow as you might think. Looking at a plan view of this Whilton Mill circuit, you can carry a lot of speed through there, as we saw there from the InterMAX drivers. Sale absolutely all over the back end of that second place Sebastian Clark kart, though.
Jensen Sale, blue helmet, green suit in the 140. The driver with the different livery on his kart to the two in front of him is... I think for me here, he's playing the sort of waiting game, because I think he feels here that if Sebastian Clark goes down the inside of Leo Livings at the right part of the track, if he just puts his kart there, we saw it work earlier on in MicroMAX, that he can take advantage and without doing any of the hard work.
We've had the 2-minute bell, we're about to have the 90-second bell, and this is where the personality change comes into effect going into the final couple of laps or so. And we've got these karters that are prepared to just follow in line astern without too much of a challenge. Yes, if the challenge presents itself, they're going to take an opportunity. But in this final 2 or 3 laps, this is where we see people really having a go. And right now, Leo Livings has got it all to lose with Sebastian Clark not that far away, and Jensen Sale staying in the mix. Just dropping off again is Ryan Townsend, though, David.
This is another one where Sebastian Clark doesn't have to win this to start the final this afternoon on pole position, because he's already taken maximum points out of his 2 heats yesterday. A second place in the Super Heat will put him on that front row. I'm yet to find a racing driver to settle for position, particularly in karting, when there isn't a championship on the line. But here again, Livings not defending yet, but I get the feeling there's going to be a little bit of a switch in Leo Livings' mentality in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to. And this is where it can all go wrong, though, because this is where, if you're in the lead, you've got to start defending, and by defending, you make yourself vulnerable. The driver behind is just waiting for your next move, and there's no doubt about it that Sebastian Clark is kind of sitting in the wheel tracks of Livings. Whether or not he's got the pace, we're going to find out now, though, as they come through the Nouvelle chicane. They're heading towards the start-finish line, and as they click across the line, still with 4 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Ryan Townsend behind, 1.5 seconds. But if these two start battling, you'll see how much time it will cost them if he can close that in. So he's the driver just in the periphery off the back of this leading trio, which has actually become a bit of a duo at the moment, because Sale's fallen off the back of Sebastian Clark, who at the moment is just happy riding shotgun to Leo Livings. It could just be a smart drive, this, from Clark, knowing that second place is enough. Let's see whether he tries a move on Livings up to the boot.
Opportunities beginning to run out as they get to the boot. They fan out defensive line from Livings there into the boot section. That's compromised his speed. That allows Clark and Sale to get right back on the bumper through the chicane and out of pit bend. Crossing the line now, last lap board, a pleasant sight to see when you're in this position, but it's all about this run up to Christmas.
Looks like he's close enough, but Livings is going to go on to the inside, and Livings is tight. Sebastian Clark has to follow him because Jensen Sale is right behind as well, and if he'd have gone wide, Sale would have dived down the inside of him.
This is what Sale is wanting, isn't it? That orange and white kart of Jensen Sale in third place there, the bright Lime green overalls, down the inside he goes, and that was, I think, presented because we had the second place Kart of Clark tripping over the leader. But this is it, David. Last opportunities here into the boot.
Livings defending to the inside. Sebastian Clark is going to have to pull out something special here. Jensen Sale with the move, trying to get it down the inside. The door's always going to be closed there. And Leo Livings will take his second race victory here of the weekend. He won heat number 2. He wins the super heat as well, but I think it'll be Sebastian Clark on pole position for the final, with Livings' retirement at the start of the weekend. Then it's going to be Jensen Sale, Ryan Townsend and Oscar Roach. Harvey Bacon getting past Jensen Walker on the final lap for P number 6. Walker in 7th with Amit Singh Atwal, Jackson Hilton and Victor Popical. The field on track rounded out by the 143 of Eli Rideout, with Adam Jadiaustis and Hugo McCluskey both retiring on the same lap very early on in this InterMAX Superheat.
Just look at the gaps between those top 3. Leo Livings across the line, 18 hundredths of a second ahead of Sebastian Clark, who was only 12 hundredths of a second ahead of Jensen Sale. Ryan Townsend, he fell back a bit, 1.2 seconds the gap of the line between 3rd and 4th. But those top 3, I'm just wondering what sort of attitude we would see if that was the final, and whether or not they could have done anything more. I think they're very good racing, very good racecraft from those 3. Yes, they were tripping over each other, but they weren't clattering into one another, were they?
No, I think that was, for drivers in that sort of intermediate age group, anywhere really between 10 and 13, a very, very smart race, Joe.
It is.
They realised that.
They astound me.
The points on offer are more important than taking the outright victory for me there. Because, as we mentioned yesterday, you don't win points in heat. You don't win trophies in heats. You win trophies in finals.
And this is my point, though. It's all going to change in the final, isn't it? Because there's a big, massive trophy to be won.
It's going to be night and day
everybody
in
wants
2 hours' time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the Coma C50s out next. We've seen the first of our Bambino classes that kicked off the super heats earlier on this morning. This is now the petrol engine versions. The earlier ones were the MightEs, and that was the electric motored versions of what is effectively exactly the same kart. Same kart, same tyres, treaded tyres for these youngsters, the LeConte tyre, all weather as they call it. And this is the Coma petrol engine version of the Bambino classes. We've got a grid of 17 karts that qualified. The driver to beat is Hendrix Farad. He 100% record in yesterday's heats. He will start on the pole position. Calman Simon, he looked threatening, didn't he, Calman? And he looked threatening, he threatened to maybe take a heat win. It didn't quite come off for him. He's got another chance this morning in the super heat. He starts second. We've got the bright yellow livery of Will Wainwright starting alongside Ray Thoen on the second row. We've got the bright green livery of Benjamin Shivar starting alongside Santo Amico on row 3. We've then got Jensen Drummond and Max St-Hilaire on row 4. Row 5 is Jensen O'Connor and Nico Veslovsky. Shade Downey and Lani Eden start on row 6. Freddie Purnell and Isaac Young start on row 7. Row 8 is Oliver Bullock and Jacob John Lesieur Alexander. And Alfie Ward is the driver that rounds off the 17 kart field.
Great to see out of our commentary box position here. Most of our MightE Bambino drivers have come to watch their friends in Coma as well, which is really good. I've just seen Jack Swan, Kai Egansoy and Arthur Bowers were just watching. They've run off because the attention span of these youngsters they haven't started early enough, so they've run off.
Now these drivers, if you've just tuned in, as the saying goes, these drivers are 6 to 8 years old. Yes, 6 to 8 years old. Look at the size of them. I find in commentary, David, that I forget they're only 6 to 8 years old. And for me, they're professional racing drivers.
Oh, yeah.
Because the way they race kind of gives you the impression that they absolutely are.
Some of them aren't much bigger when they actually get out the car. Benjamin Shivar, for example, is the tiniest little dot, isn't he? I saw him for the first time at Warden Law at the start of this year, and I looked at him and I went, there's absolutely no way you're 6.
And he is so fast as well.
And he's unbelievably quick, isn't he?
He's ran by his dad, Sana Racing is what they call themselves, and they are very, very competitive. We have a green flag, so that means we are about to go racing.
They wait the lights to extinguish on the overhead gantry. We've got the green at the back. They're being held for a very long time for our Como Bambinos, but we are finally away and racing. And Kalmon Simon with the Ayrton Senna-esque helmet looked like he'd made a good enough start to attack Hendrix Falat, but slots into second place.
He has to settle for second, and behind him is a massive queue of Bambinos out towards the run down to Christmas corner, and Falat has been hung out to dry, and Kalman Simon sleuths across to the left to take the optimum line. But who was that?
That's Raith Owen.
Raith Owen. He said, "Thank you very much for opening the door," and went through it.
Owen then leads from Kalman Simon, who then comes straight back at him in the run-up down to Ashby. Kalman Simon retakes the lead. William Wainwright in the bright fluoro yellow is in P3. Then it's your poleman, Hendrix Falat, just in front of Benjamin Shivar in the green. Just behind them as well, it's Santo Amico, the best of the rest in P6.
Well, the lead has strung out a little bit of a gap as Simon takes that lead of this race, what he wanted. Will Wainwright says, "Don't leave me behind," and sleuths past the number 31 of Raith Owen. The bright yellow cart of Will Wainwright now chasing down that yellow helmet, the distinctive yellow-green with the blue stripe helmet, now leading this race, and he will be the leader on lap 1.
Kalman Simon leads from William Wainwright and Raith Owen, Hendrix Falat and Benjamin Shivar. Then it's Santo Amico, Max St. Hilaire, Jensen Drummond, Jensen O'Connor and Nico Wesolowski.
Heading towards Christmas then, and the second place position of Will Wainwright doesn't look that secure, does it? Raith Owen and Hendrix Falat right there with him as they burst through Ogiers and into Inkermans, though. Wainwright has pulled out a little bit of a gap from them, and that's brought him onto the rear bumper of our leader Simon, who slides very wide indeed, and a little bit of argy-bargy there going towards Parker, was it?
Yeah, it looked like Raith Owen felt that he could take advantage of William Wainwright, who had to take somewhat of an evasive for a different line, trying to get round the outside of Kalman Simon at the front. Simon at the previous lap had a gap of nearly half a second, and as they all you slipstreamed up onto the back of him, up the hill into Christmas Corner. They're only 50cc engines and they're going up a hill, but that's how important the working together is in this, and we're going to see this all throughout this winter series as we head towards Warden Law and Three Sisters. Slipstreaming comas is massively important.
And Shivar joining in the party there, just getting onto the back of the train, and it all splits up. The train splits into two packs of two. I'm not sure who is where, but I can tell you it's Simon who has the optimum line. Wainwright has to slot in behind. There's no change of position. Simon, Wainwright with Raith Owen, Falat and Benjamin Shivar there in the green helmet right on the tail of those four leaders.
Shivar has closed up at no end in this early part of this lap because of them all taking different lines. He's the only one that doesn't have to effectively defend or think about the positions of other carts around him. He can take the wider line. He's closed right back up. And this, for me, here is where Kalman Simon isn't particularly strong. They do close up on him, but at least he's not. Where I'm saying is that the point where he's not as strong is the point where it's hardest to overtake on track.
Yeah, which you can afford to do. You can afford to just sort of take it easy through that one-line section through the Nouvelle Chicane. We've got a 5-cart train breaking out here for the lead. Kalman Simon leading through Oblivion and then through Crook. Look at Wainwright, though, David. He's looking like he's in the slipstream, and if Simon's not careful, he will have a go.
Wainwright's slotted out to try and go round the outside, and that's opened the door for Raith Owen and for Hendrix Falat. Owen is the only one to get through as Falat takes a slightly different line. But William Wainwright electing not to follow Kalman Simon. He was going to go wide and try and sweep round the outside. And by the time he got to Christmas Corner, Raith Owen's 31 cart, now in second place in the black and orange, was exactly where William Wainwright had planned to put his bright yellow fluoro number 4.
I'm going to, Nick, we need to send this footage to the FIA for them to show the Formula One boys and girls how to go racing, because these youngsters they could learn a thing or two. The way that Wainwright went across to take the optimum line into Christmas, he lost out. He hasn't banged wheels. He hasn't bumped into his bumper. He's just getting on with it. And here we go into Oblivion and then Crook, and it'll be all kicking off again by the time we get to Christmas. And Wainwright in that bright yellow cart, you just know that he's got that second place target. And if he's not careful, he's going to drop another place, David.
He does. Hendrix Falat down the inside. William Wainwright again for the second time in 2 laps, moving off that inside line. try and widen the corner and be a little bit quicker, but has fallen back now into 4th place. And once again, Kalman Simon going dangerously wide round at Ashby. Yes, it's quick, but you're only a wheel width away from dropping it wide out on there, and then you get onto the dirt, and there's definitely no grip out there. Raith Owen being pushed along at the moment by Hendrix Fallat, and you can see the two of them there towing up onto the back of Kalman Simon, once again working together to give them both an opportunity of winning this race.
Would you believe we have just ticked by half distance? We've got just inside 5 minutes of this to go. And you know what? If I was a betting man, and I'm not, I think I'd have a little wager on Hendrix Fallat. He's been so composed from the pole position. He won both heats yesterday, so this is a bit of a learning experience for him this weekend. Look at that, down the inside, all three of them. Fallat, I think, has the pace. If he can just get ahead of these two ahead of him, keep your eye on that number 10 in 3rd place there. Because I think his day and his job in hand is not finished yet. I think he's got something in the kit that maybe will come to the fore.
His job for me here is to try and push the other two away from William Wainwright and Benjamin Chivar. That way, when they run up to Christmas, he doesn't have to follow that inside line. He can take the much wider line and give himself an opportunity either of sweeping around the outside, which we know you can do in Coma Bambino, or taking a more advantageous line on the run down towards Ashby.
You know what? Do you think these 6 and 8-year-olds actually think like this? I actually think they do,
I think
they're so clever.
I think their development curve of racecraft, and you can see as well that there's a big difference between your younger Bambino and your older Bambino, even though it's only effectively a window 6 to 8. And here we go. Oh, and Kalman Simon is overly concerned with Raith Owen, and then Raith Owen overly concerned with Kalman Simon, and he finds Hendrix Fallat is going for the lead. He's through into 2nd place, but as the two leaders became preoccupied with each other, Hendrix Fallat again just picking them off one at a time.
Did you notice a little helmet tap there from Fallat telling Raith Owen, look, just let's work together. Let's work together and get me the lead, I think is what that meant.
Yes, let's work together for my benefit.
Yeah, well, I see that all the time. I actually laugh inside my head when I see that. If Kalman Simon's not careful, he's going to be challenged for the lead into the boot, and it's the left-hand line, the left-hander, I should say, and Hendrix Fallat as the line. And as if I was the prophecy that I made of Fallat making his way to the front, that's paid off earlier than I thought he was going to be able to, David.
Slow and steady in terms of the progress for Hendrix Fallat. It's been anything but slow for the action out on track, but Hendrix Fallat sort of gone 5th, 4th, 3rd, and then taken the lead. Looks over the shoulder at Kalman Simon, and it's pretty much as you were throughout most of the heats yesterday then. As wide goes Hendrix Fallat, an uncharacteristic mistake for the 10, and Kalman Simon is back in front.
He just carried so much momentum into Christmas Corner there. He tried not to slow the kart down, let it breathe, but he let it breathe too much, ended up on the exit curb, and that allowed Simon, who was right with him on his bumper. And now we've got Simon back into the lead of this race with just under 2 minutes remaining.
That is the first time in this race, actually, that Hendrix Fallat has taken the wide optimum racing line. All of the others have been down the inside where he has to brake earlier. And this time he's taken the optimum racing line and run out of tarmac on the outside, actually, for Hendrix Fallat. So a little bit of a learning curve for him, but one I'm sure that we'll put into practice. And there's some lap traffic in front for our leaders to contend with.
Yeah, Alfie Ward. Alfie was very clever. Alfie just finding his feet in this Bambino kart class. And Alfie was very clever yesterday, not getting in the way of anybody. He's got the 3 leaders that are going to clear him by the time they get to Christmas Corner. Down the inside line, Kalman Simon, Hendrix Fallat, Raith Owen. They stay in that order. They're already through Inkermans and heading to Ashby. Is there going to be any challenge here?
Don't think there is. Credit to Alfie Ward as well for just maintaining his line and allowing the leaders to come through. Good driving from Alfie Ward as he continues his progress in this Bambino class. No change at the front as we tick down under 1 minute. Kalman Simon at the moment just being pushed along again by Hendrix Fallat. I think Fallat here giving himself an opportunity of not losing 2nd place if going for the lead doesn't work out.
This is where he made the move the last time. They're going to have 2 more racing laps when they cross the line this time. That's the vulnerable point for Kalman Simon, down that inside, going into the boot. Not this time, though. Here they come then, 9 laps completed. Kalman Simon, Hendrix Fallat, Raith Owen, that's your top 3.
think they're going to find more traffic before the end of this race as well for them to contend with, adding that extra dynamic. And that's the thing now with these longer races, an extra 2 minutes in the heat, another 2 on top of that for the final. These drivers are going to find different things to what they found yesterday. As Hendricks Faller, I don't even think that was a move, I just think that was a slightly different line into Christmas. He's still behind Kalman Simon, lap and a half to go.
And back markers maybe going to take a part in the culmination and the conclusion of this one. It's the number 16, Jacob Alexander, ahead of them. Hopefully the youngster will be aware that he's got the leaders bearing down on him. They're into the apex of Chapman. They should clear him as they come out of Chapman. Kalman Simon gets balked massively there, and that's allowed Fallat through. The back marker did come into play, and Fallat ran the outside of Simon, but both of these leaders were balked by that back marker, and now Fallat has broken free. It's going to be a big ask going into this final lap for Kalman Simon to get back on terms.
Hendricks Fallat, who had a little bit more thinking time being the driver second in the train there as they caught the traffic coming out of Osiers, and they've slotted in, and Kalman Simon taking full advantage. He looks over his shoulder, defends up to Christmas, but leaves the door slightly open for William Wainwright.
He just left a gap the size of Kalman Simon, and Kalman Simon went through it, and that was all about momentum out of Christmas. This is going to be a ding-dong all the way to the flag here. They're at Ashby's. And now look at Ray Thorne coming back in. If these two trip over one another, Ray Thorne's going to be with it.
He's got the best view in the house, with the exception of us here at Karting Live TV, as they head on to the final few corners of this Como Bambino Superheats, as Kalman Simon will lead us up towards the boot. He defends to the inside, but it looks like Fallat's got the run. Fallat's got the speed to go round the outside. Can he keep the nose in? No, he can't. Door closed.
Kalman Simon knew it was coming because it's happened to him before. This is going to be, there's no more overtaking at this part of the track now usually, and Kalman Simon is delighted, both hands off the wheel there across the line. Cracking racing. Kalman Simon, Hendricks Fallat, Ray Thorne it is in third. Will Wainwright dropped off behind these three and comes through in fourth, with Benjamin Shivart not that far away. We then had Jensen Drummond, Santo Amico, Freddie Purnell 8th, Nico Vezlovsky just crossing the line now, and the rest of the finishers come through. That one, David, wasn't even for a trophy. And yet we had some fantastic racecraft being produced there. There's Kalman Simon's dad, who's delighted with that one. He looked a bit nervous, though. He gave us the thumbs up and the gritted teeth. Yeah. He was like, oh, my God. Yeah, we could have a final win here.
What I am waiting for right now, and it's unfortunate because it was a superb race, I know that our on-track clerk this weekend, Drew Hornsey, has a pet hate of drivers taking both hands off the wheel.
Yes,
to celebrate.
I know he has.
And I'm waiting for the WhatsApp message for the group that says, driver number 5 to race control, please.
Yes.
But you can't take it away from Kalman Simon. You can't take you cannot be able to take the pictures away from him either, with a superb victory in Como Superheat.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you're right. You've just reminded me about Drew Hornsey. Yes, he did have a...
And do you know how I know that? Because when we won the championship at Warden Law with my lad Joshua,
right. Yes.
we had a trip to race control for, do you know why I've called you here? No. How did you celebrate? I took both hands off the wheel. Why did you do that? I saw a photographer.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, the honesty
Brilliant.
from the boy.
Brilliant. We've got our biggest grid of the day coming up next, David. It's 25 karts for our junior Rotax class, so we better give a quick rundown of the grid, how it panned out. Riley Bishop, the man to beat. We've had drivers to beat, haven't we, in all of our classes? And for junior Rotax, it's been Riley Bishop. Not that far away from him, though, has been Milo Manderson, and we expect more fireworks from these. They share the front row of the grid, of course. Marcel Poppercull and Jack Robinson are on row 2. Logan Lauder and Daniel Hartley with a fine 6th place qualifier there. Adam Turacek and Lewis Sumner share row 4. Row 5 is Owen Wallace and Ewan House. Daniel Adamatis and Jonas Klimas share row 6. Row 7, Andrew Dixon, Sam Green Gomez. Row 8 is Alfie Lambert and SD Racing's Charlie Very. Lewis Holt and Daniel Callahan share row 9. Row 10 is Bella McConville and Aris Ali. Bella telling me that she had a bit of a nightmare day yesterday. She's on a repaired chassis, just wanting to see how it went. It's probably a new chassis coming in on the Christmas list for Bella. Zane Quaker down the orders in, isn't he, for this superheat? Sophie Caldwell shares row 11 with him. Oliver Liversidge and Kosti Zarov will share row 12, and then rounding off 25 Kart is Braden Donoghue. So I think to look out for is that starter in 21st place, Zane Quaker. He's bound to come up through the order. I can't remember why he's down there. Did he have a non-finish?
Difficult day yesterday for Zane Quaker. Only did one lap in qualifying for Quaker. Then in race number 1, he moved up from 24th to 10th place and was involved in a racing incident that dropped him back down to 24th and out of the order. In heat number 2, we expected a little bit more progress from Zane Quaker, but a drop nose and then subsequent damage to that nose meant that the kart was very understeery because the nose was dragging on the floor, which hampered his progress in the second heat as well. And he only managed to get up towards the sort of mid-pack, where we expected him to be challenging towards the top, inside the top 10 for Zane Quaker.
So he's a driver to look out for. Drivers already out, being released from the collecting area. This is a rolling start. We've got carts off to the drivers
left.
That's
Andrew Dixon on the left, who's rejoined, and one of the Ultimate R drivers in the 241. That's Alfie Lambert on the grass, and we've got one of the KMS drivers as well rejoining late.
Call me a detective. They would be beside each other on row 7.
Well, we don't need Poirot to work that one out for us. We might, and I say might, not get this one going at the first time of asking, Joe, just because we've got a lot of field spread. They might do, but I get the feeling that this one might get a roll round. We'll see. We'll see whether the starter is happy.
We've got 2 carts way off the back of the grid, trailing round. We're going to come across the line now, Nick, and see if we get them underway. We have been given the start, so it's green flag into Oblivion and Crook. And away into Crook they go, and up towards Christmas already, and that's Riley Bishop, isn't it?
Riley Bishop leads. Milo Manderson to the inside in the black and blue, defending off. Is that Daniel Hartley with a good start into 3rd place? I believe it is. So Dan Hartley's P4. That's the 243 of Marcel Poppercull, who's made a good start and up into 3rd place. Dan Hartley in P4 being chased down by the 238, is it behind that?
Lewis Sumner.
Yeah, I think he's made another good start as well for Sumner.
Well, Riley Bishop has already burst to the front of this field. That is Milo Manderson across the line. That is a great action shot, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of people dislike that chicane for obvious reasons here at Whilton Mill. We absolutely love it for an action shot. And with one lap completed, it's Riley Bishop, Milo Manderson, Marcel Poppercull, Daniel Hartley, Lewis Sumner, Adam Turacek. They're your top 6. And it's certainly not over, but I think Bishop, David, has pulled out a gap from Milo Manderson, and he's going to have Marcel Poppercull to contend with before he can even think about chasing down Bishop.
A gap at the front, which is enough to break the slipstream early on for Riley Bishop. Those drivers that we mentioned about to keep an eye out on, including those that had problems on the opening lap. Zane Quaker making big moves on lap number 1. Andrew Dixon, who we saw off, didn't start in his actual grid slot, so he didn't get back in time, but then has made up 7 places on the opening lap.
Here they come then. It's 2 laps completed. Bishop's already pulled a gap of just over a second. This is Daniel Hartley, though. Daniel Hartley coming back at Lewis Sumner. It's 5th and 4th place. Hartley was in 4th. Sumner for the X-Kart team, is that? Yes, it is. And then Daniel Hartley here with Ultimate Heart is chasing him back. 2-3-3 is Logan Lauder, and he's going to be right on the tail of Hartley if he's not careful.
Yep, Logan Lauder just behind. Looks like he's also in the Ultimate R colours, but in a slightly different suit. He is also with Ultimate R, is Logan Lauder. So Riley Bishop makes his way through, and he looked to extend that little gap at the end of lap number 2, and indeed he does. The gap out to 1.8 seconds. Bishop leads from Manderson and Poppercull. Then this battle behind. This is where we're focusing. You've got driver with the white helmet at front, Lewis Sumner, being chased down by the Ultimate R duo of Dan Hartley and Logan Lauder. Logan Lauder in the black suit clatters a little bit of curb on the way through. That's lost him a few kart lengths off the back. I'm sure he'll close that up in this middle sector of track.
I think at this stage of the race, I think Hartley and that driver behind him, Lauder, is it Lauder? I keep saying Lauder. Lauder. He's in the orange and black overall. Daniel Hartley in the red, white and blue overall. Both drivers with Ultimate R chasing down the driver in the X-Kart livery. That's the black and white card. Now, the two Ultimate R drivers have got pace, and as they come through Oblivion here and then through Crook, you'll see Hartley, he seems content to sit for the moment in the wheel tracks of Sumner. As I say that, Daniel Hartley pops out down the inside. Very, very hard driving that from Sumner, I thought.
Yeah, what I would say between the two is I thought they were both catching Marcel Poppercull and maybe another lap of working together, and then they wouldn't necessarily be scrapping over fourth place. They'd be scrapping over third place instead and dragging Poppercull in. But because of that, Daniel Hartley's fallen a few kart lengths off the back of Lewis Sumner in front of him. And just behind them there, you can see Logan Lauder. And I don't think Ewan House is too far off the back of them either.
I'm not sure if we've mentioned, but Daniel Hartley there is our junior Primo champion from the 2024 Kart Championship, moving up to the junior Rotax class for the Winter Series. And Daniel's the sort of driver, if he doesn't really hang about, he's not going to sit in the wheel tracks if he's got a sniff of a place change, and he will go for it. Now he's having to claw back towards the back bumper of Lewis Sumner, who's got a bit of a cushion. Meanwhile, the question is, are they catching the Cato Motorsport kart of Marcel Poppercull? And I'm not sure they are, because I think that gap's been about the same for the last 2 or 3 laps, and even though they've stopped squabbling, they're not changing anything, or they're not changing that gap to Poppercull. It's about 0.8 of a second at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They are. The two that we can see on the screen at the head of this effective little train of Milo Manderson and Marcel Poppercull have had a fairly comfortable race so far. Behind them, the focus has been on Lewis Sumner and Dan Hartley, and Sumner having to defend on the run up towards Christmas from Daniel Hartley. Hartley, I feel here, thinks he's got the pace if he can jump Lewis Sumner to close in on Marcel Poppercull, but I think if they work together for 2 laps, then Poppercull could really come back into these two. We'll see how they go. What was it was
about, what did I say, 0.8? It's now about half a second, so the gap is coming, but that's going to start extending back out if Hartley... what's happening here, I think, with Hartley, that's the blue overalls, the blue helmet there in the shot. He's coming back at Sumner. He has a challenge up towards Christmas. Sumner defends. He's going to have to do the same here, because Hartley right on his bumper again. Here he comes. He's got momentum. And Sumner aware... Is he going to pop out? No, he sits in his wheel tracks here, and look at that. Look whose bumper they're on now.
Smart move, because the two of them, Sumner there, put a lot of trust in Daniel Hartley not to dive down the inside of him, and Daniel Hartley repaid that trust by pushing Lewis Sumner on towards the back of Marcel Poppercull in front of them. Another lap of that, and we're going to be battling it for third place rather than fourth. And in working together as well, they've pulled a gap from Logan Lauder behind them, which gives them a bit of cushion.
They have, and that's they have kind of been just getting on with driving as fast as they can, and by doing that, they're now going to be in a position to challenge for that third place. So the Cato Motorsport driver in the form of Marcel Poppercull as the ex-karter Lewis Sumner, and then the Ultimate R driver Daniel Hartley. They're the 3 drivers in the shot. That's Cato Motorsport's orange and white livery there, with Poppercull now aware that the ex-kart driver Sumner is right on his bumper.
Marcel Poppercull, third in the championship last year, racing under the flag of Poland for Cato Motorsport. He's trying to hold on to third place here from Lewis Sumner. Daniel Hartley as well, but Hartley has fallen away because Sumner has now decided he wants to work with Poppercull for half a lap to try and move away. As he tried to move down the inside there, Joe, didn't quite work out.
Yeah, a little bit of a nudge there, a bit of an inadvertent tripping over. Hartley lost a lot of time at Chapman, which he's regained because these two have tripped over one another. He dropped right back off it, and now it's a 3-way battle once again out of Crook Corner. It's going to be a slipstreamer all the way to Christmas.
Yeah, now Poppercull defending to the inside late on from Lewis Sumner. It could be any one of these 3, even Logan Lauder behind. He's going to be straight back in the mix here, Joe, is Logan Lauder, and he is back in the mix in the 233.
Yeah, and it's wheel banging time as Daniel Hartley takes advantage of those two squabbling, and he's down the inside and into third place. Marcel Poppercull squabbling with Sumner over that real estate, has allowed not just Daniel Hartley through, but Logan Lauder comes through as well. And it's Lauder now on the rear bumper of Hartley. This is what happened.
Everybody likes a 2-for-1 special, and Daniel Hartley and Logan Lauder are the benefactors of it. Marcel Popical down the inside, trying to force Lewis Sumner out wide. He succeeded in that, but did not succeed in holding on to his position.
Daniel Hartley, the sort of driver, you present him an opportunity. He's just focused on a spinner there, and he got a nudge on the rear end. Logan Lauder turns into Christmas corner. Here they come together. It all gets a bit cramped there with Popical down the inside. Little bit of a nudge on the rear bumper from Sumner into the rear bumper of Popical. I think that pushed him into the rear end of the 233.
It did.
So it was a concertina there.
Logan Lauder had no idea that was coming, unfortunately for Lauder, and that looks like it's Ewan House now. It is Ewan. No, that's Zane Quaker in the triple two.
He's up from Zane Quaker. Where's he come from? 21st on the grid, and now he's in fifth place.
Yeah. Great race for Zane Quaker. I was speaking to him in this morning, and he did say that it was all about getting his head down and going forwards this morning for Zane Quaker.
He had nothing to lose, did he?
No.
He was in 21st. All I've got to do is push forward, and that's exactly what he's done.
Racing for Ultimate R with support from O'Grady Electrical was the tagline I was told I had to mention this morning for Zane Quaker. We've got to keep the sponsors happy, and they will be very happy with the performance of the 222. Just behind here we see Marcel Popical in the red and white now. His focus is holding off Ewan House.
Quaker's got to hope for a more forward position on the grid for the final coming later this afternoon. Meanwhile, the battle for that third place has settled down. We've got Riley Bishop. We haven't really mentioned him. He's leading by 3 seconds. Milo Manderson in second place. Daniel Hartley now third. He's got a bit of a cushion to Lewis Sumner. Then we've got Zane Quaker and Marcel Popical there, with Ewan House right on the tail of Popical.
Timer is elapsing down towards zero. We'll commence the final lap shortly. Riley Bishop, who almost forgot about, but I'm sure he won't mind, with a comfortable lead of 3 seconds out at the front from Milo Manderson, who is equally comfortable in second place. Dan Hartley in third. The battle on screen at the moment is over P6. Marcel Popical, Ewan House, and towing up onto the back of them with the black Nazio panel white helmet is Owen Wallace as well in the 298 machine as we commence the final lap of Whilton Mill.
Yeah, we need to move forward a few karts, Nick, because we need to check on that battle for third place between Hartley and Sumner. I know this is kicking off right here. That's why we're sticking with it right now. Popical doing all he can, as that is Milo Manderson. There's the leader, though, and let's give him a bit of camera time, because he's been out of the action, because he's just gotten off into the lead and already into the boot section of this track on the final lap. It's going to be the checkered flag he sees here, David.
Riley Bishop for X-Car on the TB chassis will continue his 100% record for the weekend by taking victory in the superheat from Milo Manderson. Daniel Hartley works hard throughout this race to secure P3, last year's Junior Primo champion, in third place. Lewis Sumner and Zane Quaker, with Marcel Popical, Ewan House, Owen Wallace, Daniel Adamitis and Logan Lauder falls down the order towards the end to complete the top 10 in an all-action Junior Rotax superheat.
Interesting, I thought. Very, very interesting just how aggressive those teenagers were. That's the difference between our kids class and a teenager class, which is a lovely segue into us talking about Junior Primo, which is coming next.
Well, just before, I was going to say we'd gone from a InterMAX superheat where they'd gone points are more important, to a Junior Rotax heat where everyone's just gone, I want to be at the front of this train. It's far more important. The points were completely out of the question there.
Yeah, it was just about getting ahead of the person in front of you. That was the simple mission statement, wasn't it? That was a great race. I mean, that wasn't even for the final. The final's coming later, so, heaven knows what's going to happen there. I think it's going to be a tough ask for anybody to get onto terms with Riley Bishop and, indeed, Milo Manderson. The battle is going to be, or the war is going to be for that third place, and that's anybody's guess who's going to be in position for that.
I'm going to caveat that slightly, Joe. It very much depends on the starting position for me for Zane Quaker.
Yeah,
He's
point.
come from 22nd to 5th in that one. For example, if he gets 14th or 15th, there's absolutely no reason why he can't get himself in the mix. It's going to be important, though, I think, for Bishop and Manderson, who've been the top two all weekend, check out early and make sure that Zane Kawaka doesn't have a chance.
He might be the driver that we need to maybe challenge Riley Bishop. I mean, Riley's been driving really, really well. He's on the brand new TB kart. He's with the X-Kart team. They are the new TB kart is being supplied through X-Kart. They're the supplier, the UK supplier for the TB kart, and that's a great debut for that brand new kart.
Certainly
is. Been very, very dominant.
Yeah, its debut in the Kart Championship. It debuted at Kartmasters. I think Jack Nettleship at Kartmasters put it on the front row in qualifying there. So it's certainly a chassis that we know can run at the front, and Riley Bishop proving that in Junior Rotax. On screen now, though, it's Junior Rotax Primo. The kart exactly the same, but it's for our slightly younger drivers. And Joe, it was a great day yesterday, and this was a class where we didn't have a dominant force throughout the day. We had a number of drivers that proved that they are capable of running at the front in Junior Primo.
Unable to tell who's going to be at the front of this one. It's anybody's game. I mean, Joseph Mills, he's starting 7th down the grid because he had that non-start, didn't he? Fuel flow issues for him in that one. That's put him down the grid, but he's a one to watch coming through to the front of the field. Hayagriva Gokilnath is the pole position driver with a great effort from the Team M Sport team to put him there. Thomas Harper with that unique livery, taking us back to the late 80s, and the Jaguar silk cut liveried kart for Thomas puts that kart on the front row alongside Gokilnath. Second row is George Cole and Tyler Davis. Third row, Thomas Butcher and Zach Kane. Fourth row is Joseph Mills, as I said. He shares with Ronnie Legg. We then got Lewis Gilbert and Laurie McVeigh on row 5. Alfie Forrester and George Railston are on row 6. Row 7 is Jensen Cook and Trevelyan Sansom. And then rounding off a 15 kart field is Elijah Hartley.
We've got a driver off who I do believe could well be Elijah Hartley. It's X-Kart colours, so it's either going to be Zach Kane or Elijah Hartley off just as they came out of the dummy grid. And so that
cold tyres?
Possibly so, but that kart for me, I think we could well roll round here. That kart for me, not in a safe place, just off the outside racing line, but they're not going to move it because the karts are coming into shot in the background. So I think we may well potentially roll round, and then they'll move it safely when the marshals can do so. But we are one driver down already. We'll confirm who it is once they come over the line. Let's see whether they do allow them to go racing, and know already the decision made that we're going to roll round. Can't pick out that it's the 81. That is Elijah Hartley, who was in 15th. Now, if they can get the kart dragged onto track, and they are indeed, Hartley could rejoin, which would be fantastic if they can. Here it's all about getting drivers on track for me. If they can race, then great. I
really know how that lad feels. We were at the Hull Street Race back in the early 90s, and the clerk of the course in the briefing said, if you spin off on your out lap, you're off, you're out. And I came out of the pits on brand new tyres and did a 360. And it was in the days where you had to push start your own kart, and I thought he did say I had to just push this off to the side, but I'm not going to. And I push started the kart and got going again. But that's just on cold tyres. You come out of the pit lane, you spin the wheel, you press the throttle barely too much, and those back wheels just spin around and put you off.
Here we go in Junior Primo. It could be anybody's. We've got 3 drivers from 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all on the same number of qualifying points. 5th and 6th on the same number of qualifying points. This one for me is tighter than a submarine door. Into the tram lines they go, and we're away and racing this time as the field make their way through. That's a superb start from the driver in the purple, I think from 3rd place. I'm trying to figure out who that is, because I don't think it's Gogolnath who's leading them up towards the first corner.
Well, I don't think we had a grid in the grid order that I've got in front of me, because Thomas Harper was on like the 2nd or 3rd row going at that start. They're already into Ashby there, just getting to grips with the number 82 there is, I think it was 82, it might have been 83. That would be Tyler Davis in 2nd place. That does say 82 though.
82. Gogolnath's in 2nd place.
There he is,
Gogolnath. Tyler Davis. It's George Cole who's leapt the field at the start in the 98 to lead us round. George Cole from I agree with Gogolnath. Then it's Tyler Davis. That's Thomas Harper then in 4th place as they cross the line in front of the 90 of Joseph Mills.
Keep an eye on these karts that started in the midfield and are moving forward. That's after bad starts on and non-finishes as we are line astern through Christmas. George Cole, though, commanding lead already by about a second. It was Gogolnath who was in second. Tyler Davis not far behind. Then the purple and white livery of that silk cut livery of Thomas Harper. Joseph Mills in the orange and white livery behind him. And there's a move down the inside of Gogolnath, and that was Tyler Davis.
Davis with a good move. Gogolnath considering coming straight back at him, but then it's going to be Harper now under pressure from Joseph Mills, and Gogolnath trying another nose back down the inside of Davis and more, and continues that battle, and you can see the damage it's caused because that black bit that's on his nose cone was not there on the entry to the boot. That is pure rubber from the rear wheel of Tyler Davis.
That might have been enough to just dislodge that mount, and it might be. We'll keep an eye on that, on the nose section on that green and white kart there in that 3rd place position, as he comes now under pressure from Thomas Harper. And behind Thomas Harper, he's got for company, who's that?
That's Zach Kane.
Zach Kane, yeah.
He's moved past Joseph Mills. Zach Kane in the X-Kart livery as Harper takes a wide entry into the left-hander at Ozier's and finds that he might have Zach Kane on the inside of him. No harm done for either driver, but needs to be mindful. You can't leave the door open there when you're in train of cars. No
coming together this time at the boot as they come across the line to complete 3 laps. George Cole now leads by 1.6. There's Tyler Davis in second there. Gogolnath in third. Thomas Harper fourth. Zach Kane, Joseph Mills, Alfie Forrester, Laurie McVeigh, Thomas Butcher, and it's Lewis Gilbert, 10th place kart there.
Tyler Davis, fastest driver on track the previous lap, and now he's managed to find that way past High Agreever Gogolnath for second place. And this field once again now, Joe, just settling in. We're having a very early mid-race lull here in Junior Rotax, but something that I feel these three need if they can. It's the only way they're going to close back in that 1.6 seconds to George Cole is by working together.
Yeah, I think they know that. They're intelligent enough to know that. Tyler Davis kind of holds everybody up slightly, it seems, as Gogolnath and Harper concertina up through the boot. Not so much through this part of the track here as they head towards Christmas Corner. Oh, and he slides wide, or was he held wide there? Tyler Davis had Gogolnath right behind him. How he hung on to that second place, I do not know.
Yeah, absolutely no idea how they've managed to stay in the same order. It does look like there was a little bit of contact in there. I don't think it was anywhere near deliberate. I just think there was a differing of lines and opinion of where each other was going to go in that run up towards Christmas Corner. But we'll see what's going to happen, because what was initially three drivers has become Zach Kane, Joseph Mills, Laurie McVeigh, Alfie Forrest, Thomas Butcher, and Lewis Gilbert. And then not too far back there, that's Ronnie Legg in the bright orange helmet on the tail of this. The train goes from second to 11th.
That is incredible, and you just know we just clicked by 6 minutes. We're not even at half distance here, so anything can happen. And the mission statement of every single one of those drivers is to just get past the kart in front. Now, to do that sounds easier than it looks, as we have a change of position that changes back, and that, I think, is Joseph Mills being challenged by Laurie McVeigh. Laurie McVeigh there went down the inside, and we'll have a look at that as they pass underneath us.
McVeigh, who started yesterday from the back of the grid, having not set a time in qualifying, moved forward in both of the super heats as Zach Kane finds a way past Thomas Harper over the timing line. Harper dropping down a place into P5. Zach Kane continues his ascension up the field to P4.
Yeah, it was Joseph Mills who had Laurie McVeigh from Project 1 down his inside, but Joseph Mills responded and swapped back position. McVeigh coming down his inside again. That's the orange and white kart there. The red and white shoulders of the Project 1 driver now makes it stick there. He's got a green helmet that's just coming up behind the purple and white livery kart there. That's the only mover we've had in this train. Meanwhile, at the front of the train, Tyler Davis continues to hold station.
Davis in this battle for second place leads George Cole at the front. Gap is out even further to 3.1 as this field battle all the way, still down to 11th place with Ronnie Legg. Run up towards Christmas corner. No late moves this time round. On the previous lap, Laurie McVeigh tried that move on Joseph Mills into that corner. Clearly some pace for Laurie McVeigh, and he makes a dive down the inside of Thomas Harper, and the move is done round Ashby, and Laurie McVeigh moves up into P5.
So he's the biggest move. You can just see the flash of green, the red arms and legs of his overall, or the red and green livery Kart. That's Laurie McVeigh. The Project One driver has absolutely been on a charge, and we've noticed him passing at least two drivers here. First Joseph Mills, and then the purple and white Kart of Thomas Harper. Next on his list is the 23 of Zach Kane, and as they come through Crook Corner, that's the right-hander there. We'll see what he can do at Christmas, eh?
Laurie McVeigh from 10th place at the start of this race. In fact, the action is further forwards as well, as Hyagriga Gogolnath dives down the inside of Tyler Davis. Somehow, once again, Tyler Davis holds on, and now Gogolnath's going to have to defend off Zach Kane, who is in turn coming under pressure from Laurie McVeigh, who picks another one off.
Laurie McVeigh has just made his way through, and he's took Thomas Harper with him. Harper has gone ahead of Zach Kane. Kane now having to just slot him behind. He's seeing who else is coming in. Joseph Mills is coming on the inside of Kane.
He is.
So Mills, you will see in the orange and white card just behind the purple and white one. That's a move and a spinner at the chicane.
That's Zach Kane.
Yeah, Zach Kane got it all wrong. I'm not sure whether he was helped round. We'll focus on this battle for second and down over. But action aplenty.
Further down, that's Alfie Forrester in the 74, and then the 14 of Lewis Gilbert are together on the racing line, and it looks like they're hooked up. They are hooked up. They're going to be free, though, I think, as we've got drivers coming in, and there's more contact as George Ralston joins them.
I think George Ralston might be meeting Drew Hornsey in the steward station. He's trying to get them unhooked there. The leaders are already getting towards that part of the track where this blockage is. I'm hopefully, I think in the background there I saw
Battenberg. Sorry, Joe. Yeah,
right. Okay.
I'm sure we've got one.
Yeah, we've got a Kart that's just off on the curb of Pit Bend.
Yeah.
So, what does Battenberg mean? I hear you all asking. Well, it means the leader has to slow it down to half racing pace. That's the important bit. Not stop, not slow it down to start pace, but half racing pace. He will take the form of a kind of a virtual safety car that we see in car racing, and he will control the pace of the whole field. 90 seconds on the clock here, David, so we're going to see a restart coming very shortly.
Yeah, what I would say in a act of constructive criticism is that for me needs to be a little bit slower. The purpose of this Battenberg flag virtual safety car is to close the field up, which gives the marshals more time to work when the trainer's gone through safely to remove carts from a place of danger. The sad thing is, George Cole, who was on for a comfortable win, potentially has now got work to do because he's got a train of carts behind him. Tyler Davis is in second place, Hyagriga Gogolnath in third, Laurie McVeigh, Thomas Harper, Joseph Mills, Zach Kane, Ronnie Legg and Trelevere Sampson are there. Everybody else looks like they've had problems and will need to catch up again, hence why we need Cole just to slow it down a little bit. 30 seconds to go before the end. This could be a one-lap shootout.
Good spot there from our producer. He's telling me that second and third look like they've definitely got loose nose cones. So that could be a 5-second penalty coming that way. We'll check out the results when they are published for this. We should be going green, and it will be the last lap board as we go green, I think, if we do indeed go green. I think the obstruction's being cleared, and George Cole telling everybody just to calm down behind him. There's 0 time on the clock, so it will be the last lap board this time by. And I think George Cole will be readying himself to go green and get his foot down. The front section of certainly the second place Kart of Tyler Davies looks a little bit low, as does Hyagriga Gogolnath's Kart, as well as we do indeed go green.
1 lap remaining in Junior Rotax Primo. George Cole electing not to get on the power too early. Back the field up, and he's already under pressure from Tyler Davis. Davis is down the inside, and Laurie McVeigh is trying a late move as well down the inside into Christmas corner. Harper's round. Joseph Mills and Zach Kane all come together. Thomas Harper not at all happy. Gesticulations all round between him and Zach Kane.
Well, they say motor racing is character building. I think if you've been part of doing anything in motorsport for about 10 minutes, you've already got enough character for a lifetime. Here we go then. Tyler Davis will lead the field of karts into the boot for the final time. George Cole has to follow him through. We'll see at the end of this whether or not that is indeed a nose cone. It does look very low to me and flopping around. So on the road, Tyler Davis will finish first. George Cole will finish second. Laurie McVeigh will take a very fine third. Hagriva Gokulnath will finish in fourth. Trevelyan Sampson will finish fifth. Ronnie Legg sixth. Elijah Hartley seventh. Alfie Forrester eighth. Lewis Gilbert ninth. Let's see who finishes in 10th place, because we are awaiting, and here we go. This is what we saw happen, and it's just off camera to the right hand side, and there Thomas Harper got nudged round.
Yeah.
We had, who was the ex-karter there?
It was Zach Kane in the 23 who was behind Joseph Mills. He goes down the inside of Joseph Mills, watch driving the black and white kart at the background, down the inside of Mills. Mills then is forced into Harper and then gets air as he catches the back of Thomas Harper's kart. Zach Kane does not take the checkered flag. And it doesn't look either like Thomas Harper, as Joseph Mills has, in 10th place. But doesn't look like Harper has, but he'll be classified in 11th in front of Zach Kane. And then those drivers that had issues earlier on, Thomas Butcher and George Ralston.
Well, that bodes well for the final, doesn't it? The drama and intensity there in the Primo class.
I feel for George Cole, who led everything except half a lap.
I'm reasonably confident that I saw a nose penalty there on Tyler Davis's kart, and indeed Gokulnath's, wasn't it? I agree with Gokulnath. His nose looked a bit suspect. But like I say, provisional results, are, as we call them, they've yet to get through tech and scrutineering, etc. So we'll wait and see how the result pans out. Meanwhile, back to the show, as they say. And we've got the last of our super heats coming next, and it's a first, isn't it, for the Kart Championship? The first time we've ever had a senior class involved in the Kart Championship, and this is a plan not just for the Winter Series, but I believe this is a plan going forward to 2025 as well.
Yes, that is my understanding, that we will now have senior classes as well, certainly in Rotax for the Kart Championship.
I do know that Darren was talking about a 177 heavy class. These are senior Rotax. They've got a minimum weight of 162 kilograms, but you've also got a senior Rotax class for the bigger driver, the heavier driver, that has a minimum weight of 177s. And for a long time now, Darren's kind of had his eye, Darren Beavers, that is, the series organisers, had his eye on that category of karts, being very popular. I think the biggest grid of 177s is in the NKC. There isn't any Vera Tools British Championship classification for that class. I know they do run in other series like Super 1, etc. But, you know, with this being MSUK, he has his eyes set on maybe producing a 177 British Championship affiliation.
Yeah, because there was a 177 British Championship.
There was,
because I think the last winner of that was it 2021. Daniel Tate, I think.
That's right, Daniel Tate
won the final.
Louis Large, another Northeast driver from, and Matty Easton as well. Matty Easton won it in 2019, didn't he?
Perfect as well that someone with the name Large is in Rotax 177.
Let's have a look at the grid then for this senior Rotax Superheat. This will take us to our lunch break. More of what's coming up at the lunch break when we get this one underway. 10 karts have come out to play for our senior Rotax Superheat. Zaki Hussain, with 2 heat wins in the heats yesterday, puts him on the pole position with Harry Blow alongside. We've then got Harry Hurst-Grover moving up from our junior Rotax class and into seniors for the first time this weekend in the Karting Championship. He's alongside Morgan Hudson-Brown. We've got the current twice junior Rotax champion in the Kart Championship, Kasper Tomilewski. He starts alongside Lewis Marika on the third row of the grid. We've then got Jensen Pugh and Ian Hughes on row 4, and it's Sam Kelbrick and Elliot Foster that rounds off a 10 kart field.
don't want to worry anybody. There was a cart on the inside of Christmas Corner there in the camera shot, but that is Zach Kane's cart, because we go to lunch break and our interviews for the that we carried out yesterday. That cart will be collected in 10-15 minutes time, rather than delaying the start of this senior Rotax Superheat.
Here we go then. Let's see if they can get things underway. And they do indeed. We've got a green flag flying, and we are running through Oblivion and into Crook for the first time.
Zaki Hussein holds on to the lead and leads Harry Blore. Behind them, Harry Hurst-Grover is on the inside as Kasper Tomilewski switches to the outside. It looks like it's been a good start by the 25 of Morgan Hudson-Brown, though. He is up into third place.
All defensive into Ashby's for the first time, but it's very clearly Zaki Hussein, the driver that has taken 2 heat wins. Again, defensive lines into Parker and Chapman here on cold tyres. Remember, these tyres will not come up to their optimum operating temperature till at least halfway around lap 3. So we're seeing the drivers having a cart that's slipping and sliding around on them a little bit too much to their liking as they hop across that curb once again. There's a great view there.
Yeah, Jensen Pugh there, we saw him come through. He's had an incident, it would appear, on the opening lap, because his Nauseo panel is bent to one side, and we do have Lewis Merica off as well. So I get the feeling they may well have come into contact.
Here they go then, already through Christmas for the second time, and that looks like Zaki Hussein who's checking out. He's leaving Harry Bloor and Morgan Hudson-Brown to squabble over second place, but that second place battle of 2 carts has quickly become 4 as Hurst-Grover and Tomilewski coming back towards them now. So we're going to have a 4-cart chain, if not a 5-cart chain for the lead, is it?
Yeah, I don't think Zaki Hussein's broken away in a way that you would have hoped, and particularly yesterday, his pace. He broke away at the front. Harry Bloor was at times in a bit of no man's land in second place, not quite quick enough to catch Hussein, but more than quick enough to break away. Harry Hurst-Grover's now up into third place as Morgan Hudson-Brown drops back down into his original starting slot of P4. Although having said that, that's not the correct order of timing, because now Harry Hurst-Grover's back down into P4. Morgan Hudson-Brown is indeed still in third place. Hudson-Brown, in third then. Hurst-Grover in fourth. Off the back of them, that's Kasper Tomilewski with what looks like an all-white helmet, but I can assure you is white and with a bit of sky blue on it as well, in the white and red Kato Motorsport colours.
Now, just behind this top 5, we have a strung out 6th to 10th with Sam Kelbrick, Jensen Pugh, Elliot Foster, Ian Hughes and Lewis Merica. Merica dropping down the order from 6th to 10th there, so he lost out the most on lap 1. Things beginning to get a little bit quiet as I say that. A challenge for second from the number 25, Morgan Hudson-Brown. Just having a look down the inside of Harry Bloor there, but Harry Bloor said go away and slammed the door on his nose.
Door closed by Harry Bloor on Morgan Hudson-Brown. You were quite right, Lewis Merica did lose out on the opening lap because he's retired his cart on the outside of Ashby. We're down to 9 runners, of which they're split by 5 seconds. This is the battle for second place at the moment, though. Harry Bloor under a lot of pressure by his Ultima R teammate Morgan Hudson-Brown as they launch their way over the new chicane. And Harry Hurst-Grover is going to find Kasper Tomilewski on his inside as they run up through the first corner, and Kasper Tomilewski snatches 4th place away.
Oh, and as Tomilewski gives us a lot of action there, very brave move through Oblivion. The 6th to 10th battle has come together, and they're squabbling. However, with Kasper Tomilewski now ahead of Harry Hurst-Grover, it's the Kato Motorsport cart, and who's that? That's just slid wide.
That's your battle for 6th place, and it was Jensen Pugh going wide, as I believe did Sam Kelbrick. Also went wide in the 78, and I get the feeling now we're going to have, is that Elliot Foster? No, it's Ian Hughes, up from 9th, I think, into 6th now, and it looks like Elliot Foster could well have gone with him. It's Kelbrick just behind, actually, in 7th place, but watch for the big move of Hughes. 9th up into 6th, Kelbrick 7th, Foster and Pugh all changed, 6th down to 9th.
Yeah, he started in 8th place, did Hughes. He dropped down a little bit, and now he's coming back towards that starting position. We've got Harry Bloor now in our view there in 2nd place, the orange and black liveried overalls on that cart. The leader, Zaki Hussein, just ahead of him on the orange and white cart. There's a lot of orange and white carts in this race, I notice. That's the Ultimate R livery, isn't it?
It is.
This is the 2nd place cart there, David, as they come across the line. things beginning to spread out a little bit as Tomaszewski settles in to what is now 4th place there in the red and white card, just coming out of shot.
The top 5 all somewhat equidistant now between each other, whereas this change is going further down the order. I think there's a great scrap going on. We saw the remains of it after the drivers went wide at Ashby. Let's see whether Harry Bloor can close in, because Zaki Hussein not exactly pulling a gap, but we've got half a second leader to second, similar. Well, if you look at the timing, ballpark figure, you're within a tenth of it being half a second between each driver.
They are on lap 7. It'll be 7 laps completed for the leader, Zaki Hussein. There's the number 44 of Harry Bloor now, who has pulled that gap back to Hussein. I'm not sure just how much of tyre management's coming into play here. We saw how quick Hussein was with 2 heat wins yesterday. There's the 1st, 2nd and 3rd. 4th place red and white kart of Tomaszewski, with the X kart of Harry Hurst-Grover, the black and white kart there just hanging onto his tail through Inkermans there. Not looking like we're going to see any challenge there, but I am kind of wary or concerned that Harry Bloor is going to start challenging Hussein very shortly. But like I said, David, it's whether or not Hussein is managing his tyres at this stage.
Plenty to go then in this race. Still 4 minutes plus 1 lap, so almost 5 minutes of this 10-minute plus 1 lap superheat. We've got 12 minutes for the final in around about 2.5 hours' time. And as Joe mentioned, the gap is coming down slightly at the front. Shows how much there's a management before. Back onto this battle for 4th place. Out of the slipstream goes Harry Hurst-Grover. Down the inside on Kasper Tomaszewski for 4th place.
I think these two are going to battle all the way to the flag, aren't they? They've swapped positions now about 2 or 3 times. The red and white kart there, you can say KMS, that's Kato Motorsports, Tomaszewski. He's our twice junior Rotax champion. He was junior Rotax champion this year for 2024 in the kart championship. He was 2023's junior Rotax championship. He's made the transition because basically he's getting older and now he's in seniors, and he can enter seniors in the 6th year of his 16th birthday, which he has, and he's dropping off the back there of Hurst-Grover.
Yeah, drove round the curve at the end rather than launched it, and you can see how much of a difference that makes to Kasper Tomaszewski back to the front. And once again, Harry Bloor is taking another tiny little jump.
That was just an indication of just how you have to clatter that curve, or else it costs you time. And I'm wondering why Tomaszewski has backed off and gone around the curve. Is it a fitness thing coming in? Has he hurt himself? If he's hurt his ribs, and it's easy to do over the Whilton Mill chicane curb, maybe that is, again, speculation, pure speculation. I'm not speculating about this, though, because that's the battle for the lead.
Absolutely. Gap is coming down once again. That final curb here has become very Fullbeck-esque. Yes, it hurts. Yes, it's bad for the car. Yes, it's bad for morale. But you have to hit it if you want to be quick. And talking of quick, Harry Bloor has quickly, in the last couple of laps, drawn in Zaki Hussein at the front, and we've got a real scrap on for the lead here.
And if Zaki was managing his tyres, the management programme needs to change, because you've got Harry Bloor now, who's making you having to defend your line now. We are inside the final 2 minutes. The 2-minute sounder has gone into the boot through the hairpin here. Oh, and there's a move down the hairpin. It's not going to be room to get through at the Nouvelle chicane, though. But Bloor's shown his cards there. Has he shown his cards too early, though?
Possibly, and they crossed with 1:32, and they've been lapping roughly in the 45, 46s. We could have 3 or 4 more laps here. Zaki Hussein defending off down the inside. There's no way for Bloor to come through. Keep an eye out on the 25. Morgan Hudson-Brown is not out of this just yet.
Yeah, and if these two continue to squabble for the lead, that is going to allow Morgan Hudson-Brown into position. And look at that, he's already latched onto the rear bumper and goes down the inside of the 44. So Harry Bloor gets caught out by Morgan Hudson-Brown, who just took advantage there towards the boot, though it's not over.
Morgan Hudson-Brown in the 25 up into second place. Harry Hurst-Grover's back in the mix as well. Them 2 Ultimate R drivers need to settle themselves down if they want to have aspirations of getting past Zaki Hussein, who, in those 2 coming together ever so slightly, has gained a few kart lengths. 40 seconds to go.
I think we're going to see one more lap after this as a move down the inside and into second.
That's Harry Bloor down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown. Look at the gap it's given Zaki Hussein at the front. Hudson-Brown's coming straight back at Harry Bloor, and Harry Hurst-Grover now could find himself with a second place on the cards as they come back at each other, and at least to third place as he's down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown.
Well, these three tripping over one another and swapping positions has allowed Zaki Hussain to pull out a gap now. We head across the line, and it's right on the cusp of the time running out, and I would say it's one lap to go aboard for Zaki Hussain. It is indeed. They were right on the cusp of that. It's not over for fourth, as first place Zaki Hussain now's got a breather, as has Harry Bloor in second, but this is where it's at for third.
Morgan Hudson-Brown down the inside of Harry Hurst-Grover for that third place. Look at the gap the leader's got. It was next to nothing a lap and a half ago, and the squabble behind has given him a comfortable run to a third race victory. He's only got a few corners to hold on from Harry Bloor, and it looks like Morgan Hudson-Brown could have a comfortable third as well, although he's not particularly quick out of Ozier's up to the boot.
Here we go then, the boot for the final time. The checkered flag is being unfurled. It'll be Zaki Hussain just ahead of these two that will see the checkered flag as the battle for third rages on. It's not going to change though. Hussain takes the win. Harry Bloor second. Harry Hurst-Grover has to finish behind Morgan Hudson-Brown as Hudson-Brown took third. Hurst-Grover takes fourth. And then we've got Kasper Tomaszewski. He backed off to about almost 5 seconds off the back of that fourth place there. I think there was a problem there for Tomaszewski that we might be able to check out in the lunch break. Ian Hughes came up to sixth there. It was Sam Kelbrick in seventh. Elliot Foster eighth. Ninth was Jensen Pugh. And then Lewis Murica finished in 10th but did not take the start. But we will be classified in 10th. We have a break now for lunch. We will be back after lunch. It's about a 40-minute break for lunch. Meanwhile, we bring you our Paddock Show and stand by for some exclusive intel on the 2025 season. Coming up now in the Paddock Show. We'll see you after lunch.
Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill and the first round of the Winter Series, the first event of the Winter Series for the Kart Championship. My name is Nick Daywin, and normally I'd be talking to Joe Bradley, but, well, for a change, I'm going to talk to David Sullivan and Joe Bradley about this fantastic event. David, welcome to Karting Live TV. It must be nice to be back in the paddock, but with people with different shirts.
Yeah, of course. Absolute pleasure to be here once again at Whilton Mill. It's a fantastic venue to be hosting one of the Winter Series rounds for the Kart Championship. I'm really excited to be back. Some of the best races I've commentated on has been in this series, so really excited to get going again for 3 rounds of this Winter Series.
And Joe, we can tell us Winter Series because you're now wearing, 6 layers?
I am cold. I know the sun's shining and you guys are in T-shirts. And I'm from the north. How's that work? I'm out the country far too often. I'm delighted to have David with us this weekend. David's knowledge of this championship is second to none. He's been with this series for what now? Is it 3 years? And I'm just going to glean all of that knowledge. I can sit back. If I've smoked a cigar, I would. And David's going to give us all the information during our live stream.
Well, the good news is normally I send one man intrepidly into the paddock, but I can send 2 men. So, Joe, David, do your paddock best.
Joe Mills, brand new chassis, no excuses this weekend. Talk me through why we're on a brand new chassis.
Well, second practice yesterday, driving, I thought I bent a track rod, steering was wonky, and then all of a sudden floor tray scraping on the floor, and the chassis has snapped.
Right, come and show me the damage. It's over here. Let's have a quick browse at this. So we've done a good job, haven't we?
Yeah.
Dad says it's his chassis for seniors once we get it fixed.
Yeah, I'm not sure how drivable it'll be though.
Good. I'm guessing that's the effect of the new curbs here at Whilton. You have to sort of hit them right, because if you don't, that happens.
Yeah, that's what happens when you drive Whilton in the wet, I guess. I mean, it's an older chassis, but still.
Yeah. That's the thing with the wet, though, isn't it? You sort of have to hit them curbs to be fast. Now, the team have done a grand job. They've gone off and collected a new chassis, I believe. And did some people chip in to get it built up last night?
Yeah, the team was really good building it up and getting it all set up. And it's worked well. I've got P1 in practice this morning so far, so hopefully I can bring it through today and tomorrow.
Good. Got fresh tyres on for qualifying, but everybody's on fresh tyres, so that'll really level the field out. Are we hoping for another P1? Where are we looking for realistically?
I think definitely top 5 or top 3. I mean, I think we've done a few setup changes since practice to make the kart feel a bit better. I think it's just sort of tidying up my driving and hoping for P1.
Good stuff, Joe. Well, we'll keep an eye on it and see how you go this weekend.
Thank you.
I think one of the main success stories of the 2024 Kart Championship has got to be these Bambino karts. This is the MightE Bambino. These are electrically propelled karts. No fossil fuels here, just plenty of battery charge. And these two youngsters here have been a big part of the MightE Bambino Championship over the course of the year. Kai Ergensoy here, dressed in the red, white and black suit, which we like red, white and black because I'm a Sunderland supporter, Kai. You probably don't even know what I'm talking about. And Jax Wong, you're in the blue and yellow. What's your football team then, Jax?
Man City.
Oh, well, we'll talk to Kai instead. What's your football team? Please don't say Man City. You got a football team?
No.
No. Right, because you are focused on this. And this is your dad, Kai. What's your dad called?
Javid.
Javid, you're the mechanic, team manager, psychologist, social worker, the lot, yeah?
Everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Everything.
I'm going to ask your dad a few questions, boys, okay? What is it about the MightE that has attracted you to run that?
Fairness. That we don't have to buy 8 engines to be competitive. And if there's any pace difference, it's all about the squishy thing rather than anything to do with the car. And it just makes it less work for me as well. So.
How important is it to see Kai smile when he comes off the track?
It's why we do it.
Yeah.
It's why we do it.
So, Kai, I want to ask you about your kart, right? Come over here. I want to ask you about this. So, is that the electric motor that runs it?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you know how it works?
Yes.
Does it run these wheels? Does it drive these wheels?
Yes.
And does it drive these wheels very fast?
Yes.
How fast?
A lot.
Yeah. Do you think that you could go faster?
Yeah.
Right. And is it that when you grow up or get a bit older, you'll be able to get a faster kart?
Yeah.
But for now, you're going to race this MightE, yeah?
Yeah.
And you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Where do you think you're going to come in this winter series then? Do you think you're going to win or?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
No.
It's all about the racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does Jax think? Jax, what number are you?
76.
Right. And your kart's over there. She's kart's over there, so we're not going to. So, Jax, what is it about racing that you really love then?
Battling and having to get in the front.
So that's the thing, isn't it, about getting in front and winning? So is it the first time you've been to Whilton Mill?
No.
How many times have you been here? A few times, I think, because I've seen you here a few times. Do you like the track?
Yeah, I love the track.
Yeah. What is it you love about the track here at Whilton Mill?
The new last corner.
Oh, the new one, the chicane.
Yeah.
Do you like bouncing over that chicane?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts, Kai? Do you like the new chicane?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you like about the new chicane?
Bouncing on it.
So you guys like flying then, eh?
Yeah.
Right. So maybe rallycross or something in the future?
No.
No, you like karting. Yeah. Okay, guys. I wish you all the very best. Have a great race, and don't forget to keep smiling. Okay?
Yeah.
Jax Wong and Kai Ergensoy, everybody. They're going to have a great weekend. We're not even finished 2024, David and Ned. Here we are, with 2025 looming and some exciting information that you and I were party to. The 2025 calendar in place. Do you think we should tell people?
I think we should already. We've still got 2 Winter Series rounds after this one, and we've already talking about 2025.
If anyone knows us, they know we're rubbish at keeping secrets. So I've got it in front of me. So here we go then, 2025, the Kart Championship. Round 1, Warden Law in March, 26th, 27th in April, Shennington, old school track there. Then we go off to Gig in May, GYG, Glenny Gores, PFI in June. And then it rounds off July, we're at Rowra. End of the season in August at Whilton Mill. Back here, David. Phenomenal. And, of course, kicking off on my home turf.
Your home turf, a superb calendar, by the way. 6 quality tracks and some new ones for our drivers because, some championships, they stay with the same tracks every year on rotation. We're putting some new ones in. I don't think a lot of the drivers that have done this championship will have done Shennington. It's a quality championship. But the first round at Warden Law, one that the drivers really, really like.
And it's a track that everyone's familiar with. We've already been there in 2024. We're about to get there for the Winter Series. In March, we're probably going to need a lot of wet tyres. It's going to be cold. I don't know if you know this. Did you know that Warden Law is the highest point in the borough of Sunderland?
Really?
Yeah, and that's why it's so bloody cold.
And then when we go there, our voices go even higher.
That's right. So we know the challenges that are presented by Warden Law, arguably one of the most physical tracks in the country. But the second round really is, it's a track that's close to my heart, because back in the 90s, I tended to race a lot at Shennington because there was a lot of high-level racing going on there.
Oh, some of the big names have been at Shennington. You only have to see that from this year. You look at the Super Prix, the Shennington Super Prix. It's one of the mainstays of the calendar. They had the historics out. They had Senna's kart. Going around Shennington. These drivers are going to be going around a track that his kart's been gone around, and it's a slipstream fest at Shennington, isn't it? These drivers are going to have to get used to being in a pack, nose to tail, and every corner's going to count, because if you get out of that train, you're going to get shuffled back.
It's an old school airfield circuit, isn't it? And I was absolutely excited when I heard that. Round 3, Glenny goes. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Got a lot of motorsport history there. Not far from Ruthven. If you're old as I am, Tom Price was going to be Britain's world champion before he was taken from us in '77. But a great memorial to visit there at Ruthven. But Glenny goes, what a track.
In the shadow of Snowdon as well. It's a roller coaster of a circuit, isn't it? You go all the way up the hill. I've known drivers in the past have had to take travel sickness tablets because of the downhill through that Devil's Elbow complex. And, there's always that risk of rain as well at GYG. And when you do, it's that you've got to hook them big curbs on the inside. And that is a track that really separates you quality drivers.
Yeah, good handling, good smooth driving. What can we say about the one in June? PFI. Is it still the fastest track? Or should I say, we get the highest speed out of a Rotax Max at PFI, unmatched anywhere in the country.
Under the Lichfield Bridge, it's one of them circuits, isn't it? It is the marquee circuit of the country, is PFI. It hosted the World Championships in OK this year, and we're going to go there next year for CKC, JKC, BKC, SKC as well. That's the important one as well. We're adding seniors to the mix.
Yeah, of course, we forgot to mention that. I mean, I see PFI as kind of like the Silverstone of karting. It's, the facility, not just the track, but the facility. It's right up there. I mean, I suppose the next tracks on the card quality-wise would be Warden Law, Whilton Mill, places like that, but PFI is still, unfortunately, the jewel in the crown.
Let's just drop back to Warden. It's going to be a very different Warden when we go, because the work that they're putting in to get that circuit up to a level to try and compete with PFI, to compete with Wilton.
Yeah, and you're going to have some brilliant viewing areas, all the tops of the garages coming together for a raised viewing area. It's going to be completely different from a driver's standpoint as well.
Oh, absolutely. Particularly even going into that first corner, because it's now going to be in the shadow.
It is.
Which, before it wouldn't have been. So it's going to be a really different dynamic. But let's not forget where we're going towards the end of the year. Probably the most picturesque circuit, arguably, maybe GYG, but really the one that everyone looks at for in terms of picturesque and also weather conditions, Rowra.
And again, part of the logistics of going to these tracks, I love the drive to Rowra. For me, it's an east to west drive. It's so different to north to south, south to north, and I just love Rowra. First place I ever laid eyes on a kart. You've heard that one before, I know, viewers, but it is one of my favourite tracks, Rowra.
Can you imagine when you say to people, where are you this weekend? I'm going to be in the middle of a quarry.
Yes, in the Lake District, in fairness.
It's a brilliant, the drive across the A66, across Penrith towards Rowra, it is picturesque, isn't it? And also, it's difficult because even from the combox, which is raised up at Rowra, you can't see the weather coming in.
The driver's lounge.
The driver's lounge, yes, but you can't see the weather coming in over the top, and it's sunny 1 minute like it is now, and then 10 minutes later and it's a deluge, and we've seen a lot of them at Rowra.
And I always think that Rowra really does reward the brave, and what I mean by that, it's all about going deep into those hairpins on the brakes, and invariably in wet or damp conditions you need to be brave.
You get it wrong and you're 6 inches from bark, aren't you, basically at Rowra. There's no room for error at all at that circuit. It's a lot like Shennington in that it's if you get it right, you get it right, and if you get it wrong, then the chances are you're probably not finishing the lap.
And of course, the season, we're already, a year ahead of ourselves. The final round of the 2025 season here at Whilton Mill. Arguably one of the finest tracks in the country, right in the heart of England. It's in August. The weather's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be a fitting end to what is probably going to be a very dramatic and intense season, as ever.
Always get good grids at Whilton. You say it's a very central location for a lot of our drivers. Even your drivers from up north, it's only 3 or 4 hours. It's a lot less than what they will have travelled. So we always get a good fitting end at Whilton. And what they've done in the last couple of years, the new new building, the new restaurant, the tarmac in the paddock now, it's starting to bring itself up where it can compete at the top. And, you know, for a lot of people, they have viewed this as effectively just below PFI in terms of standards, but it's getting there now, and you know, there's no reason why this can't compete. And in terms of drivers, I've not found anybody that doesn't like Whilton Mill.
Yeah, even with the chicane. David, we've probably said far too much. Don't tell anyone we've told you all this. Look out for the official announcement coming soon, everybody. Let's crack on with the paddock walk, shall we?
We shall. Thanks. Daniel Hartley, reigning junior Primo champion here in the JKC. We've moved up into junior Rotax for the Winter Series and probably for 2025 as well. Tell us about last year.
Just really good, to be honest. Good mechanic, good kart, good everything.
They don't always get the credit, do they, the mechanics?
Sometimes he does.
We haven't just stayed racing in the UK, though. We've been over at Valencia for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. It went pretty well.
Yeah, it did. Just second, pretty good.
You led the final as well for a few laps. Looked comfortable. You and the other driver moved away at the front and had a battle. Fortunately for yourself, it wasn't the top step, but you must have been really happy with your performance over the whole weekend.
Yeah, over the whole weekend, I've just been first, second, middle, anything. Yeah.
And the Nations Cup, really something that this championship has supported. Darren's taken teams over in the past, and you know, the UK's won it. Unfortunately, this year we lost out to Germany, but you know, I'm sure they'll be back next year. Your plans to go into 2025, junior Rotax? Are we looking to try and win some more championships?
Probably, yeah.
Another driver that's in junior Rotax, albeit in Primo this weekend for the first time, is Thomas Harper. Thomas, we'd not driven a junior Rotax until this meeting, first meeting out.
Yeah, it's first meeting out, so
good.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of experience in different things over the last 18 months. You know, in the last 18 months we've transitioned out of Honda Cadet. We've had a go in the R200, which is an Inter variant. We've had a go in an InterMAX. We're now in juniors. How have you found that sort of transition through the different classes?
It's been very difficult throughout the year doing it, and yeah, it's been very fun as well. So.
Another driver that did the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We did it last year in Mini and we were competitive, which they call it Mini, but it's actually cadet level in terms of chassis size. This year you were in junior for the first time. Things were going well until one of the round rubber things wasn't playing ball.
Yeah, so it just got a flat tyre on lap 1 in the final, and yeah, so we just...
Still dragged it round to take the finish though.
Yeah, top 15. So
on 3 wheels isn't at all bad. Plans for 2025? Are we going junior Primo all year?
Yeah, I think we are doing junior Primo all year, which will be very fun. And yeah.
And another stab at the Tillotson, do you think, in the another go to the Nations Cup over in Valencia?
Oh, I don't know.
Good. Well, I guess Dad will make that call, won't he, when he checks the budget. Good stuff. Yeah. Thomas, good luck to yourself in your first go in junior Primo. Good luck to Daniel as well as he makes the step up from junior Primo into junior Rotax.
2024 has been a great season for the Kart Championship. It's been an even better season for this gentleman here. This is Luke Millward, and he was recently crowned the Vera Tools British karting champion in the MicroMAX Championship. Luke, I want to shake your hand because you are a British champion. And do you know something? You will be a British champion forever now. How does that feel?
It feels really good, but I hope I become world champion forever.
Yeah, that's the one. You started in the Kart Championship and you raced in this Kart Championship. And then, you know, do you think that by racing in the Kart Championship, that gave you a good grounding to go on to the higher levels of the British champs?
I think it does, to be fair, because this isn't as high standards as the British. It gets people used to it, get to learn to be at the front, so then eventually they will be at the front and then they'll know how to lead a race, like me.
Right. And so is it hard to lead a race?
Yeah, like I say, at the British we made mistakes in the final because of how much pressure, so it's never going to be easy.
Right, so you mean pressure on you as a driver?
100%, but we have to hopefully try and take away that pressure, because otherwise in the world it ain't going to end very well.
We're here at Whilton Mill, Luke. This was the track that you clinched the championship, and I remember seeing the TV of you coming in after the race. Were you aware that you'd actually clinched the championship at that point?
No, I wasn't.
So when did you become aware that you were actually the British champion?
About 1 minute later.
Right, and how was that? How did that come about?
Oh, it was because my teammates knew, I didn't know.
Right.
So, yeah, and Oman got a penalty. That's how it all, happened.
It was really close, wasn't it? So when you went into that final, the final of that final round, were you thinking, I'm going to win the championship, or were you thinking about something else?
I was thinking just push away with my teammate and then
Right.
we'll swap around on the last lap and then I've won it anyways.
Right. So do you miss racing in the kart championship? Because it is, as you've said, there's a lot of pressure on a young lad like you in the British champs. Do you think, you don't fancy coming back and doing a one-off?
Well, my dad's in charge of whether I come back or not, but why not, to be fair? I might come back in the Winter Series. You'll have to find out.
Right. Okay. Watch this space. We're going to have a British champion with us in the Kart Championship Winter Series. Congratulations again, Luke. Great job.
This young man is Jaden Patel-Scott. At the start of the year, he was all right. Now, he's one of the front runners in Honda Cadet. Jaden, tell us about your year all the way through, where we were, where we are now.
So we came into CKC at Whilton Mill at this track, and we were complete novices. We didn't know what we were doing. I think at one point in time we were running like an 88 sprocket, and that is completely wrong. So that was I came 27th out of a grid of 34, but it was my first time in such a big heat, I think.
So you're learning, mechanics learning as well. He's working away in the background. Where we are now, though, we've progressed a lot throughout the year. We're far more competitive now.
So for the last, 2 rounds of the actual CUKC, like the summer series, I'm going to say, I came 6th. So that was Rowram Fullbeck. So that went good. Warden Law, which was before that, where I had my first interview with you brilliant commentators. That was the 3rd round of the CKC, and that's when I started to come along. That was when I finished 20th out of a grid of 32.
Compliments for commentators will almost certainly guarantee you an interview at every single round going forwards, young man. What we have found, though, as drivers get more towards the front, they go from, I'm just enjoying myself, to, I want to start winning some races now, and that's when the competitive edge comes out.
Yeah, so I think now it's just those steps working towards getting up to the very front of the pack, winning races, and we'll have to go from there.
I watched practice this morning. You were one of the front runners in there. You were in the top 2 or 3 in terms of times. Yeah. Qualifying, however, is going to pose a bit of a challenge for you going into the race day because it hasn't quite gone to plan.
No, not exactly. So, practice 1 I came 2nd, but as soon as I've come onto these tyres, my brakes locked on. So then I just hadn't got the main straight speed. I was sliding all over the place because obviously we have new tyres for the start of the season. So, it didn't go the best, but 13th we have to make our way up from there.
So we're going to hopefully see you charge through the field, but what you have mentioned there is throughout practice day you've probably not had quite the same levels of grip as you have in qualifying. Nope. That grip level has had a detrimental effect on the rear axle. Dad Ricky's trying to work on it. Shall we ask him whether he's making progress?
Yes.
Good. How's it going, Ricky?
Not too bad, mate, not too bad.
Good.
So I think basically what we've had is the grub screws have sort of moved, the clamps might have sort of come a bit loose, so we had to strip it down and basically put it all back together and make it tight again, basically.
Good. So he's going off P13 on what we know in Honda is a very competitive grid.
Yes.
Whilton, though, does offer opportunities for him to overtake. Where do you think he can get up to?
I think that we can do top 5, I think, definitely. We've got to be ambitious. We've got to reach for the stars and land in a cloud, haven't we? So I think, definitely top 5, as long as he gets stuck in.
Well, let's see whether he feels he can do it. Jade, can we do top 5? Can we do top 3?
Definitely.
Good. Happy days. Into this, obviously we're going into this what we call Winter Series now, but I'm sure everybody's sort of looking at this as a step towards 2025. What are the plans for 25?
So we were thinking to go with the Rookie Racing Training Academy to PFI one night and hire one of their Rotax karts to see how I do in one of those. And if we get good lap times in and I'm quite quick, and then we might, for 2025, we might start to change it up a bit from the Honda grid to maybe micro or mini.
That's only just figuring Honda out and you're already switching him up into a different class.
Well, I mean, two-stroke I'm a bit more temperamental, so you'll have to see.
Good. Happy days. Well, we're going into some racing now. We look to be confident. We look to be a confident driver.
Yes.
Good. Happy days. Well, hopefully it goes well. We can only really go forward from where we are in qualifying, so we'll keep an eye out for you taking the zip cart through the field.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Whilton Mill. It's perhaps the most important part of the whole weekend that we're about to get going. It's the finals of the first round of the Kart Championship Winter Series. My name is still Joe Bradley, and sat next to me is still David Sullivan. He just won't go away. Hello, David.
They didn't sack us for breaking the news of the 2025 calendar.
That might happen yet, mate. That might happen yet.
Touchy subject.
Yes.
But some cracking tracks to go to.
Yes, we're probably going to have a chat about that.
Well, as I would say, one of which is Whilton Mill, which is where we are now.
Yes, we are. We're going to be back to Whilton Mill to finish off 2025. However, we're just getting going with the Winter Series, and it's the first podium that we're going to fight over here. And the drivers, all 17 of them, have now been released from the dummy grid. Oliver Woodall, no surprise there. He's had a 100% record through the heats and the super heats, and he will start on the pole position. Heath Smith alongside. Second row of the grid, Jack Swong and Junior Wright. Third row, Arthur Bowers and Jensen James Williams, with on the fourth row, Arthur Rhodes and Jack Harper. We've got Freddie Purnell and Freddie Dye on the fifth row of the grid. And on the sixth row, Felix Tandy carrying the E-plate with Alfie Hennell alongside. Kai Ergensoy and Arthur Thompson share row 7. Row 8 is Elias Holt and Etienne Gardner. And it's Noah Brad who rounds off this 17 kart field. Now, MightE's, the electric-powered karts, go out on track and nothing happens because there's no sound from them, is there? Which is a bit disconcerting, sitting here, because we always wait for the first engines to kick off before we sit down and take our place. Yeah, we can hear the normally aspirated karts starting just behind us. And we had to be very mindful that we didn't stray too far away for the commencement of this MightE Bambino final. The first of 8 finals. You'll notice the time in the top right corner of the screen has increased to 12 minutes. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We've got a green flag in the hand of the marshal at the back. He's going to confirm that he's happy to go. He is, isn't he? He was. Come on, Andy. He is. There he is. Green flag. So the lights will go on. And when the lights go out, we will be racing. And it's all about 12 minutes of drama and intensity for our first Winter Series podium. That's what it's all about. And the pack head off towards Oblivion, where they will turn left across the curb. And it looks like Oliver Woodall, the number 5, is going to round the outside of Crook and will lead on the way to Christmas. Run up towards Christmas, and it looks like we've had a move by someone for, is that a good start from second place, although then we're 3 and 4 wide up in the run to Christmas corner, and Heath Smith has got second place back from, I think it's Jack's Wong. We're missing someone on time, and I'm sure it's Wong now in third place in the 76 car. Yeah, it is. Jack Swong it is indeed. The bright orange helmet, though, of Oliver Woodall is very much ensconced into that lead. And behind him, his old nemesis, Heath Smith, taking chase and taking up the cudgels of that chase with the 4-kart train, about to become 5 karts for that second place. The bright orange kind of flames. It looks like flames, that livery, doesn't it, on the front of that number 3 Heath Smith kart. And then the blue and black kart of Jack Swong in third place to complete 1 lap. Looks like JJ Williams has fallen away, and he's going to be in the middle of this pack, but it's Oliver Woodall who leads us over the timing line at the end of lap number 1 from Heath Smith and Jack Swong. JJ Williams is in 4th place, then it's Purnell, Bowers, Junior Wright, who was the driver that had dropped down the order from his start position, Jack Harper, Felix Tandy and Freddie Dye. Yeah, Felix Tandy moving up 2 places there on lap 1. We'll keep an eye on the E-plate holder. He had a great run at PFI, recovering from a shoulder injury, remember, which he got here for the final round of the 2024 series. I think it was the final round. And Felix just still finding his feet. A little bit of toing and froing in the midfield there, side-by-side action through Parker, and a little bit of a coming together, and that was with the number 7, Jensen James Williams, and Freddie Purnell almost hooking his rear wheels over him there. Freddie Purnell, who's made a great start to this race, making up 4 places on lap number 1, clearly looking very racy at the start of this one. He's had a tough weekend coming through the order, but clearly feels he's got podium pace here in 5th place at the moment, pushing Jensen James Williams. Good to see that the rest of the pack is sticking with as well. We've got a fantastic battle on here, all the way down to the 17 of Freddie Dye. Now, Freddie Purnell, he's in the bright yellow cart there, just behind the two in the foreground. These two are just quite happy to stay in each other's wheel tracks. That's Heath Smith with the orange helmet and Jack Swan with the white helmet. Behind them, 3 karts, JJ Williams, Freddie Purnell and Jack Harper. It's JJ Williams on the number 7. That's the yellow one. And then the yellow and blue helmet behind him is Freddie Purnell. And the challenge is coming. Purnell did that the previous lap. He's trying again there, David. And I think Purnell is going to fall back behind Jack Harper. Slowed himself down, didn't he?
He did there, Jack Harper, in a good position to try and take advantage. Freddie Purnell, for the second time, trying to make a move down into the left-hander at Wilkins, and the door closed on him. It balks his exit speed. And down the inside goes Jack Harper, as we actually see now these MightEs actually hitting that curb. Now there's more to play for in this final. They're risking a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the opinion's still out there, isn't it, as to whether there's time in it to go around the curb or clatter across it. It's usually the Rotax classes haven't got a choice. They've got to clatter across it. Everybody beginning to back up behind Heath Smith now. That's the kart in second place. Oliver Woodall's our leader, and you'll see him just going down the hill in the background. He's already through Ashby's, the right-hand hairpin here. The rest of the field, though, absolutely bumper to bumper. All the way to Parker's now.
Again, Purnell with a slightly tighter line into that corner, but it was scouted by those drivers in front of him. And then there's a bit of contact side by side, and we're going to be 3 wide, potentially 4, because Felix Tandy's in the mix as well on the run-up towards the entry to boot.
Tandy coming into the 4. He hasn't really been prominent at all during this weekend, and he's kept it all in the toolkit for the final, it seems. Here he comes with the rest of the pack. Let's just have a check. Woodall leads, Heath Smith, Jack Swan, JJ Williams, Arthur Bowers and Felix Tandy up ahead of Freddie Purnell, and Jack Harper dropping down 3 places to 8th there as they completed 4 laps.
Heath Smith still being pushed along, very mindful that Jack Wong's right behind him. Plenty of looks over the shoulder, but at the moment Wong looks comfortable in just pushing him along, because Wong is mindful obviously that the 7 now of JJ Williams is in a bit of clear air because of that Bowers, Tandy, Purnell, Harper and Rhodes battle that has broke them away ever so slightly. The 4 of Junior Wright just falling off the back as well. Him and Arthur Rhodes just got to work together to close back in on this. You can see them there just in the background of this shot as they run up towards the boot one more time.
Still just under a minute away from half distance, would you believe, and this race beginning to develop. There's challenges certainly down the order just to get themselves kind of into contention for a podium position. These are the final 2 steps of the podium that we see here. The orange kart of Heath Smith and the blue kart of Jack Swan. However, you can't discount that number 7. Different lines into oblivion, and then sort themselves out for that run down. This is a massive train of Bambino electrics coming down. The MightEs forming a line astern, bumper-to-bumper action towards Christmas Corner, and then just slotting in behind each other for the turn right.
Yeah, it was Arthur Bowers who considered moving out to try and find a way past. I think he's fallen down. He's fifth place at the moment. I think he was trying to pull out past Jensen James Williams, but wasn't quite close enough. But this train is. They're not doing a lot of position changes in the last couple of laps, but there's a lot of different lines into different corners, which is making it look like drivers are trying to make overtakes, but then when they get to the corner, they're not alongside. And here Arthur Bowers again is trying to draw alongside Jensen James Williams. Williams should have enough to hold on, and indeed does. So they head round the boot. Wasn't sure whether that was going to end quite as well as it did for all of our drivers, hence why there was a little bit of a pause in the words. Further behind, that's Tandy and Purnell, is it?
Yeah.
No, Tandy and Harper, sorry, coming together slightly.
Bit of wheel banging going on there as they come out of pit bend. They were kind of tripping over one another, needed to sort themselves out. They have on the run down to Christmas. The second and third place karts turn into Christmas. Jensen James Williams, a little bit of a gap before that he's got to make up, because behind him Arthur Bowers, Freddie Purnell and Felix Tandy are still coming. They're still, you kind of think that's still a train of karts though, isn't it? Yes, there might be ebbing and flowing, but they're still fundamentally together as one. And all it takes is a mistake by one of the drivers in the train, and they are going to change places quite dramatically.
Absolutely, less than 2 seconds, split second. Heath Smith down to 10th place, Junior Wright up towards the boot, differing lines again, giving that illusion that there's an overtaking opportunity, but they all slot back into the order they were. In the background, someone there taking a huge chunk of curb as they get squeezed to the inside. I think that could have been Arthur Rhodes in the 82. Just having to take evasive action and lives to fight another corner. Still 4 minutes to go in this first MightE final of the day. First of 8 here at Whilton Mill.
Now that left and right section of Oblivion and Crook is absolutely flat out for these MightEs, as we've got a change for, what is that, 4th place. Arthur Bowers going ahead of Jensen James Williams. The bright yellow cart of JJ Williams having to succumb to the black and yellow cart of Arthur Bowers, and now Bowers sets off and chases down Jack Swong there, the Jack Swong in the white helmet. He's got Bowers right on his bumper there, and he likewise is on the bumper of Heath Smith. So Bowers has come through the field, hasn't he? He's just took his time, 3.5 minutes on the clock, and he's now in a position where he's going to challenge for potentially a podium.
Jack Swong, who hasn't particularly had to defend that 3rd place throughout. He seemed content to push Heath Smith and hasn't had to defend, will now have to switch his attention as well behind him to Arthur Bowers. All the drivers really having a little bit of a look as Bowers then takes a tighter line. Thought he was going to try and put a cart down the inside there, but he's moved away from JJ Williams, which means again he doesn't have to defend that run up towards Christmas Corner.
Bowers looks good, doesn't he? He looks like he's having a little look down the inside of that blue cart of Jack Swong. Not quite enough momentum to get alongside, but you can see he's just looking for the areas where perhaps the 2 carts in front of him are a little bit weaker than he is as they head towards Parker now. Heath Smith, Jack Swong, Arthur Bowers. This is JJ Williams coming back to them.
If one wasn't aware that Arthur Bowers was behind him, he definitely is now, with a prolonged look over the shoulder out of Ashby. And now, as they run up towards the boot, those in the background, again, taking differing lines on entry. It's JJ Williams being very defensive, and that's going to help these 3 battle it out for the 2 steps available on the podium, all being well for Oliver Woodall, who's gapped the field to the tune of nearly 7 seconds as they cross the line with 2 minutes to go. And Bowers is trying to get through there, is he, Joe?
I think he's just having a look, isn't he? He's just having a look. He wasn't alongside, but the 2-minute bell, the 2-minute warning sounds. And this is where we see their personalities change. As Bowers is coming. Bowers down the inside for 3rd. Is he going to be able to make it happen? No, he's not, because the momentum round the top shelf of Christmas Corner benefited Jack Swong, and he hangs on to that 3rd spot.
We saw in the superheat how close Arthur Bowers came to snatching a position right at the end by going straight towards the timing line rather than taking the optimum racing line on the final lap. So if you can get a good run in 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap's time, we might have a showdown for the final step of the podium right on the line. None of these drivers want to miss out, but unfortunately one of them will have to. Let's not discount the 4 behind, because coming down the inside of JJ Williams is Freddie Purnell. The door slammed shut, and all the way round the outside there, that's Jack Harper with a opportunistic move that's worked out very nicely for him.
Amazing. It's only the Bambinos that can really go too wide towards the Nouvelle chicane, isn't it? Felix Tandy taking the opportunity to try and make up a place as well. I'm not sure if that's come off. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd continues on towards Christmas Corner, and Bowers comes back at him again, but one can go around the outside again, and he does. That's copybook, exactly what we saw the previous lap, and that's going to be the next lap and the lap after that, because I think, actually, you know what, David, I think we might have the 1 lap to go board. They've still got a lot of track to cover in 30 seconds.
We'll find out in a few moments' time, as Jack Swong there really did use the slipstream of Heath Smith to his advantage up the hill to stay in front of Arthur Bowers. Behind them, Jensen James Williams appears to have broken free now that Harper and Purnell were squabbling. That allowed Tandy through as well on the previous lap. Let's not discount him from this battle. Just keeping an eye to see whether the leader crosses timing with enough time, and he does. Two laps to go.
Oh, and we're almost 4 wide for 3rd place, is it?
Yep.
Incredible Bambino battling there into the penultimate lap. 2 wide through Oblivion. Takes a lot of courage, and it's still Jack Swong who hangs on to that. Off now, off and after Heath Smith, who's broken free slightly, but it's Arthur Bowers that has gone through and into that third place. Jack Swong, side by side. Who was that with? That was JJ. Wasn't it? JJ Williams.
It was. And
got a little bit hung out to dry, didn't he?
I think it's allowed the 6 of Jack Harper to come through as well. He's made a slow ascension towards the front to give himself an outside shot of the podium. But Arthur Bowers got down the inside of Jack Swong on the exit of the final corner. They went 4 wide, round the first complex of corners, down the start-finish straight over the timing line. And the top 3 as it stands, Woodall, Smith and Bowers heading to the podium with a lap to go.
Lap to go, and this lap's got to be taken without any squabbling, without any fighting over real estate, because they've got to close that gap back to Jack Swong and indeed then back to Arthur Bowers, because Arthur Bowers now closes the gap to second place Heath Smith. He's the orange and yellow helmet that's at the front of this field there. Just going through crook corner now, the right-hander, and Bowers right under his rear bumper. It's going to be a challenge, surely.
Run up towards Christmas. Bowers has reeled in Heath Smith superbly in the final phase of the penultimate lap to be right on the bumper. Jack Swong is closing back in as well, as now Heath Smith puts everything into defending that second place at the moment. Run down to Ashby, half a lap to go for this battle for the final 2 steps on the podium. Woodall looks to have it comfortable at the front.
I know we can't really break away from this podium battle, but we really do need to have a look at Oliver Woodall as the leader, who has absolutely dominated this MightE Bambino final here at the first round of the Kart Championship Winter Series. Across the Nouvelle chicane curbing, clatters across that, will acknowledge the checkered flag with both hands on the wheel. The checkered flag flies, Oliver Woodall takes the win, and let's see who it is for second then.
It's Heath Smith out of the final corner, but Jack Swong has got past Arthur Bowers. There's a drag race to the line by 1/10 of a second. Jack Swong takes the final step on the podium, off camera towards the end, as we focused on Oliver Woodall taking the victory by almost 10 seconds. Jack Swong gets past Arthur Bowers to join Heath Smith as the trio on the podium.
Very rare to see a gap of 10 seconds. However, you've got to consider that's about a very smooth drive from the pole position driver Oliver Woodall, and then behind him, literally everybody behind him. Heath Smith, Jack Swong, Arthur Bowers, Jack Harper, Freddie Purnell it was, Felix Tandy, Junior Wright, Arthur Rhodes and JJ Williams ending up rounding off the top 10 down the order there after that argy-bargy on the final couple of laps. Everybody was fighting for space, and that enabled Woodall to break free, didn't it, and build himself that gap. But a fine win to take this first round.
It did. We move on to a Honda Cadet final, which after a turbulent superheat for pretty much everybody inside the top 6 or 7, has provided a very mixed up Honda Cadet grid.
Right then, let's have a look then, and we'll, David, if you chip in and tell me where the action was going into that superheat this morning. Remember, this was where the slippery flag came out, the slippery surface flag came out, and we had a kind of a Silverstone 1975. I'm probably the only one here old enough to remember that, where we had everybody slewing off onto the grass and into the barrier at the Ashby hairpin. That left Ronnie Smart to take up his pole position. Luke McGall, he inherited that lead for that superheat, didn't he? And Luke, that's put him alongside on the front row. Tom Nichols and Ashton Horspool will share row 2. Row 3 is Noah Clark and Jack Wykes. Ricky Junior McIntosh and Noah Clare are on the 4th row. Arthur Murphy and Edward Rye are on row 5. Jaden Patel Scott, Dexter Petty share row 6. Row 7, Ronnie Jones and Mason Becker. Row 8 is Dino Rowlands and Freddie Budd. And then Finley Thursfield and Ella Dixon share the 9th and final row.
Ronnie Smart then goes off pole position with 8 points, which is probably about the most points we're going to see for a pole position final, given the fact that he was one of those 6 drivers that was off at Ashby, as all of our leaders, the top 5, plus a few more that joined them shortly afterwards. It was Luke McGall who came through the field, got round Ashby without trouble, and that's rewarded him with a front row start for the 15 of Luke McGall. Tom Nichols, another driver who finished his 2 heats yesterday in 8th and 9th position, but finished the super heat this morning in 2nd place, and that promotes him onto the 2nd row alongside Ashton Horspool, who led part of the super heat but then fell behind Ronnie Smart the lap before they all went off. Let's not discount Noah Clark, who in both heats yesterday came through the field and was one of those drivers again who was up there when everybody went off this morning. So it's going to be a very interesting Honda Cadet super final here.
I'm not really a fan of seeing things form out because of a slippery surface that caught everybody out. I mean, did we ever find out what that was? I think it was water brought onto the track by a cart coming back onto the track, wasn't it? I think that's what it was. We saw this morning as well, the grass. It's been so wet here at Whilton for the last 2 weeks that, even with a couple of dry days, the track is staying, the grass is staying damp, particularly this morning as well. The overnight dew now, given the time of year we're in, means that anything that's not tarmac is quite slippy. And to be fair, half a practice this morning, the tarmac was slippy as well. That's right, yeah. I mean, like I was about to say, I'm not really keen on things being shuffled around because of that. We've got a cart off, haven't we?
Just as we said, the tarmac wasn't slippy and the grass was. Somebody has gone off onto it's a standing start, so they will be able to get round and take position. And we're not quite sure it was. It was a driver in the latter third of the field as they were trying to warm up their tyres.
Right, we'll keep an eye on who that is. That's dropped to the back of the grid. It's a standing start, remember, so they may be able to still move through the grid and take their starting position. The mixed up grid, of course, we're in the entertainment business here, David, so it means a lot of good racing, a lot of place changes. Bit of a mixed grid, isn't it? A bit like mixed grid racing, I suppose.
From a media perspective, we love random grids.
Yeah, we do.
Just because it gives us that extra dynamic and also rewards your drivers. It was Dexter Petty in the 61 who was the driver who was off earlier on. Fist pump there from his dad, so it looks like it's all been forgotten.
Yeah, thankfully, enough time with a standing start. There's Andy. That is Andy at the back, isn't it? The marshal, I mean.
It's whatever we want to call him, Joe.
All right, okay. All right. He's about to give us the green flag because everything's looks in order. We've got the red lights that will go on when the red lights go off. We have got an engine revs rise for these Honda Cadets, and they are indeed. We're about to go off and go racing, and towards oblivion, the number 50 of Ronnie Smart cuts right across and kind of slams the door before the door was even there.
Yeah, we've seen a number of drivers in the background. That's Ella Dixon going off as well. I think Freddie Budd and Finlay Thursfield could well also be off at the tail end of the field. We caught them slotting across the camera. Everybody, though, towards the front has made it round Christmas Corner. Ronnie Smart leads from Luke McGall, Ashton Horspool, and then that is Tom Nichols in 4th place. Ricky McIntosh up to P5 in front of Jack Wykes. That's your top 6.
Now remember, 12 minutes and 1 lap are finals here. Slightly longer than the super heats, much longer than the heats from yesterday, so a lot of time to just settle in, following the wheel tracks. Don't make you move too early, especially in Honda Cadets. Remind me of NASCAR racing this. If you make you move too early, you can be hung out to dry. You can go from 1st to 9th. As simple as that.
Well, talking about making moves early, at the start, the 15 of Luke McGall sort of stopped and had to go again, and that gave Ronnie Smart the opportunity to get across in front of him. He leads then from Luke McGall and Ashton Horspool, Tom Nichols and Ricky McIntosh, the top 5 with a little bit of a gap. Back to Noah Clare, Edward Rye, Noah Clark, who drops down on the opening lap, and Dexter Petty to round out your top 10.
And it's the familiar sight of the Honda Cadet train just chugging around this track here at Whilton Mill, line astern, following each other's wheel tracks. And if anything, McGall looks like he's looking down the inside of the leader Smart, isn't he? Tyres not quite on. They'll be coming on towards the middle of the 3rd lap, I would think, on these Honda Cadets. And as Ronnie Smart leads for the 2nd time into the Nouvelle chicane, these Cadet drivers just clipping the edge of that curb as they complete 2 laps.
Yeah, these Honda Cadet drivers, some of them will have not encountered that chicane before this weekend here at Whilton, because when the Kart Championship was last here, that chicane didn't exist. The run up to Christmas, the top 5 at the moment look to be on a fairly smart and compliant drive away from the rest of the field in the early part of this race, and they're giving themselves here a 60% chance of a podium rather than inviting the rest of the field in. 5 drivers at the front, gapping away from Jack Wykes in 6th place, and it's going to be a 5-kart battle for 3 steps on the podium here by the look of things.
I actually think we might even have 6, because Jack Wykes is not that far away on the number 13. The kart at the back of the train, Ricky Junior McIntosh, you'll see him, the black overalls, the black helmet. It's got a bit of a yellow yellow front nose section. He pulls alongside the 74 Tom Nichols, but it's experience at the front of this Honda Cadet field, experience that they know if they just follow one another round in this train, they're not going to stifle each other's progress, they're not going to stifle momentum, and they can maintain this train of 5 karts breaking away right until the checkered flag, or indeed the 2-minute warning board, which is when they all change personality.
Yeah, Ricky McIntosh down the inside of Tom Nichols on the run up to Ashby, and McIntosh in the 44. Yesterday's poleman is back up into 4th place. He had a tough day yesterday, has the pace to run at the front, feels he's got the pace to run in front of Tom Nichols. This train of 5 pulling away from 6th place, Jack Wyke, and down the inside for the lead goes Luke McGall into the boot. And Luke McGall, the super heat winner, leads from Ronnie Smart, Ashton Horsepool. Now it's Ricky McIntosh and Tom Nichols, your top 5. Nichols with a big look over the shoulder. Keep looking forwards, that's where the action is at.
Luke McGall, textbook move into the boot, but you know that Ronnie Smart is cool enough to have just let that happen. He knows there is plenty time. We've only had a third of this final here, so plenty of time to get back towards that front end. He's where he needs to be. 2nd place. He's fine to sit there. Ashton Horsepool, I think, is just playing a waiting game, and you know that Ricky McIntosh is sat there on the rear bumper of Ashton Horsepool, but if any kind of opportunity arises, then McIntosh will make the play. The red kart there in the background, Tom Nichols, and then just off the shot, as we've got a challenge for the lead already, coming back at him at the boot, and these clattered together there, David, didn't they? Almost tripping over one another.
Smart with a late move down the inside on Luke McGall, really took McGall by surprise. That has allowed Nichols back right onto the train, and Jack Wykes is coming back into things as well. There's a gap back then to Noah Clark, Dexter Petty, Edward Ryan, Noah Clare. Run up towards Christmas corner. McGall then leads from Smart, Horsepool, then McIntosh. This is his first year racing at a national level for Ricky McIntosh, and he's jumped straight towards the front of everything that he's been racing in at national level. Tom Nichols, another driver who's entering a few national events now in P5, turns 11 on Wednesday. The youngster from Leyland in Lancashire in P5 as McIntosh goes down the inside of Horsepool for P3.
And as they head towards the boot, we'll see if Ronnie Smart can have another look up the inside of McGall. It's not happening this time. Slotting down the tight line around the hairpin and through the chicane. So across the line, 6 laps completed. McGall, Smart breaking a little bit of a gap to McIntosh, who's gotten by Horsepool. Horsepool want to come back at him. Nichols in 5th. Wykes now joining on the back of that. He's not too far away from the back of Nichols, is he? And no challenges into Christmas, but that's all going to change by the time they get back round to the boot after the infield sections. We know they're going to concertina back up.
McGall set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, and in doing so has opened up a couple of kart lengths to Ronnie Smart. But in a moment, I get the feeling that McIntosh is going to tow up onto the back of Smart and then push Smart again onto the back of Luke McGall, who doesn't have a particularly good exit from Osiers. And that's going to allow Ronnie Smart, and that is Ricky McIntosh. As I mentioned, yesterday's poleman didn't have a great day, but was my tip for the win here this weekend, and I'm not changing that at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing a waiting game. He just adjusted something down by his right-hand side, but I'm not sure what is actually down there.
Absolutely nothing, Joe.
I was thinking not. Here they are then, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Little bit of a gap to 4th place, Ashton Horsepool. But you've got the feeling, David, like you said, that black cart there, the black overalls, the black helmet of Ricky McIntosh is coming back towards the rear bumper of Ronnie Smart. Ronnie with Project 1. He's got the red and white overalls with the green helmet. And then our leader, Luke McGall. Oh, and McIntosh gets it all wrong at Parker. It doesn't seem to paid him any kind of disadvantages. And I say that, there's Horspool coming right back at him.
Yeah, it's lost him a kart length, but could have been far, far worse for the 44 of Ricky McIntosh. As down the inside goes Ronnie Smart. McGall goes wide. There's a change for the lead, and we're back to a 5-kart train at the front.
Brilliant stuff. I did not see how Ronnie Smart could have made that move. He left a gap, didn't he, McGall? McGall left a gap into the hairpin at the boot, and Ronnie Smart said, thank you very much. He has to defend now. Bit early for defending, boys. It's 4.5 minutes remaining. It's going to be 4.5 minutes of defensive driving by Ronnie Smart if he wants to hang on to this lead, and he is indeed. Defending on Luke McGall there, off towards Parker, and we'll see if there's going to be more defensive driving as they come out of the infield section towards the boot.
It's very, very early to be defending, and I wonder what the thoughts of the Clarks will be on that, because they're told, we know at this level you can defend lap 1, lap and everything else, but he's not defending into the boot as Luke McGall gets alongside. Smart's going to be there, and then there's contact between the two of them. 3 wide in the middle sector as McIntosh is up to second, and Tom Nichols is round. As he recovers from a half spin. Don't think he's particularly thrilled by what happened. I couldn't see if there was a cause to it, but that has allowed Jack Wykes through as well.
So as Ronnie Smart dives down the inside and just forces the issue, there's McIntosh in the black and yellow cart, just tripped him up nearly. But the red cart there, we're just about to see go sideways.
He got a good run on Horspool, didn't he? And that was the cause of it.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. And that was because everybody in front was tripping over one another. Everything settles down. Okay, we're relatively settled. Into Parker. Ronnie Smart leads. Ricky McIntosh second. I'm hoping that bumper wasn't affected by that hit on Luke McGall. I can't quite see it. And then more defensive driving by Ronnie Smart.
It didn't look like it was affected because he basically got under Smart and lifted Smart slightly for Ricky McIntosh. It wasn't very quick in terms of the incident. It was in the slower part of the track.
It wasn't a massive impact.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to have pushed it in. But we've got 4 at the front. As now we've got Jack Wykes and Tom Nichols and Noah Clark battling out 5th down to 7th. So it looks like we're going to have 4 karts at the front battling it out. Smart coming under pressure from McIntosh with another slight little tap into the rear there as they break at different points at Christmas.
I'm not sure where I'd put my money if I had to put my money anywhere on this 4, because I don't even think you can discount Ashton Horspool, who's the lad on the blue and white cart, the 4th cart in that train. Oh, McIntosh having to defend from Luke McGall, but he didn't have enough space to defend properly, and McGall has gone through the gap, and now McIntosh is going to try to come back, but Horspool, that 4th cart in the train, he's looking for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Ronnie Smart with that green helmet leads the train round.
We saw McIntosh struggle at that corner, that left-hander at Wilkins a few times earlier on in this race, and it's there that Luke McGall finds a way through, and now McGall seems to have found a second wind in this race. He's right behind Ronnie Smart, who white lines it all the way up to Christmas. McGall goes wide. Can we get a switch back? No, we can't, because Smart's got it scouted and balks the exit of Luke McGall.
Yeah, he did. Defended well. He has to defend into Ashby's as well. They'll try to go side by side. That's going to disadvantage him, and Ricky McIntosh in the black cart and black overalls coming back onto his rear bumper into Chapman. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Absolutely nose to tail, bumper to bumper. Out onto the back straight. Is there going to be a challenge? There is. McGall down the inside, but it's a faster line round the outside of the left-hander. They're all going to concertina up, and McGall forces the issue just like Smart did. Smart comes back at him. Oh, it's not going to work. There's not enough room at the Nouvelle chicane. And the number 14, that is Noah Clark, is back into it and into 4th after everybody fell over one another there.
McGall and Smart, no quarter given between the two of them as Smart keeps the foot in there. Ricky McIntosh takes advantage, goes all the way around the outside, slots into 2nd. Noah Clark, a big benefactor as well. Bearing in mind, 5th, 6th and 7th were well over a second off the back of this train, and now only 1.4 splits 1st to 7th.
I think we might well be right on the cusp as Ricky McIntosh tries down the inside of Ronnie Smart. They're going to be side by side on the back straight, and McGall's coming with him. He's going to have the gap, and there Ronnie Smart again round the faster outside line. He's going to leave a gap open again at the boot, has he not? But Ricky McIntosh, you called it very early on. You said look out for Ricky McIntosh. Your prophecy has come right, but we've got 2 more laps of this.
2 to go. McIntosh with a huge helping hand there by Luke McGall as he got alongside Ronnie Smart, and McGall elected that he thought that if he push McIntosh, he could get through as well. McIntosh leads from Ronnie Smart, Luke McGall, Noah Clark in 4th place. From Ashton, Horspool, Jack Wykes and Tom Nichols. Your top 7 still split by next to nothing as Luke McGall tries a move down the inside of Ronnie Smart. They're still side by side on the run up to the left-hander at Wilkins.
I really am worried about Ricky McIntosh's bumper. It's looking down, our observer tells me. It's looking down. Is it flopping about? Meanwhile, in 2nd place, Ricky McIntosh is checked out. He's first on the road. That's how we'll call it. We'll wait for Tech to sort that one out. It's going to be the 1 lap to go ball for this field. And as they cross the line, McIntosh has pulled out the biggest gap we've seen all race, 7/10 of a second as they head through Crook Corner now and on towards Christmas.
He's not going to have to defend, whereas McGall is defending fresh air because he's got 2 or 3 kart lengths clear of Ronnie Smart, and that's allowed Smart and Noah Clark to close right back up. Jack Wykes has found a way past Ashton Horspool to run in P5, still under pressure from Tom Nichols as they all dive to the inside. Ronnie Smart's going to try a switchback, but it puts him on the outside in the run-up to Wilkins, but he's holding on to 3rd place. Noah Clark behind. McGall defends into the left-hander at Osiers.
Cracking action this, as ever, from the Honda Cadets as they head onto the back straight for the final time. The checkered flag is already being unfurled as they go in, and Ronnie Smart, we know he likes that faster outside line, but he's got to slot in for the hairpin part of the boot across the chicane for the final time. Then it's going to be Ricky McIntosh that takes the win. In 2nd place, confirmed. Luke McGall hangs on to 2nd. Ronnie Smart in 3rd. Noah Clark 4th. Tom Nichols 5th. Ashton Horspool 6th. Jack White 7th. Dexter Petty was 8th. 9th is Noah Clark. Ronnie Jones was 10th. And the rest of the finishers there crossing the line. But I tell you what, I need to lie down after that one. That was phenomenal. From the very start, we had some tactical and quite clever driving from all of those youngsters.
We certainly did. Ricky McIntosh, who started yesterday from pole position but started this final from 7th place, comes through the field. He was my call at the start of the weekend. I made a brave call in the middle of that race when he was down in 5th place that I thought he could do it. For anybody that thought I was talking nonsense at that point, I think my knowledge of Hondas has come to the fore as Ricky McIntosh takes a superb victory at the first of 3 Winter Series events here.
Well, I bet you wish Ladbrokes had took the bet, eh?
Certainly
that would have been. I think you would have had very good odds there, David. Once again, I mean, this bodes very well for the remaining 2 rounds after this one, of course. Off we go to Warden Law for more kart championship action in their Winter Series, and then rounding off at what will be a slipstreamer fest at Three Sisters in the first weekend of December. So that is one to look forward to. More action from the Honda Cadets at rounds 2 and 3. Remember, it's not a championship. These are 3 standalone events, so it's the accolade of winning the Whilton Mill round of the Winter Series in the Kart Championship that these drivers are going for. And as it stands, provisional result of Ricky McIntosh, Luke McGall and Ronnie Smart. They'll be seeing... Are you doing the presentation on the podium?
I don't know. If they ask me.
Oh, they probably will. They probably will, David. They'll get the accolade of meeting David Sullivan again. At the trophy presentation.
The pleasure is all theirs.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. We stay with the cadets, this time the Rotax engined cadets. These are the MicroMAX finalists. We've got 11 karts on the grid already there in the collecting area and ready to be released. Harris Barber, he's been the driver to beat in MicroMAX. Logan Rolfe, the little chatterbox that was in here causing trouble earlier, he starts alongside. This is going to be a cracking final with these names that I'm about to read down. So Harris Barber, Logan Rolfe, that's your front row. Second row, Ralph Martin, Lewis Cocotti. Third row, Buddy Hugo, Noah Wicklow. Ethan Lloyd and Freddie Blackshaw share row 4. Row 5 is Zach Andrew and Freddie Walker, and Jensen Darlow will start in 11th spot and rounding off an 11 kart field. While we wait for these to be released, gives us an opportunity to talk about 2025.
It does. We announced it for anybody. Don't go back right now into the lunch break, but we announced it because we've got a superb final coming up. But 6 rounds for 2025, starting at your home turf of Warden Law.
We kick all right to Warden Law in March. Is bring your coats, bring your big coats as well. 22nd, 23rd of March, Warden Law, a track everybody loves. The facilities going to be even better than the last time you visited it. The garage complex, the viewing area on top of the garage complex, that you're going to have tremendous views across the track for all the parents and mechanics to be able to nip up the stairs to. That's all going to be completed by March. Part of it might even be completed by the time we get there in November, but fingers crossed. Interesting one for me, round 2, 26th, 27th of April. We go back to a very, for me, old school track, Shennington. Old school airfield circuit. It's where I did some of my first races. It might be an airfield track, but for me, it gave more than just your average. For me, it was always faster and more interesting, dare I say it, than places like Felton in Northumberland, which isn't there anymore, and even Fullbeck for a point.
Yeah, it's a very fast-flowing airfield circuit, which you don't always get when your constraints are based on that. There's a lot of those who don't know, there's a lot of airfield circuits in the country. Shennington, Fullbeck, Kimbolton are all based off that, and that's mainly because karting as a whole in the UK was sort of brought over at the time by a lot of airmen.
US airmen, wasn't it? Yeah,
American airmen.
Brought all sorts of engines onto frames and off they went.
And racing them round the runways in the in the mid-40s with hay bales and things like that. Luckily, we've developed things a little bit since then in terms of safety, but as our micros make their way round, these drivers next year after Shennington, they'll be going to GYG, the roller coaster of a circuit, and then the big one for me, Joe, the jewel in the crown of UK karting.
We need to come back to this calendar in between our races, David, because there's a lot to talk about. Let's leave it at Shennington because we've got a lot to talk about with going back to Gleneagles and the rest of the calendar. Right now, though, we've got our MicroMAX Final about to go ahead again, 12 minutes and 1 lap. And right now, the Tony Kart of Harris Barber up against the synergy of Logan Rolfe. That's your front row. And Harris Barber has proved to be very, very hard to beat. We did confirm that Harris is a Tony Kart driver.
Yes, he is. That's correct with Strawberry. And away we go for 12 minutes and 1 lap of action. And Logan Rolfe has to work hard to hold on to second place there as he came under pressure from Ralph Martin. And I think that's Ethan Lloyd in the orange helmet, I think in the 66, up into 4th place. Indeed, it is in front of the S-plate of Lewis Coddy. Then it's Buddy Hugo as they run down the hill towards Ashby.
That's a cracking start then for Ethan Lloyd. Started 7th on the grid, and he's up to 4th place, so he's made up 3 places in a matter of just a couple of corners. In true Cadet fashion, they are slotting in behind one another, and a change for second.
Change for the lead as well,
sorry, Joe.
Change
for the lead for Logan Rolfe.
From first down into third. I think he made a bit of a mistake in the left-hander at Wilkins. Rolfe down the inside. Ralph Martin close enough in that 34. The reigning MightE Bambino champion moves up to second place.
And he just looked for that opportunity that presented itself in front of him, and he went through the door that was slammed open by Logan Rolfe. Now then, can Logan Rolfe hang on to this? They are together. Oh, and there's a move. Ralph Martin showing that this transition out of Bambino's, he's like a duck to water on the MicroMAX. And off he goes into the lead. And he's took Harris Barber with him.
Yeah, I was about to say, got the move done as well before he got to that stationary yellow flag as well. And then got a bit of luck because then nobody could get back past him at Ashby because there was a waved yellow, which has helped him now cement this lead. Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe, who had a bit of a fracas, you'll remember, 2 hours ago in the superheat, could well become preoccupied with each other here. We'll find out as this race unfolds.
What I love is Ralph Martin, having got into the lead, he then taps his helmet for everybody. Tap me helmet. Everybody stay behind me. Don't fight me. Look how much track he uses there, or how much curb he used there. Just keeping that momentum, letting the kart breathe at that very fast Oblivion and Crook Corner. You've got to let the kart breathe out onto the straight.
Ralph Martin will have a bit more pressure on his shoulders than what he's maybe used to. Now, he's won 2 MightE Bambino championships. The first one I was lucky enough to call, where he had a superb battle all season with Ansel Murray, and then he made himself a double champion last year, but he's doing twice the speed now, and he's going to be under pressure from Harris Barber, who has a look, but not really commits to a move on the run to the boot.
Yeah, he's just kind of checking his options, it seems, isn't he, for what's going to come. I mean, still 9.5 minutes of this final left, so just checking out where perhaps the strengths and the weaknesses are of the drivers ahead of them. These three beginning to break away now. Martin, Barber and Rolf, they're beginning to lose Kikori, Lloyd and Hugo. They are and there's 4 karts there. Buddy Hugo being challenged by Noah Wicklow just off the screen, I saw. Meanwhile, we'll continue watching this battle for the lead, because I think, David, Harris Barber is just lining something up here.
Possibly so. Lewis Kirkcaldy on the previous lap got past Ethan Lloyd. Now he's got a bit of space. Space, though, he's almost down the inside of Ralph Martin. I'm interested to see if this continues squabbling, whether Lewis Kirkcaldy in the S-plate, the Scottish champion, can close this gap at the front for these three, because he's not a million miles back. At the moment he is, but as soon as they start scrapping, as Martin takes a bit of curb there, Harris Barber with a look over the shoulder to see whether it was safe to overtake, and he slots back in.
Yeah, they're going to slipstream one another all the way up the straight to Christmas Corner. Let's see if any of them have got momentum enough to challenge. And Harris Barber down the inside of Ralph Martin, around the outside, Ralph Martin. Now that is brave. This driver, straight out of Bambino's and into MicroMAX, that was a brave move to stick with it and just sit there side by side, wheel-to-wheel action all the way through Christmas Corner. That was very brave and very, very good driving from Ralph Martin.
Absolutely. MicroMAX drivers from 8 to 12 years old, and Ralph Martin on the younger side of that, 8 years old, makes the trip up from High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire to lead this MicroMAX Final. We're still not even at half race distance, and he goes slightly wide through the boot. Harris Barber elects not to put the nose down the inside. I imagine that would be a different story in about 6 minutes' time. But Martin continues to lead, and at the moment he is holding that pressure from Harris Barber. Yes, he's going wide, but he's carrying that. That's not a mistake. He's carrying speed at the first couple of corners.
Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe playing a waiting game, it seems, not needing to challenge at all, not even having a look to see with where, you know, what the air feels like outside of the slipstream of that leading Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin on the orange kart, the green and white overalls of Harris Barber, and then the light lime green and blue overalls of the Synergy factory race team of Logan Rolfe. They are together on the back straight, and is that Ralph Martin having to defend a little bit there, David?
I think it was. He had a slightly slow run out of Osiers and then had to defend his position. He has a very different line through the chicane here, and it sends him in deep, and that makes it look like Harris Barber's drawing alongside, but I think it gives him good exit speed. Wide he goes again, and Harris Barber continues to just ride in the wheel tracks of Ralph Martin at the moment. This one, I get the feeling here, Joe, it's just a case of feeling out, because particularly for Barber and Rolfe, they don't know a huge amount about Ralph Martin. He's not been in front of them all weekend, and they won't have raced him previously either. So this is a completely new script for the two behind him, who are far more experienced in terms of racing as well. Barber was in Iarmi Bambino a few years back, and now he makes a move up to the boot. Ralph Martin slams it shut.
It's that faster line, outside line. Can I just mention that we have just clicked by half distance? The intensity of this racing, absolutely nose-to-tail racing for the top three here. And Harris Barber just slotting out a little bit of a different line towards Oblivion, but they all come together out of Crook and on up the straight towards Christmas. No reason to pop out of any slipstream. They just sit in the wheel tracks of the leader, and I just get this feeling that Harris Barber's just waiting to pick his moment.
Yeah, I just get that feeling. Yeah, he came over the line, he took his hand off the wheel. I'm not sure whether that was just to free his hand up, or whether he feels that Ralph Martin is being a little bit defensive at times, but I don't feel that Martin's been overly defensive. If he makes a slight misjudgment, and I think Martin doesn't feel that he's not as quick out of Osiers, he's just parking it. But he's not white lining it, he's just putting the kart where he needs to. That's the line through that final corner, where he carries more speed on entry but loses a bit on exit, but doesn't seem to be hampering him too much.
little bit of a variation of opinion about how to clatter across that new chicane curbing, isn't it? We get a variation as there's a challenge for second as the Synergy driver Logan Rolfe goes down the inside of Strawberries, Harris Barber, and they kind of duke it out through Inkermans. And then by the time they get down the hill to the right-hander at Ashby's, it's very much Logan Rolfe in second place. Now, Logan Rolfe's been watching Harris Barber on the tail of Ralph Martin. He's been taking it all in, been learning all about where maybe Ralph Martin is a little bit weak. And if he can just get on with it without Harris Barber hassling him, he might even be able to have a go for the lead.
I've got the feeling that Logan Rolfe isn't going to be quite as patient as Harris Barber was in trying to find a way past Ralph Martin. His problem now is that Harris Barber is going to be all over the back of him. Let's see whether he gets a good run. He's not going to be close enough this time, I'm fairly sure of it, on Ralph Martin. As
it's funny that Logan Rolfe, now in second place, ahead of Harris Barber. Now he taps his helmet, say, right, mate, I'm on the second step of the podium. Come and don't fight with me. Just help me catch the leader and take the first step of the podium. I'm sure it's all a very gentlemanly agreement. That's going to just be torn up at the 2-minute bell.
Yes, absolutely. That's karting. Good run again by Logan Rolfe. This time Ralph Martin realises he doesn't have to defend quite as much. Again, we're going to see that differing line. He turns in slightly earlier, and we'll see whether...
They're all pretty similar there, weren't they?
Yeah.
I think they've all got the memo. This timing, just smashing your cart over that curb. And look at that, Ralph Martin. He's definitely a little bit quicker out of the chicane and onto the straight. And Logan Rolfe struggling to get on terms. And there's Harris Barber just having a peek down the inside, not enough to get alongside. And Logan Rolfe continues the chase in second place there.
Ralph Martin leads, but it's anything but cut and dry with 2.5 minutes to go. Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber are risking becoming preoccupied with each other with a few minutes to go. With Barber tried that half move down the inside of Logan Rolfe at Christmas Corner. It's going to be as you were through the boot. It's all about getting it lined up for that run on Ralph Martin, who since he's got to the front has looked, I wouldn't say comfortable in position, but certainly comfortable in his cart.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. If these two continue to go side by side through Oblivion, that's going to play right into the hands of RCE's Ralph Martin, who will lead, and a challenge for second as Harris Barber comes back at Logan Rolfe, and a change for second. We've now got Barber taking up the challenge of catching and overtaking Ralph Martin. Look at the gap that's enabled Ralph Martin to pull.
Yeah, now Logan Rolfe's got a decision to make here. It's, does he push onto the back of Harris Barber and try and get back onto Ralph Martin, bearing in mind that Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber have shared the victories so far this weekend. Ralph Martin has been third throughout this weekend in the heats, and this is the first time he's led, and now the pressure's going to start to ramp up on that 34 as Harris Barber closes in on the back of Ralph Martin in front of him.
Well, if he does continue that momentum, not just onto the bumper, but then past him, and he looks menacing, doesn't he? He looks like all bets are off. We're inside the final minute now as we head towards Ashby's. He's going to be looking for that opportunity to take that lead from Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin looks over his right shoulder. There's nobody there. That's because he was across your left-hand shoulder. Here we come down the inside of part of Chapman. And that was an audacious move by Harris Barber. He didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't want to give Logan Rolfe a chance to come back at him.
Did not. And Harris Barber slides through. Ralph Martin tried to defend it and then decided halfway through that defence that if he stayed on the outside, he was probably going to get run out onto the grass.
Here we go again then. And the door left open. It's a late apex through Chapman. That's because you've got that right-hand curb acts as a bit of a kink, so you take a late apex at that one, and by doing so you leave the door naturally open, and that's what Harris Barber was wanting. It's going to be the one lap to go next time by for these three, and the question is, David, can Ralph Martin find the pace to get by him another time? It's a big ask.
He's in the hardest position here because he's got absolutely everything to lose, with Logan Rolfe right behind trying to take advantage. as they run up towards the boot. As Joe said, it will be the last lap board as they go round. I think Harris Barber there, almost defending fresh air. He went a cart width in, and it has slowed him slightly. And them differing lines almost see Ralph Martin jump straight on top of the number 12. Final lap is on the overhead gantry for MicroMAX.
We've seen how quick Ralph Martin can be through this section here, and he's not using all of the curb like he was earlier. And maybe that's because he's got Logan Rolfe closing down on it, but they're still together. We can't drag ourselves away from this three-car battle. We've been with it from the very outset because these three have been absolutely nose to tail for the duration of this 12-minute final. 12 minutes and one lap, and it's going to go all the way to the flag. Onto the back strip for the final time, David, and towards the boot. Is there going to be a challenge?
Ralph Martin, I don't think he's quite close enough to make a move on Harris Barber this time round. The final opportunity goes, and Harris Barber comes out of the final corner, looks over his shoulder and gesticulates in elation as he takes the victory from Ralph Martin and Logan Rolfe. That's your top three. It's been the top three all weekend, really, in our MicroMAX class. Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe sharing the heat victories, and Harris Barber will stand on the top step of the podium here at Whilton Mill.
Only 0.15 of a second behind him, though, was Ralph Martin, and a further 0.3 was Logan Rolfe. So Logan Rolfe just dropping off the back of the bumper of that second place, Ralph Martin. Behind the top three then, Buddy Hugo comes through in fourth. Lewis Kokori was fifth, sixth with Ethan Lloyd. Freddie Blackshaw comes through in seventh. Zach Andrew eighth. Ninth was Jensen Darlow. We appeared to lose Noah Wicklow. No, there he is there. So Noah Wicklow and Freddie walk across the line now in 10th and 11th. So, yep, they will get to meet David Sullivan at the trophy presentation coming up after, of course, all of the finals are concluded. The next final that we have on line 4 is the InterMAX Final. InterMAX 950 to give it its full iteration. Sebastian Clark, he's the driver who was with Synergy. We've had that clarified. Sebastian Clark for Synergy on the pole position with Jensen Seal alongside. Leo Livings, also with Synergy. He's on third place with fourth place alongside him, Oscar Roach. Third row of the grid is Harvey Bacon and Adam Giuditis. And then on the fourth row, Jensen Walker and Ryan Townsend. In 9th and 10th, we've got Jackson Hilton and Amrit Singh Atwell. Sixth row of the grid, Victor Poppercull and Eli Rideout. And it's Hugo McCluskey, after what I can only describe as a bit of a troubled weekend for Hugo, making the jump up from Honda Cadets into InterMAX. There he is on the number 114. He's with the True Performance Motorsport. That's his dad there with the glasses, just sorting his hair out. Must realise he's on camera, eh?
Yeah, Lee knows where cameras are.
Does he really?
Yeah, definitely. Difficult weekend for Hugo. Problems in one of the heats with the kart, and then a problem at Ashby in the super heat where he went in a little bit too deep, went off and got the kart stuck on the grass, meaning he had to retire. So he will go off the final row in P13, see whether he can make a little bit of progress through. But this one's been a really interesting to and fro, hasn't it, into 950. Sebastian Clark, the early pace setter. Leo Livings has retired from a race, finished, and then had to work his way back up. Won the second heat. Went well again then in the super heat. He goes off straight behind Sebastian Clark. And it's going to be a very, very interesting battle. It could be, for me, it could be any one of them top three on the top step of the podium.
It's very close. Let's get back to the 2025 calendar that we inadvertently announced in the lunch break. We've mentioned round 1 at Wardenlaw, round 2 at Shennington, round 3, Glanigores. One of the, if not the most picturesque venues to go racing of any sort. The undulations, the rolling hills of the North Wales countryside. It's one of the country's, well, I've said picturesque, I'm not going to use that again. It's one of the country's most technically demanding tracks, as well as being pretty.
Yeah, particularly you get a huge amount of speed on the run up the hill towards Spoon Curve. Then you come back down the hill into the off-camber left of the Oblivion. You run back up the hill then, because the whole track is on a hill, before the right-hand complex down through the Devil's Elbow, which is a very, very interesting complex of corners that is almost single file, but is critical to a fast lap time round Glanyagors. So I'm sure that all the drivers will be looking forward to going there, but maybe even more so to round 4, Joe, as we head to effectively the Silverstone of British karting.
That's how I described it, and that's how I see it. I mean, PFI, Paul Fletcher International, just over the road from Fulbeck, one of the old school tracks. But when Paul Fletcher got the land, he built the track, he built the facility, he wanted the premier kart track in the country. He certainly got that. We recently had the OK Finals, didn't we?
Yeah.
World Finals, in fact, the World Championships. There it is the track in the UK that you get the fastest top speed from. Now, average speed, I need to do this actually. I don't know if you've done this. Have you looked at the average speed of all of the tracks and seen which track's the fastest, which track's the slowest?
No, but it's got to be up there with Three Sisters. Three Sisters is
Three Sisters
we
got to be.
We know is unbelievably
average.
quick. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. PF's probably for me is a little bit longer in terms of lap that they're running on full power, but it's a superb circuit.
It's an easy mathematical equation: time over distance equals speed. So it's perhaps one of those long dark winter nights. I'll sit down and I'll do that, just going off some senior Rotax, or maybe even gearbox karts. Where's my brain? KZ. Maybe the KZs will be the quickest karts on the short tracks here in the UK. But senior, we'll have a look at that and see what sort of lap times over distance we've got. And maybe somebody sat at home with a calculator can work that out for us while we have to focus on this race, which is about to get underway. We've got the karts out on track. It's the InterMAX 950 Final. And we've got Sebastian Clark on the Synergy kart that leads the field round. He'll start collecting them all up on the back straight now, I think. As he slows down to walking pace, there he is on the number 151. Alongside him is the number 140, which is Jensen Seal. Who's that? Which is that livery? Is that Envy?
Yeah, it's TWR. TW Racing. TWR for Jensen Sale.
Here we go.
Head towards the tram lines. We've got driver on the right. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. The train on the right-hand side all sort of came together and wouldn't. The 123 of Round Townsend just couldn't get back in. So I'm pleased to see that we have rolled that round because it was a bit of an
untidy start. Messy, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a bit messy. If Dan Ashton's still awake, he'll have been having a look at that, thinking the same as us. No problem. If he is still awake, why? Are you still awake? What time is it there? It's about... Oh, no, it's not. It's not even midnight. It's not even midnight.
No,
what time is it in Malaysia
half
right
9,
now?
10 o'clock, I think.
Yeah. Well, he goes to bed at 9 o'clock, I've heard.
Similar time to... before that, he'd have taken his trainers off and put them in the hotel safe.
Yes, that's right.
Because it's more important to him than his wallet and phone.
Wait, they have their own carry case for travelling, though, don't they?
Yes, I believe they did. Like a helmet bag.
Yes.
But for his trainers.
Yeah, his trainer bag. Here we go, then. Let's try this again, then. Sebastian Clark and Jensen Seal, you get another try at this, and why is it always the InterMAX kids that are a little bit too impetuous? He's getting hit, he says, the number 140, Jensen Seal. He's saying, I'm getting hit up the back end here, so can we, keep the pace up? It's where they accelerate, and they've accelerated already, and we might not like that. But we are running and racing towards oblivion.
It's been a good start by the poleman Sebastian Clark, and right behind him Leo Livings has got an even better start as Leo Livings jumps from third to first, and Leo Livings will lead us up into the Christmas corner in front of Sebastian Clark. Then it's Jensen Sale in front of Oscar Roach, and then that looks like it could be Harvey Bacon as Roach goes down the inside of Jensen Sale. It's the 121 of Adam Jaudiausis who's made a good start there in the black helmet green car, running in 5th place. One to watch after that retirement earlier on in the superheat.
Leader choosing to take the defensive line on cold tyres. You've got to be really careful. These karts are very twitchy until these tyres come up to temp. But it is definitely the 177 from the second row of the grid that will lead across the line to complete lap 1. Let's see who the top 10 is. As they click across the line, it's Living, Sebastian Clark, Oscar Roach, Jensen Sale, Adam Giuditis, Jensen Walker, Ryan Townsend, Harvey Bacon, Jackson Hilton, and Victor Popical rounding off that top 10. It's going to change though.
Yeah, it looked like that was Ryan Townsend trying to get down the inside of the 171 of Jensen Walker, and he's got the move done. At Christmas corner, moves up inside the top 6 for Ryan Townsend. Good start, and picks off another place in front of him. The top 2, I was about to say breaking away, which they are, but they're not exactly close together. It's been a good start by Leo Livings, who jumped up from that 3rd place, and let's see whether Sebastian Clark can do anything about that 171.
Now, if you're new to Rotax karting and you're just watching for the first or even the second time, you might have even forgot the MicroMAX Final that we've just seen. These are basically the same karts. They've got exactly the same 125cc water-cooled Rotax engine, single cylinder, and the MicroMAX engines are stifled power-wise with an air restrictor. These InterMAX engines are stifled a little less than the MicroMAX engines, but they're still stifled considerably more than the junior Rotax engine. That engine then can be taken into the senior class, where it's completely unstifled whatsoever, and it can fully breathe and catch its breath for full power from the 125cc. Meanwhile, in InterMAX, Leo Livings on his InterMAX Rotax continues to lead, but it's his teammate, the number 151, Sebastian Clark, Synergy 1-2.
Certainly is. A bit more grip on these as well. They've given them more power, they've given them more grip. The Micro's running on the Vega Cadet tyre, which is a very narrow tyre actually, compared to the Mojo's C2 tyre that is being run here in our Inter class. In the battle for 3rd place, Oscar Roach, Jensen Sale and Adam Jadiausis closing in on the back of Sale. They're dragging Ryan Townsend along as well.
Yeah, I think, you know what, the two Synergy boys they'll have had a chat, won't they? They'll have had a bit of a brief before they came into this final. And it's like, I'm not sure if team orders are going to come into play. You know, whoever's leading at the 2-minute mark, the 1-minute mark. I don't think karting works like that. But I think at this stage of the race, 12 minutes is a long time. We're already just about 45 seconds away from the first third. And these two working very well together at the front of this field to keep Oscar Roach, Jensen Sale and Giuditis away from that front battle.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see any hacking and Coulthard at Melbourne, where whoever leads into the first corner gets to take the checkered flag, irrespective of where they are. I don't think we're going to see any of that. What I think we'll see is a concerted attempt from Leo Livings and Sebastian Clark to push away and stay out of trouble in the first 10 minutes of this race. I'm fairly sure at the level they're at, the team will have said, push and push and push, the final 2 minutes, do what you want, lads.
Yeah, I think that's usually the textbook way of going about things, isn't it? You've got the 4-kart train of Roach, Sale, Giuditis and Townsend now, as these two Synergy karts seem seemingly glued together, powering each other around, using the tow to great effect, because they're pulling a gap that's gone out a little bit. 1.69 seconds the gap across the line. Prior to that it was about 1.4. So it is working. Meanwhile, there's the 3rd place battle involving a 4-kart train. You know what though, David, you daren't kind of look away from those Synergy two, and that was a hit up the back, wasn't it?
No, it was Adam Jaudiausis who got into the back of the car in front of him. I'm not sure Ryan Townsend's made contact there, and he certainly hasn't. It was Jaudiausis got in the back of Oscar Roach.
Nobody touched anybody, did they?
Well, he tapped the back of Oscar Roach, and that sent the rear end of his kart slightly light, and that is a corner where you can't do that because you're sort of going in left, but you're also very mindful. If you get wide on the curb on the outside, it lifts the car up and you generally spin around. Adam Jaudiausis, who I thought was in with an outside shot of a podium here, such was his pace throughout this weekend, will fall down the order. He's crossed the timing line in 8th place.
He's lost 3 places, which is probably quite lucky actually. The number 180 there, Harvey Bacon, with Jensen Walker right on his tail. They are battling for 6th and 7th. They've just gone ahead of Jauditis as he continues now on a bit of a recovery drive. The purple and white kart there is Harvey Bacon, Jensen Walker on the orange and blue kart. We'll keep an eye on what's happening at the front of the field as the now 3-kart train of Jensen Sale, Oscar Roach and Ryan Townsend Meanwhile, Leo Livings and Sebastian Clark continue at the front. There's the battle for second, David.
Yeah.
And then just in the foreground there, the background I should say, is the battle for the lead. We'll keep a wary eye on that.
Yeah, I think that one is something that we'll probably come back to in 2 or 3 minutes' time, because I think those two are under strict instructions at the moment. The battle for third place is slightly less strict, because there's certainly no team orders in this one with Jensen Sale for TWR. Then it's the RCE driver of Oscar Roach, the 123 of Ryan Townsend on that Zip chassis. Bounces his way over the curves and does get a good run, because Oscar Roach is a little bit slow on exit, and that's going to fall him away off the back of Jensen Sale. Behind them there's that battle between Harvey Bacon and Jensen Walker over 6th place. And a big gap back to Adam Jardias as he's recovering from that spin earlier on.
It's a flat-out train, these three. 3rd, 4th and 5th place there. And if anything, it looks like Oscar Roach just beginning to think about maybe having a challenge. It looked a little bit like he was having a poke down the inside, just a look down the inside, just a bit offline. Just getting out of the airflow of Jensen Sale. On towards the boot then. Turns in the left-hand bit and now into the hairpin right. Has to tuck it right in now that the chicane is here. And then clattering across the chicane there. Almost onto 2 wheels, number 123, the Zip Kart driver, Ryan Townsend, using that curve very efficiently.
A much tidier line round the final corner from Oscar Roach. Has seen him draw up onto the back of Jensen Sale here. Thought he was going to consider popping out there. Such was the closing speed of Oscar Roach in the white suit with the pink helmet, closing in on Jensen Sale, but electing maybe a lap of push away for Jensen Sale, because they have managed to break slightly from Ryan Townsend behind them. And Oscar Roach, who is a fan of taking a slightly different line. He takes a later apex into the left-hander there at Osiers, but it does give him a little bit more speed down the straight into the boot. And once again, I think he's closed up on Jensen Sale. Again there on exit. Sale's going to get on the power a little bit earlier and to open that gap up.
That looks like Oscar Roach might have a drop nose, by the way. Just check that out. Just check that nose cone out.
It looks low.
Looks very low.
Yeah, it doesn't look wobbly, but certainly not fully out of the bracket, which you definitely don't want here at Whilton, because the curve on the exit of the final corner is dog-tooth. I've seen karts get launched over their own nose when they've been ripped out of the fixing here at Whilton, when they've got a full drop down and they're flopping around. There is that risk.
They tend not to use those curbs on the exit of pit
Not
bend
anymore,
now,
do they? No.
No, they keep well off them, which was exactly why the chicane was designed and put in, just to stop that very fast pit bend. Here it is. We used to have them going all the way over that curb. There's no need to do that. That would cost you time going all the way out there, so everybody choosing not to. Still Leo Livings by about just under 0.2 of a second at the line in first, Sebastian Clark in second, and then these three, Jensen Sale, Oscar Roach, Ryan Townsend, that's the order. The bright green shoulders, or the bright green overalls actually, of Jensen Sale, easy to pick out. And there's a move for that 4th place there as Ryan Townsend, and he's going to come back at him. The Zip Kart driver has a go, but it's Oscar. Was that Oscar Roach that spun round, or was it Ryan Townsend?
No, it was Townsend going
Townsend
round
on the Zip. Yeah, of course.
He tried to go round the outside and then slotted back to go to the inside. Got the nose down the inside, but the wheel was not quite far enough, and it's tipped him round into a spin. His chances of a podium are gone. There's the 171 of Jensen Walker. I was just making sure that it wasn't one of those two drivers pick up a warning. We've come back to the front, because as we expected, Joe, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And all of those orders, early doors, have been thrown out of the window.
Yeah, you can see the change in body language, can't you? It's almost a change of personality for these youngsters. And indeed, Leo Livings points at his helmet, points forward. Leo Livings with the blue top on his helmet. Sebastian Clark with the red and white helmet behind. This is where they start fighting now. It's a synergy 1-2. They're in the same awning. They're probably good friends off the track in between races. But right now, with just under 90 seconds to go, here they go across the line then, 13 laps completed. And the question is, can Sebastian Clark have a go at Livings and take the lead, and indeed the top step of the podium?
3 laps to go in our InterMAX 950 class. The run up towards Christmas corner. Leo Livings in front of Sebastian Clark. Livings under pressure now, but not defending too hard from Sebastian Clark. I imagine it'll be a different story next time round as they go under and they'll see that there are only 2 laps to go in this one. But Clark not particularly close enough to make a late move. It would be different if it was the final lap. I think he'd just dive down the inside, give Livings something to think about. But at the moment, there's no point going too soon. No point showing the hand either, because that just means that Leo Livings will have it scouted next time round.
Absolutely right. 2 laps to go. They are going to be seeing the last lap board next time by, and I think Livings is absolutely flat out. He seems to have upped the pace. He knew Sebastian Clark was going to start challenging. Like I say, they're in the same morning. They're both with Synergy, so they know how they operate. They know how each other operates, and he knew that Sebastian Clark was going to start coming back, and that's why he's maintaining that gap. He's absolutely flat chat now. Just watch the body language of these karts, and you'll see them using all of the curbs and a little bit more wherever they can, just to keep the momentum of these InterMAX karts up. And here they come into the boot for the penultimate time. Across the chicane curbing into the final lap. Then it is David, Leo Livings, Sebastian Clark.
Clark with 2 kart lengths to try and close in on Leo Livings. Leo Livings at the moment probably won't have to defend in the run up to Christmas corner, but I think he will anyway. No, he doesn't. Takes the optimum line, leaves the door open for Clark, but Clark not close enough as they run back down the hill now, down towards Ashby, and Sebastian Clark again. I don't think he's close enough, Joe. He's going to have one final opportunity for me to dive into the left-hander at the boot.
I think this is a great drive from Leo Livings too. It's very hard to lead, isn't it? It's easier to follow, I always thought. And here comes Clark's last opportunity. The opportunity's running out. And a great drive from Leo Livings into the boot. He defended well. Order gets a little nudge up the back. He tried to hold him up there into the boot, but they accelerate now through pit bend after the chicane, and it'll be Leo Livings that takes the first round of the Kart Championship Winter Series. And it's a synergy 1-2 with Sebastian Clark coming second. Jensen Sale hung on to that third place ahead of Oscar Roach in fourth, and then we had Harvey Bacon in fifth, Ryan Townsend in sixth, Adam Giordaitis recovered to seventh there with Jensen Walker eighth, and it'll be Jackson Hilton. So it's Amrit Singh Atwal gets ahead of the newcomer Jackson Hilton for ninth. Hilton will obviously come 10th, and then Hugo McCluskey 11th with the 12th place finisher Victor Popical and Eli Rideout rounding off the 13 kart field.
Really smart drive and a really smart final lap, I felt there, from Leo Livings, particularly into the boot. He made sure that by just taking the right-hander and easing off the throttle in the middle of the boot, that Sebastian Clark couldn't get a good run at him out of the final corner. It was a smart move from Leo Livings, and it was one that deserved the victory from the 177. Leo Livings takes the victory from his teammate Jensen Sale, joins them on the podium in the InterMAX class.
We've got a British champion in our midst.
He's taken a liking to the commentary box this weekend, hasn't he, Joe?
Well, when his career's over, he can always be a commentator, can't he, after being a British champion?
Well, you say that, but, I mean, I know what you're saying about me. It's difficult to get a word in edgeways. You've got no hope with him.
Yeah, I know. Well, by the time Luke Millward is old enough to be a commentator, I'll be well dead. That's the thing. You all right, Luke? Yeah, cool. Enjoying the day? Would you rather be racing? Yeah, of course you would. Well, it's not about that, is it? Hey, always be a British champion now, you know that. Luke Millward, who's the Vera Tools British champion in the MicroMAX class.
Honed his career, of course, in the Kart Championship.
About to say it, yeah, absolutely, David. And it just shows, this is what this series is all about. From 6 to 8 years old, the Bambino C50s out there. We've got the MightE Bambinos as well. There's also a MightE Cadet on the horizon somewhere, I believe. I need to talk to, I'm getting the thumbs up from Luke. He knows more than we do. Need to talk to Johnny Stinson about that, maybe at the next round. I haven't had a chance to chat to him at all this weekend. we've got plenty of time to have a look at the 17 kart grid for the C50s. Gives us an opportunity to round off the 2025 calendar. We've talked about the first 4 rounds, Wardenlaw, Shannington, GYG and PFI. The championship will be finalised by August, but we've got July the 19th and 20th at Rowrah. We might even get some sunshine in Cumbria at that time of the year. And then we round things off here at Whilton Mill, 9th, 10th of August. The weather should be marvellous. I want to talk to you about Rowrah. Rowrah, one of those circuits, been around a while now, since the 60s. It's changed a lot since I first raced there because we didn't have the hairpin extensions. But it's a track that rewards bravery, doesn't it? Into those hairpins, you've got to be brave on the brakes.
You've got to be brave because there's absolutely no runoff before you go into the bark on the outside, particularly the 2 back-to-back hairpins and that run up towards the Stuart S's as well at the far end of the circuit. And as you know, particularly with Rowrah, anything can happen in regards to the weather, and it often does.
Even in July.
Even in July.
I
think it snowed in Rowrah in July before.
It absolutely has, probably. Your eye in the hills of the on the edge of the Lake District. That's the 2025 calendar. Check out the Kart Championship social media pages for the official announcement. We're a bit premature with announcing this. I suppose we are the official announcement, David. But there'll be more information on the 2025 calendar coming out on the website and, of course, on Facebook and Instagram, pages belonging to the Kart Championship. We've got the C50 Comas making their way around onto the grid. It'll be a standing start. And it's Hendrix Fallat. He was beaten in the superheat by Calman Simon. Fallat took the 2 heats. The superheat was Calman Simon's. So this bodes very well for a good, strong final with these 2 sharing the front row. Will Rainwright won't be that far behind them. He shares row 2 with Raith Owen. We've got the bright green helmet of Benjamin Shivar sharing row 3 with Jensen Drummond. Santo Amico shares row 4 with Max Saint-Hilaire. And then row 5, Nico Veslovsky and Jensen O'Connor. The SW plate of Freddie Purnell shares row 6 with Lani Eden. Then we've got Shade Downey and Isaac Young on row 7. Row 8 is Oliver Bullock and Jacob Alexander. And then a 17 kart field rounded off by the beginner, Alfie Ward. So they'll make their way around, David. It'll be a standing start. These karts, petrol-engined, a little bit different to the MightE Bambinos. They were electric-powered. And they are a very, very technical kart to get right, aren't they?
They are very, very technical in terms of there's quite a lot going on in such a small engine. Difference in air pressure means that you're allowed to change the jet, which you're not allowed to do in some other classes. It's all about momentum with these comas, which we've seen.
And smoothness.
And that's something about running up, and we see them. You can often go quicker sometimes going round the outside of corners because it gives you more of a run on the way out of the corner to keep the engine spooled up and keep the pace going. In this Coma C50 Bambino class, grid is being cleared at the front. We've still got Simon.
That's Benjamin Shivar, that's Sanel Shivar there, just the last off the grid there. We haven't got a green flag because of that. Treaded tyres for these C50 Bambinos, the treaded LeConte all-weather tyre we don't want these youngsters being caught out by a downpour, which can happen very frequently, obviously, in the UK. And we get away, and it looks like Salmon has to slot in behind Hendrix Fallat. Calman Simon does indeed slot in behind, and the C50 Comas off up the hill towards Christmas.
It's a good start by Raith Owen. He moves up quickly into 3rd place in front of the fluoro yellow kart of William Wainwright, Benjamin Shivar. This has been the top 5 for most of this weekend, and as I mentioned there, all the way around the outside to maintain the lead is the number 10 of Hendrix Fallat. He leads them down the hill in front of the replica Ayrton Senna helmeted number 5 of Calman Simon, running a seeded number from this championship. Everybody in single digits are the drivers that have won top 10 result last year in the championship, and they've earned the right to run those single digit numbers.
I keep calling it last year. It's this year, though, isn't it?
This year. It was
finished
last
in
month.
July.
Well, last month, 2 months.
A couple of months ago. We're not quite out of it. Got the Winter Series yet. Here we go then. Fallat's already pulled a gap, and Simon has a lot of pressure behind him. Simon in the yellow helmet, the orange and black helmet of Raith Owen is the kart behind him, and then the bright yellow kart of Wainwright and the green helmet of Shivar. Like you said, David, these 5 have been the class of this field, but behind them, Santo Amico, Nico Veslovsky, Freddie Purnell, Jensen Druin, Max St-Hilaire, and that's Jensen O'Connor just outside the top 10.
Raith Owens with a huge push job there on Kalman Simon, both to close up on the leader Hendrix Falat, who had a gap of almost half a second as they crossed the timing line at the end of the first lap. Has been reeled in early doors and then goes very, very wide. Will be alongside Kalman Simon, but Simon will be on the outside. He slots back in. And now it's Raith Owens' turn to run in the top trio. It's historically been Falat, Simon and Wainwright's been that sort of third driver in this one throughout, as Raith Owen now in the mix in the black suit, although that doesn't help because they're all in black suits. So we've got orange helmet leads, yellow helmet leads, other orange helmets.
They all look black and orange karts as well. I know that Kalman Simon's got a black and gold John Player special. His dad's a big Senna fan. I think we can gather that by the Senna replica helmet. And he's got his kart liveried like Senna's GPS
I think
Lotus.
even the chassis is painted gold. It's
Oh,
squeezed
that's a bit naughty.
onto the grass by Hendrix Falat.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still in the mix though.
That's a bit naughty. We'll get a look at that again as Simon comes along. He looks over his shoulder. That's what he's done himself a disfavour there. He looked over his shoulder and deliberately pulled to the right. I'm sure the officials, I'm sure Drew will have something to say about that. Got to keep looking forward when you pull to the right. Pretend that you haven't seen anybody. That's the thing, dare I say.
You've said all weekend, Joe, let's send the Bambino footage to Formula One, and unfortunately that was straight out of Formula One. The driver pulls alongside and they run them out of track. It was Hendrix Falat, who's been arguably, well, certainly the fastest driver all weekend. I'm sure he'll look back on that one and it won't be his finest hour, but there's still plenty of time for Kalman Simon to recover here, because what he's got is Benjamin Shivar acting like his wingman. It's almost like...
I can assure you, though, Shivar is waiting for an opportunity to go by. And it's the first time we've seen Shivar in the top 4. Shivar has been behind Simon, Will Wainwright, I should say, in the yellow cart, who seems to have dropped off these 4 now. We saw this in the Superheat, didn't we? Where Will was right with them and then kind of dropped back. They're coming back at them, though. Shivar in the green helmet, Simon in the yellow one. They are closing the gap back towards Raith Owen and Hendrix Falat. And if these two don't fight it out, it's all about momentum in these very underpowered Bambino karts. And bearing in mind, these drivers are 6 to 8 years old. There's every need for the engines to be underpowered.
Certainly is. Benjamin Shivar looked like he was going to go for an overtake in the middle part of that lap, but that was negated by the fact there was a yellow flag, because Jacob Alexander, who's retired from this race, there he is in the background. You can actually see him on screen. But it has actually done both Kalman Simon and Benjamin Shivar a huge favour, because rather than battling, they're now starting to once again reel in Falat and Owen as Owen pulls out of the slipstream. Falat with a long look to the inside, because he's going to find not only has he lost the lead, but he's lost second place as well to a superb move by Kalman Simon. Benjamin Shivar unlucky not to get through as well. And now Simon's going for the lead, and he does indeed get it done.
Incredible comeback from Kalman Simon, who only what feels like a moment ago was slewing sideways on the grass. The science is what brought him back into it. That slipstream effect on the straight is incredible. Considering they're only doing 45, 50 miles an hour, the slipstream effect just drew them alongside. And here we go again, round the outside for Simon. He will hang on to that, and he does indeed hang on to the lead, whereas these drivers didn't get the memo where it was just take it easy for about 10 minutes, lads, and then battle it out. They've gone hell for leather from the very outset, and we're only 30 seconds away from... We're not even at half distance.
We're not, absolutely nose to tail, and no team orders at all for Coma Bambino. As to the inside comes Kalman Simon, Raith Owen, then it's Hendrix Falat and Benjamin Shivar. And as they cross the timing line, Benjamin Shivar's, I think he's got a loose...
Yes, got a loose
chain guard as well. I saw it over timing as well, but if it stays on, fine. If it falls off, not fine.
It needs to continue flopping about and not come off, because he will be black flagged if it does come off. Here we go then, 4 of them back together. Kalman Simon, Raith Owen, Hendrix Falat, Benjamin Shivar. Shivar just not quite having enough to get in that top 3. He hasn't been in the top 4 all weekend, I think. He is now, though, the little man with the green helmet. I call him the little man. He's absolutely tiny when you meet him. He's got a big, big personality, though. And that green cart of Shivar will try to get on terms with these 3 carts ahead of him. That chain guard continues to flop around, though.
Kalman Simon, 5.5 minutes to go. The driver racing under the flag of Slovakia leads Wraith Owen and Hendrix Falat, with Benjamin Shivar from Bosnia and Herzegovina in 4th place. And then Shivar's going for 3rd. Down the inside, Wraith Owen's going to... so Hendrix Falat drives round the outside and holds on, but now we've got a Noah's Ark, 2 by 2.
2 by 2, and Shivar's short his cards. He's absolutely short his cards. And whether or not he can hang on to 4th place and get onto the rear bumper once again of Hendrix Falat. Meanwhile, Wraith Owen losing touch a little bit with Kalman Simon. You just know, don't worry, that's going to come back. In fact, all of these 4 are going to come back together, because that's the science of these Bambinos. The way they cut through the air, they'll make holes in the air for the carts behind them, and everybody just concertinas back up and comes back together. And here they are across the line. 7 laps completed, 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely, Kalman Simon doing the rest of them a favour, essentially, by punching that hole in the air, making the drivers behind them feel like they've got more power in the engine, because they're not having to, and that's the slipstream effect that we've seen on a number of occasions, and now that's why we're finding drivers going to the inside.
Yeah, I noticed there, Falat defending very early on as well. I mean, 4 minutes on the clock, it's a bit early to be defending like that, but again, these Bambinos, especially at Christmas Corner there, they've got more than one line to choose from without really disadvantaging or losing momentum. So I suppose it's quite fine, really, to choose the inside line.
There is. The strange thing there is Hendrix Falat, who's, like I say, has arguably been the quickest driver, was defending Benjamin Shivar for 3rd place, which has allowed Kalman Simon and Wraith Owen here to break away. Simon with the yellow helmet leading, as he has done for the early part of this race, dropped back with that trip across the grass and has fought his way back up to lead Wraith Owen.
I was talking to Kalman's dad in the toilet, actually, at the urinal, and it's funny what he told me. He told me that Kalman Simon's first race win was that superheat. So he's leading his 2nd there with the yellow helmet. You know how much I love Senna, so you know I'm a big fan of that one. He's leading his 2nd race, potentially with a checkered flag looming in 3 minutes' time. His dad's heart will be in his mouth.
Oh, it'll be like a drum and bass record in his chest, won't it, at the moment, his heartbeat, as Kalman Simon leads from Wraith Owen. Behind them, Hendrix Falat and Benjamin Shivar have appeared to calm down on the defending for a little while in a hope that they can go forward. Now, the battle between them, if they can push onto the back of Wraith Owen, they've both got a chance of a podium. If they argue with each other, it's only going to be one of them.
Well, you know what? I'm surprised they haven't already closed that gap to Wraith Owen, because Shivar hasn't been challenging. I think they're both really clever youngsters. It's incredible just how clever they are. They are beginning to make a little bit of an inroad, but we're going to have a back marker that's going to stifle Kalman Simon onto the straight. We're going to see him disadvantaged all the way to Christmas, and this is where Wraith Owen can come back at him, but no, because Alfie Ward kept out the way. The blue helmeted Alfie Ward there, he's been really, really clever in keeping out of the way of the leaders as they come through, and he's just keeping to his line, and that's all you can ask from a back marker. Keep to your line. The faster carts will find their way around you.
Absolutely. We mentioned yesterday, this is not cars. They don't have to jump off the line. They stay on the line. The faster driver has to find the way through, because carts are so, you can turn them on a sixpence. So what you don't want is that unpredictability of moving off the racing line and the driver behind not knowing what's going to happen. Superb awareness from Alfie Ward. It did slow Hendrix Falat and Benjamin Shivar slightly. They caught in a slightly less advantageous place than what Kalman Simon and Wraith Owen did. But Owen, I think, is going to be a little bit closer to Kalman Simon this time. It was 4 tenths on the previous. It does look fairly similar as they cross over, and it's bang on 4 tenths this time round with a minute to go.
Yeah, 2 laps actually. Just checked the time as they crossed. They're lapping in 64 seconds, so it's going to be 2 more laps of tension for Kalman Simon's dad to cope with. And to be honest, all of these parents on the barriers there looking at their child blasting around here at 50 miles an hour, hearts in mouths. Hopefully there's big smiles at the end of it for everybody at the moment. Big smiles from this commentary box, because this has been a fantastic race.
I think it could even be touch and go that we get an additional lap in. Could they cross the line with a few seconds to go?
I think we're inside.
Sure?
Yeah,
we'll find out. We've
about
got
69 seconds.
Yeah,
it was.
20. So we've got 20 seconds left on the clock in here as they run up towards the boot. This is the battle for third place with Hendricks, Falat, and Benjamin Shivar, but closing in on the lead.
It is.
They're going to cross the line, Joe, before the time elapses. So it will be 3 laps. That one, this one, and the last one.
That's what I said. 2 laps after this one.
Are you sure?
Yeah. 2 laps after this. Didn't I?
We'll see.
Didn't I? I'm sure I did.
The guest of honour in the commentary box believes that you're lying to make friends, Joe.
Well, he knows me well, you see. He knows me far too well. Here we go then. Let's get back on track, David? Calling me a liar. How rude. Here we go. Calvin Simon now has for company Wraith Owen. He's had him for company this whole race. And remember, Calvin Simon dropped down behind these carts and then came back through, didn't he? So fabulous drive for him so far. And what we're seeing here, no need for any kind of overly defensive driving as they go into the boot. If anywhere was going to be overly defensive, it was going to be here, and it's not happening.
Now they'll head towards the timing line. They'll be told on the overhead gantry that this will be the final lap of Whilton Mill. 1,200 metres separates Calmon Simon from victory. Wraith Owen will try and wrestle it away from him on the run up towards Christmas Corner.
Here we go then for the final time, the run down the straight. This is Wraith Owen's chance to out-drag him, get in the slipstream. Simon takes to the right-hand side, the defensive line. He scoots back across to take the optimum line through O'Shea's and now into Inkerman's. Ashby's is potential the last outbreaking spot for Wraith Owen to have a go. He's not close enough though, David. And it's going to be a run to the 2 infield left-handers and then a run to the final complex of corners with Calvin Simon leading still. Wraith Owen, time running out.
One final opportunity for me here for Wraith Owen, but I'm not convinced he's going to be close enough to close in on Calvin Simon, who has a couple of nervous looks over his shoulder. Owen is indeed closer, but this is going to be very single file through this complex of corners for Calvin Simon and Wraith Owen. Simon took a memorable first victory an hour ago. It's going to be an even more memorable second race victory for Calvin Simon, who wins at the Winter Series from a very happy Wraith Owen with second place, and Hendricks Falat joins them on the podium as he holds off Benjamin Shivar for third place.
What I love about these 6 to 8 year olds is that it doesn't matter where they come across the line, they'll be coming through in 15th and they're loving it, aren't they? I mean, there you go, there was a hand, look at that, they're loving it, absolutely loving it. They've made it to the finish. Fantastic racing once again from the C50 Bambinos. Let's just confirm then. Calvin Simon takes the win from Wraith Owen in second. 2400ths of a second was the gap. A couple of seconds behind, Hendricks Falat will take the final step of the podium in third. Benjamin Shivar finishes in fourth. Freddie Pennell fifth. Sixth was Jensen Drummond. Santo Amico seventh. Nico Vezlovsky in eighth. There's the dad. He's happy. He's delighted. He can calm down now. His heart rate was about 250 there before he moved away from the fence. Will Wainwright in 9th. 10th was Larney Eden. Jensen O'Connor 11th. Max Centelaire 12th. Shea Downey 13th. 14th was Isaac Young. Oliver Bullock 15th. Alfie Ward 16th. And then Jacob Alexander, who we lost on lap 2, unfortunately. But I tell you what, we had everything there, didn't we? I mean, considering he was off the track, completely on the grass, regained, didn't lose too much, but then what for me showed very, very mature composure for a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
To just get back on with it. He didn't let him affect him.
Almost pressed that mental reset button, didn't he? Did Calvin Simon to sort of refresh himself, get his mindset back right to go again and to work his way back through the field. Before we run to a grid, Joe, which I know you're just looking for, we've run through the championship and our venues for next year, and you said look out for announcements. Well, also if you look out on Tuesday, the Kart Championship will have a new website as well, with information about the 2025 Championship, being designed at the moment by a young man called Leon Barlow, who's raced in this championship for a number of years, particularly when it was before it merged together. He was a big part of CKC in Cadet and then moved into junior Rotax as Leon Barlow. So I think he's roughly about 16, 17 years old in that sort of region. He's designing a new website for the Kart Championship, which will be live on Tuesday.
Excellent stuff. Is that when they're officially going to announce the calendar?
They're going to officially announce it after we've already
officially announced it.
Yeah, that's it.
I think we prematurely announced it. Inadvertently announced it, I think is the term.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Now you know where you're all racing next year. So we move swiftly on, and this one, if you thought the Comas were going to be, if you thought the Comas were exciting racing, this is going to be, if not more exciting, but just at a much, much higher speed.
Certainly is.
Junior Rotax, biggest grid of the weekend. 25 karts have qualified. I'll quickly rattle it down. Riley Bishop, who's going to beat Riley Bishop on that TB? Milo Henderson, he's been pretty much there in second place for the whole weekend. On row 2, Daniel Hartley shares with Logan Lauder, who's not an Ultimate R driver. I've just been confirmed.
No, he's not. He is with Precision Racing.
Precision, right, okay. Row 3 is, row 2. I've missed out somebody. Row 2, Marcel Poppicool and Daniel Hartley. Row 3, Logan Lauder and Jack Robinson. Row 4, Adam Turicek and Owen Wallace. Ewan House and Lewis Sumner are on row 10. Daniel Adamaitis and Jonas Klimas are on row 6. Row 7 is Andrew Dixon and Zane Quaker. That's where Quaker's got to come back from, David. 14th. Charlie Very is on row 8 with Lewis Holt. Then we've got Oliver Liversedge and Sam Green Gomez. Bella McConville starts in 19th alongside Alfie Lambert. Sophie Caldwell and Aris Ali on row 11. Row 12, Daniel Callahan and Braden Donoghue. And then we've got Kosti Zarov starting on the 25th slot, rounding off a 25 kart field. We've got a problem for the 249. Who was that? That's Daniel Callahan. Yeah, at the back of the field.
And we're already, I think we could already be down an entrant as well. We only had 24 leave. Callahan has got a problem. I'm trying to figure out who's missing. We'll find out in a few moments.
There's no need, mate, because we're about to go racing. Here we go. They're in the tram lines. We like the look of this, do we? Yes, we get this going with a green flag. Oh, and look at that. Absolute amazing kart control from Riley Bishop, who used all of the curb at Oblivion, and Milo Manderson just absolutely white-lined it into Christmas Corner there to keep everybody. It seems like everybody's behind.
Yeah, I think we might have had a few off there because the field is spread out. There's a big gap there from the back of the 244 of Daniel Adamaitis back to the rest of the field. We'll pick it up at the end of the lap because it was Riley Bishop who really didn't have to defend, as Joe said, unlike Marcel Poppicool up into second place now in front of Milo Manderson.
Did you see Poppicool kind of waving Milo Manderson? He sort of pointed ahead of him. Now, I'm not sure if they've had something happen there, and Poppicool was thinking, I need to give the place back. I'm not sure. Just pure speculation on his hand gesticulation. I'm not sure what that is, but it's definitely Poppicool that's leading, definitely in second place. Milo Manderson for the first time this weekend. I think that's the first time I've seen him outside of second.
Yeah, I think you could be right. We were correct. There was an incident in the corner at Christmas on that run-up because a few drivers have fallen down in that mid-pack, one of which was Charlie Very. Going forward, though, here's Logan Lauder for Precision Racing, up then into third place with a good move on Milo Manderson, and then defends Milo Manderson. And they're under pressure as well from Daniel Hartley and Jack Robinson. Your top six, or your top second down to six, sorry, it's out the front. Riley Bishop again is checked out.
I think Manderson could be struggling with cold tyres here. I think he might have a slightly different setup regarding tyre pressures starting this race. So I suspect that Manderson's kart will come alive by the time we get to half distance, and then when the tyres are really struggling towards the end of this 12-minute final, we might see Manderson in that black and blue kart there coming back into play. He's got Daniel Hartley behind him, and Hartley there with the red, white and blue overalls there, the blue and white striped helmet, right on the bumper of Manderson. And if Manderson's not careful and these tyres don't hurry up and come on, he's going to have Hartley challenging for that spot.
Milo Manderson, who we feel might be playing a bit of a long game here, but has the damage already been done as he drops down into 4th place behind Riley Bishop, Marcel Popcorn and Logan Lauder, Milo Manderson and Daniel Hartley. Then it's Robinson, Kuwaker up to 7th already in front of Ewan House. Adamitis and Sumner complete your top 10. They're all in the same camera shot. And Sumner with a white helmet there, rounding out the 10.
Well, Quaker is soon going to come into that picture, isn't he? He's up 7 places from that 14th grid position. We'll try and get a spot on him, the number 222 there, just in the background there of the shot there. That's the last drive there. The blue and white overalls, the orange and white side pod. Meanwhile, we check out Milo Manderson, who's right on the bumper of Logan Lauder. That's Poppicle, Lauder, Manderson, Hartley, Robinson, Quaker now. As they cross the line, the leader, Riley Bishop, puts in a 46.8 very early on for that sort of lap time. But he's gone. He's checked out and well ahead of this lot.
Manderson pulls out the slipstream, tries to go down the inside of Logan Lauder. Daniel Hartley slots back in. Zane Kuwaker in that 222, all over the back as Manderson now goes down the inside of Lauder. Hartley could do them both, can he? Yes, he can. Daniel Hartley with a 2-place gain. 5th up to 3rd for Daniel Hartley.
That was tremendous forceful driving from young Daniel. He's our junior Primo champion, remember. He's on the number 263, and behind him, this is going to play into Hartley's advantage, as behind him, all hell breaking out, and it's the 222. The Zane Quaker, number 222, who now clears that gaggle of carts and up into 4th place, and Hartley will soon have company, I'm pretty sure. Quaker at the front of that field there, the orange and white livery, the blue and black livery, is Milo Manderson. He's way down the field, furthest he's been down the field all day.
Yeah, out of position really for Milo Manderson. He's been in 2nd place pretty much most of this race weekend here. Zane Kuwaker, though, who started the weekend in 24th place, is currently in 4th place. In with a sniff of a podium for Zane Kuwaker, a 3-place gain on that lap alone, getting past Manderson, getting past Lauder, getting past Ewan House as well.
Great stuff from the junior Rotax field as ever, and the gap between Hartley and Quaker comes down to 0.44. That's Hartley at the front of the field there into Christmas corner. He's hanging on to that 3rd and final step of the podium. We'll see if our junior Primo champion, it's a big ask to keep somebody like Zane Quaker behind. And Zane Quaker now moves on to the rear bumper of Hartley. Hartley's in the blue and white helmet. Quaker with the, is that black and white helmet? But he's right on the bumper. You don't really need to know that. Hartley looks to his right, looks to his left, into the boot. He knows it's coming soon. Hartley over the chicane, all of the curb used. Can he hang on to it?
So about to say a battle of the roses going on here. Hartley from Yorkshire, the Lancashire driver. Zane Kuwaker just behind as well as they run up towards Christmas corner. A look over the shoulder, and they're reeling in Marcel Poppicle as well for 2nd place.
Hartley will want to get past Poppicle as quickly as possible so he doesn't have to defend against Quaker. He's done a cracking job in keeping Quaker behind. Who's this coming behind Quaker though? Milo Manderson, Logan Lauder and Ewan House. Not that far behind, and there's the move. That's the move that's been coming. The 222 numbered Zane Quaker now ahead. Now he taps his helmet. Come on, Daniel. Let's catch Marcel Poppicle and help me get that 2nd step of the podium.
He's trying to drag Hartley as well, because Hartley did not lose a huge amount of time there in that overtake, but Manderson has reeled them in as well. Lauder and House could be anybody's for 2nd and 3rd here. Behind them, we've got Jack Robinson, who's run a little bit higher than 8th for most of this race weekend. I don't think he'll be too happy with 8th place at the end of this race weekend. And you'll come back into it if they battle. Still 5 minutes to go, Joe. We're just over half race distance. There's plenty more of this book to write.
This one's flew over for me, David. We're past half distance here. We've had some cracking racing. we're kind of neglecting Riley Bishop, who has been so dominant here in Junior Rotax this weekend.
That's his own fault.
Yeah, it is. It is. 3.3 seconds is his lead at the front of this field. Behind him, though, this is where the action is. That orange and white cart there, that's Marcel Popical. Behind him, Zane Quaker, Daniel Hartley, Milo Manderson. They're all coming together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that a 7-car train I've got? 6-car train. That's the battle that we're going to have to focus on because it's coming, isn't it?
Quaker round the outside of
I didn't expect to come that
Popical.
soon.
No, neither did I. Popical defended to the inside, and Zane Quaker just said, do what you want. I'm going all the way round the outside of Marcel Popical, and Zane Quaker's up into second place, and now Popical is having to defend and run up into Ozier's as Quaker looks over his shoulder. And I think he realises now it could be a comfortable run to second because Popical tries to hold off Hartley and gets forced wide in his contact. That's Logan Lord around.
Oh, Lauder just keeps out the way. I think he took a bit of a nudge, though, that put him out there. We'll have to wait and see what transpires there. As Hartley, we've got a spinner there that just cleared the field before they came through. There's the leader.
Yeah, well,
there's Riley Bishop. That's what he looks like, everybody.
Yeah, it was Logan Lauder getting tipped into a spin by Marcel Popical. Was the two drivers involved there. Popical had already been forced wide by Daniel Hartley on the entry into the boot. That's why the
Popical lost all his speed, didn't he?
Didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether Popical tried to do what Leo Livings did on the final lap and just ease off the throttle slightly to balk the thing, and then Daniel Hartley's just tapped him and he's gone wide, and then the rest of the train was there. And
it does get a bit cramped up there at the boot, and everybody's trying to turn their cart in really tight, kind of stop, park it and turn to get onto that ideal line towards the chicane curbings. However, Riley Bishop's gone, 3.8 seconds. Then we've got Zane Quaker, and there's the battle for third. Daniel Hartley, the blue and white helmet, and then the blue and black liveried cart of Milo Manderson, who's had a cracking weekend here in Junior Rotax. When it matters, though, for a podium position, this is the one he wants. The audacity of young Hartley, the Junior Primo champion, taking that podium step off him. Daniel here with Ultimate R this weekend, and Milo Manderson now right on his bumper. There's the Popical and Ewan House battle, but it's the third place battle just ahead of them. That looks like it's going to bear fruit. The one just ahead of this one, Nick. 2 ahead of that one.
Milo Manderson looked to be out of contention for a podium when he was down in 5th and 6th earlier on. He's been thrown a lifeline, and now it's between him and Hartley. And we think, we spoke earlier about maybe playing a long game in terms of tyres. What's he got left in the locker?
2-minute sounder about to sound. In fact, there it is there. 2 minutes to go. This is when it all comes down. The time is running out. If you're going to have a bash at getting by someone, you're going to have to hurry up and do it. Daniel Hartley, we know how quick this young man is, and Milo Manderson likewise. Milo Manderson, though, has got to find a way by Daniel Hartley here. Into oblivion and through Crook. Hartley out onto the straight. Both drivers using all the curb. That's Zane Quaker from 14th on the grid to 2nd. The gap isn't coming down between Quaker and 2nd and Riley Bishop, though, so that leaves us to focus on this one, David.
Bishop has been the epitome of consistency all weekend, hasn't he? Not beaten in any of the races here this weekend, and looks unlikely to be beaten in this final either on that TB chassis.
Good advert for TB chassis, aren't they? Great advert, because it's been unbeatable.
Unbeatable.
Yeah, so far this weekend in the Winter Series. Across the curb then, Hartley still hanging on to it, 1 minute remaining. They're going to cross the line. They're lapping in the 46s, so it's going to be 2 more laps after this one. And here's Milo Manderson up the inside of Daniel Hartley. Is he going to make it happen? Yes, he does, into Christmas, and Hartley has nothing else he can do but slot in behind. And now Manderson will want to make a break. He does not want Hartley coming back at him.
Hartley does indeed come straight back at him with a little tap into the rear downhill into Ashby. Manderson got that move done early. He was already alongside through the little flick right of Fine Lady on that run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And now it looks like, as you say, Joe, he's broken a few kart lengths, and that long game that we feel he may have played is currently bearing fruit.
Yeah, we did. I did suspect that, didn't I? I did speculate that his tyre pressures were going to make it a bit of a struggle for him in those early laps, and now he's got the kart underneath him that he's actually been wanting. It's come a bit late though. We've got no time on the clock. It'll be the last lap board as a move there for Poppicle. Comes back at Ewan House and takes that 5th place back. That's not over, is it?
Certainly isn't, because Jack Robinson isn't too far off the back of them either. It's a Kato Motorsport sandwich there for Ewan House. He's got Poppicle in front of him and Jack Robinson just behind, 5th, 6th and 7th on screen.
That battle continues to the boot now, while the leader, Riley Bishop, will have already seen the 1 lap to go board just passing to our right across the curb. Whether this one will go down to the wire is undoubted. The Kato Motorsport drivers just sandwiching Ewan House as they continue on. I think it's only right, Nick, that we should maybe have a look at Riley Bishop. This is the young man that's really been dominant here this weekend. And the TB chassis, the ex-kart driver here, has been pretty unbeatable. He's got a gap of 4 seconds last time by. And here he is in the final stages of this race, David.
Run up towards the boot for the final time for Riley Bishop. It's been a perfect weekend so far. 2 heat victories yesterday. Victory in the superheat as well. And it's going to be another for Riley Bishop as he takes victory here at Whilton Mill. A charge from Zane Kawaka, probably the drive of the weekend, from 14th to 2nd in the final for Kawaka. And they're joined on the podium by Milo Manderson in 3rd place.
Drive of the day, that for me, Zane Kawaka. 14th on the grid there. Then making his way through to 2nd. Tremendous.
He's going to feel, particularly after yesterday where he qualified 24th when he didn't really set a time in qualifying, and then he had a retirement as well yesterday morning, that it was a case of what could have been. Could he have taken the fight to Riley Bishop if he'd have started at the right end of the grid? Well, when we go to Warden Law in a month and a half's time, if they're both there, that for me is going to be a superb battle if they find each other on track.
Well, if you look at their best laps, Riley Bishop a 46.74, Zane Quaker a 46.75. Quakers came on lap 8. Bishop's time came on lap 10. So they had the pace throughout there. Gap at the end was 4 seconds. Yeah, I'm looking forward to rounds 2 and 3 of the Winter Series. Let's have a look at the top 10 then. Riley Bishop was who took the win, as we've explained. Zane Quaker, great drive from 14th to 2nd. Milo Manderson, his tyres eventually came on and assisted him in getting that 3rd and final step at the podium. Commiserations to Daniel Hartley, who drove a storming race there, and the youngster, our junior Primo champion, coming into with the big boys and coming home a fine 4th place. Marcel Poppicle dropped to 5th, sandwiching Ewan House with his teammate Jack Robinson in 7th. Daniel Adamaitis in 8th. Logan Lauder in 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 was Lewis Sumner.
Superb race for junior Rotax, and we stay with the junior classes as we move to junior Primo, which has been an incredibly tight class throughout this race weekend, Joe, shown by the fact that our 2 drivers on the front row have scored exactly the same amount of qualification points.
And Hayagriva Gokulnath takes pole position because of a faster lap time, both on equal points. So the faster lap time of a 47.31 over Tyler Davis 47.54 puts him on the other side of the grid on the front row. So it's Gokulnath and Tyler Davis. 2nd row is George Cole and Thomas Harper. 3rd row is Laurie McVeigh and Ronnie Legg. 7th is Joseph Mills. Keep an eye on Joseph. Remember, he had a non-finish. He's been running really strongly. I can see him rising and potentially challenging for a podium position here. Alongside him is Zach Kane. Behind them on row 5, Thomas Butcher and Lewis Gilbert. And then on row 6, Trevelyan Sansom and Alfie Forrester. George Ralston and Elijah Hartley are on row 7. And then rounding off 15 carts is Jensen Cook. So I think this is going to be a topper. I mean, we saw that junior. These are exactly the same carts as what we've just seen. The only difference is the age of the drivers. This is for 12 to 14-year-olds. it gives them an opportunity in the kart championship to race with kids their own age. You don't have to race with the 15 and 16-year-olds. You can race with 12 to 14-year-olds. So it gives them a little bit of a more of a grounding, transitioning from the cadet classes into the junior classes, where the karts are faster, wider, grippier, and it gives you a chance to, and I think it's worked tremendously this year. It was my first introduction to Junior Primo, and I thought, what a great idea. What a great idea, and I'm surprised other championships haven't followed suit.
Yeah, certainly. It's that variant, isn't it? You can either run it as a big class and then effectively have an A and a B final with drivers progressing out of B finals into A finals, or you can give your drivers an opportunity to certainly lead some races, which is always quite good. It gives them that experience of running at the front with drivers around them and battling for top honours in this Junior Primo class. And we've already proved that it's very, very tight, with the top two on the same number of qualification points, and that they're split by their qualifying time from yesterday. That's the fastest time that we've taken. That's what's split. I agree with Gogolnath and Tyler Davis, is their qualifying time from yesterday morning. Gogolnath was on pole yesterday morning. Davis was on row number 3. They go off the front row together.
Great for us, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant.
It's great for us. Little bit of a story, if you picked up on the, if you did watch the Paddock Show in the lunch break, that kart there, the number 18, that's number 18, which is Joseph Mills. Now, Joseph's running with Ivor Powell's team, the True Performance Motorsport, but there was a bit of a story there, wasn't there, that you had a chat to him about, and that's again, motorsport being the character building thing it is. He's certainly had a character building weekend.
He has for Joseph Mills as the field make their way out onto circuit. Mills, who will go off the inside of the 4th row in 7th place, and the number 90 machine had what I would call catastrophic damage to his chassis. He cracked the yoke off, which meant that that kart is effectively a write-off. It will become his dad's chassis for practice day, but a completely new frame under Joseph Mills for this race weekend. He did very, very well with it in heat number 1. Heat 2 yesterday didn't quite go to plan. Where
he won heat 1, didn't he?
Yeah, well, yeah.
He won it. He did well, all right.
You can't do any better than that. But heat 2 was completely different, the other end of the spectrum. A retirement before he even got going, really, for Joseph Mills. Put him in the mid-pack for the super heat. And he starts again in the mid-pack. Let's see whether he can break through early from 7th place.
I love stories like that where you face adversity, but you get on with it, and you then have a crack in day's racing. Here we go then. Now then, can these Junior Primo drivers at the front just keep the pace down a bit? I'm not sure the starter's going to like it.
No, he does not.
No, I'm not surprised. They were almost flat out at the apex of Pitt's Bend there. I am not surprised. That is a pet hate of the starters in the kart championship, I've come to know. It's clear to see.
Yeah, what you don't want as well is the drivers carrying too much speed when they're going in nose to tail into that fast Oblivion and Crook complex. As you were saying that Joseph Mills story, I was thinking the only person that's probably not happy with a story like that would be Joseph Mills' dad, because he's had to buy a new frame.
Well, I said to him this morning, hey, he's a novice, I think it's only his 3rd or 4th race. He's come out of indoor karting, and I said, hey, he really impressed me with his composure with that win. He was under massive pressure in that first heat, and he says, yeah, I'm really happy. I says, unfortunately for you, this kid's pretty good. And he looked at me as if to say, yes, I know. Because motor racing, even at this level, is relatively expensive, as we all know. Is there such a thing as cheap motorsport? I'm not sure. Here we go again then. It is rather quick. Are we going to see a green flag fly? We are indeed, and we are running through Oblivion and into Crook Corner for the first time. Off they go. Let's see who it is.
Well, it's Gogolnath who's leading. It looks like then we've got George Cole up into 2nd place as Thomas Harper was looking at getting past Tyler Davis, but then has to slot back in. And Laurie McVeigh, who had a very, very good super heat, is already up into 4th place. One to watch here for McVeigh. Started the weekend last, having not set a time in qualifying. Could it be another Zane Kuwaker story?
I think it is, He's with Project One. That's why he's got the red, white and green livery, and they're all together, as you would expect, into the boot for the first time. We always expect a gaggle of karts to bunch up together as they hit the curb and then come out of pit bend. We'll get a check up on just who is where as they cross the line for one lap. Gogglnath leads, George Cole, Tyler Davis, McVeigh, Thomas Harper, Ronnie Legg, Zach Quinn, Lewis Gilbert, Joseph Mills 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 is Trevelyan Sansom. Changes at the front though as George Cole around the outside, top shelf driving there, and indeed using the top shelf at Christmas corner.
All the way round the outside of Hayagriva Gogglnath for George Cole, and Cole will lead on only lap number 2 from Gogglnath. Then it's going to be Tyler Davis, Laurie McVeigh and Thomas Harper. A gap back then to Ronnie Legg, but the top 5 with a bit of a breakaway here. We were expecting a bit of inroads potentially from Zach Kane in Joseph Mills as well, who've been in that sort of mid-pack at least throughout this race weekend. And McVeigh draws alongside Tyler Davis, and that could allow Thomas Harper to put a move. And Harper is indeed through.
Brilliant.
Super move. Took advantage, didn't he?
Sorry, David. All caused by Tyler Davis bashing his way over the curb, and McVeigh comes back at Harper. But that was what cost him that one. Bashing over the curb, lost a massive amount of time. The leader there, George Cole, has now got Tyler Davis still in that third place, but in front of him is Hayagriva Gogglnath, who's trying to get back on terms. Gogglnath on the green pods. The purple and yellow kart of George Cole is the leader, but behind them, that was quite dramatic stuff.
It was. Laurie McVeigh sort of had to go past Tyler Davis because Davis had gone slow by clocking the curbs, and then put him on the outside, which then allowed Harper to put the 15 kart on the inside of him. He briefly got through, and then Laurie McVeigh returned the favour on that run up to Christmas. Now they're going to have to work together to close back in on Tyler Davis. Davis, though, looks like he's found a bit of a second wind. Now he's broken away from McVeigh and Harper.
It's all about the tyres, David. It's where they pressured the start. Now they're concerned that the length of 12 minutes, you could end up, if you go wrong on the pressure, you could end up with your tyres coming on immediately, but then going off towards the end. Or do you pressure them where they just take the time to come in and they're with you at the end and strong at the end? You don't want to overheat the surface of the tyre, then it starts to grain, and then it's like you're running on marbles. So it's all about that, and this is where, going into lap 4, the tyres should be up to temperature, and we've got a more balanced and stable handling kart for everybody.
It's a long race. We had 17 laps in Junior Rotax. We're expecting similar in Junior Primo. So it's a lot longer. We've got to manage these tyres for the rest of this race. And you mentioned McVeigh had the early pace, but now it appears to be Tyler Davis who's got that pace because he's closed back in on Cole and Gogglnath at the front. And Davis is right on the back of the 82, who I'm not convinced knows that he's been drawn up on the back of here by Tyler Davis. He's going to know as they go through the boot, because as they come through, there's going to be a little bit of tapping to the rear. I think Davis not quite close enough to give Gogglnath a gentle wake up that he's there, but then the look over the shoulder confirms that Tyler Davis is in the mix.
You can actually hear a kart behind you. You can hear the change in tone. You've got the kart in front, which you can hear, and he did look for it, didn't he? Gogglnath, just seeing what the air felt like just out of the slipstream. He had a look, he thought about it, but there's not enough real hard braking into Christmas corner. Carry a lot of momentum through there, so he's got to settle in behind. And this is great, isn't it? Because George Cole controlling the pace there, maybe a little bit of tyre management, but what this is enabling everybody else to do is stay in touch. And we've got this massive train of 6-7 karts that are about to concertina together.
In particular, that's Laurie McVeigh in 4th place. The timing in the top right-hand corner is updating laps, but not positions. But it is Laurie McVeigh in 4th and Thomas Harper in 5th. So we're not getting the switch around in terms of the timing, but that's certainly the order. It's Cole, Gogglnath, Davis, then McVeigh, Harper and Legg. We can see that here in the commentary box for the timing that we've got. And the pace now, Laurie McVeigh is closing back in. I don't think it's more of a... I think Cole potentially went early on pressures. Now he's backing the rest of the field into Laurie McVeigh. I don't think it's going to be too long before Thomas Harper's back there as well. And Ronnie Legg's not too far back.
I think George Cole is just kind of managing the tyre. Still a long way to go. We are about 30 seconds away from half distance. He's managing the tyre, but he's not allowing himself to come back towards Gogglnath, where perhaps Gottelnath can have a try. I mean, they're running fast. Don't get me wrong. They're running, nigh on flat out towards the end, the edge of the adhesion of the carts into the braking area. But it's just that little bit of extra push that you can give it when you need to, because these four coming together now as a Tyler Davis down the inside of Ashby's, is it? Side by side. Oh, and he forces him out there. I say force, he used all of the road, and Gottelnath had to make compromises and move out of the way to allow Davis the room, or else they both would have clattered into one another.
Yeah, Laurie McVeigh trying to take advantage as well, ended up on the outside of Hayagriga Gogolnath and slotted back into fourth place where he was. In the background, there's more to come, I feel, from Thomas Harper, who is rejoining the fray here as these drivers continue to battle. Tyler Davis now, who has shown all weekend that he's got the pace and certainly no patience, is behind them swapping lines. Here's Laurie McVeigh and Hayagriga Gogolnath for the final step on the podium, and that is going to throw a lifeline, I think, to the 15 of Harper, with McVeigh down the inside into Ashby, forces Gogolnath wide, and indeed that lifeline for Harper has been reeled in. He's back in the mix with a chance of a podium.
Gogolnath's grip has just gone. It is absolutely gone. Harper's now on his bumper there in the purple and white cart. It's the green and white cart of Gogolnath, who has lost that position to Tyler Davis. He's done exactly the same with Laurie McVeigh, and he's about to lose this position to Thomas Harper. For some reason, he's at no grip whatsoever coming out of Christmas Corner, and by the time they get to Ashby's, he's lacking in pace. Here they come up the hill towards Christmas, and if anything, it looks like that pace switched back on, because he's coming back towards Laurie McVeigh.
Now he's got somebody to follow. He seems to have found a new 10th. McVeigh with the fastest lap on the previous lap, now that he's got a little bit of clean air in front of him. At the front, though, what we can see here, Tyler Davis also had a bit of clean air in front of him, and he's used that to gain 2/10 on George Cole. We've got a real scrap for the lead now. George Cole, who held off Hayagriga Gogolnath, is now going to have to try it with a completely different entity in Tyler Davis.
So George Cole, he's down here as a Project 1 driver. He's carrying a purple and yellow livery on his cart. Tyler Davis behind him, he's a privateer, and if anything, Davis seems to have the pace going into the final 4 minutes of this final here. Junior Primo it is, down towards Ashby's. Davis, any moment now, is going to just jink to the right or left and make a move on our leader, George Cole. George Cole responds a little bit, becomes aware just how quick Tyler Davis is, I think, and that just a little bit of a love tap there on the back bumper of George Cole's cart. Into the boot then.
Radiator flap adjustment for Davis. It's still down for George Cole. He doesn't feel the need to get any more air into that radiator. Davis at his local circuit, he's only from down the road at Milton Keynes, and he wants to take that winning trophy back home with him. He's right in the wheel tracks now of George Davis, who will defend, and of George Cole, and Davis is going to try and go round the outside. He's going to try and get a switch back. He's going to get squeezed. Indeed he does.
That's dangerous doing that, isn't it, around the outside of that little left-hand jink, and Cole hangs on to the lead because he had the optimum line there towards Inkermans and down towards Ashby. They're already at Parker, through Parker, and now at Chapman's, heading towards the boot. Tyler Davis, he just looks so determined to make that move. Davis in the bright yellow side pod cart, George Cole in the purple cart. If anything, these two squabbling is allowing Laurie McVeigh and Hayagriga Gogolnath back into the mix.
Oh, it is. The 4/10 quicker on the previous lap was Laurie McVeigh in third place, and he's bringing Gogolnath with him as the leaders fan out on that way, and Davis is going to try it again all the way around the outside. It didn't work last time, it didn't work this time either, and Laurie McVeigh is right back in this one.
He's in a Project 1 sandwich, is Tyler Davis, isn't he? It's Project 1 in the lead, Project 1 in third. The two teammates are not really going to be bothered at all about where each other finish. They each and every one of these three drivers wants to finish on that top step. At the moment, the top step belongs to George Cole. Across the chicane curbing, Tyler Davis, he can hear coming up behind him Laurie McVeigh, and he just needs to get away and ahead of Tyler Davis, but Tyler Davis needs to do likewise to George Cole as they head towards Christmas. Cole defends, He slots back in, and there he again. That move just can't come off because Cole's got the optimum line.
Yeah, it's not working out there, is it? But now he's going to defend here, and we know that can compromise your exit. And it does compromise your exit. Tyler Davis with a fantastic move, had it scouted from the first moment that George Cole defended the inside line there. Tyler Davis knew exactly what he was going to do, and Tyler Davis leads with a minute to go.
Down the inside, Cole went. He's hanging on to this second place, though, because Laurie McVeigh is about to take that second step away from him if he's not careful. Here he goes then into oblivion and through Crook. Tyler Davis already pulled 4/10. The inside the final minute then. I think they're right on the cusp of another 2 laps, and there down the inside has gone McVeigh. Slots Cole out to the outside, and Gokilnath goes through for third. So from the first step of the podium, George Cole has ended up off the podium at the moment. He needs to find some pace to come back at these 3 drivers. Hargreaves Gokilnath is the first on the list to get onto that third step of the podium, but I'm not sure if he's got the pace to do it.
Laurie McVeigh imploring Gokilnath to try and push him along. He feels he can still catch Tyler Davis at the front, and I think he's going to get an extra lap to do it. Tyler Davis crosses the line with less than a few seconds to go, and 2 more laps to go for Laurie McVeigh to try and close in that 1 second gap. He needs Gokilnath to comply, and at the moment the 82 is doing so.
2 more laps then, they're on the penultimate lap, and these 3 coming back. Thomas Harper's not out of the equation as well, and all Thomas Harper's thinking is if these 3 trip over each other, I'm on the podium. The purple and white cart there, the 4th cart in that train. The red and white cart is in 2nd place there, that's Laurie McVeigh. The green and white cart of Hargreaves Gokilnath is in that 3rd place spot. George Cole, our early leader, is in 4th. It's all to play for now as the last lap board comes out. Tyler Davis says thank you very much. 1 more lap of Whilton Mill to go, and then it will be the first place trophy that he will see.
Davis with a gap of nearly a second at the front looks to have this one sewn up. Just got to keep his head down and stay out of trouble. Behind though, McVeigh and Gokilnath battling over positions 2 and 3. The final steps on the podium. They've got to be mindful that George Cole is still there, having led this race earlier on. Thomas Harper, the dark horse in 5th place at the moment, is still in with a shout if these guys trip each other up on that run up into the boot.
Here we go then for the final time. Our leader Tyler Davis is broken free from that red and white cart of Laurie McVeigh. Let's pick up Davis on the yellow cart at the front of this field. There he goes and takes the checkered flag and takes a very fine win. It was a win that he had to come through the field to get, and a great drive from him. He's got his fan club just outside of our office here, as Laurie McVeigh takes that was a great drive from McVeigh as well for 2nd place. Hargreaves Gokilnath will finish on the 3rd and final step of the podium. Massive commiserations to George Cole. He led this race. He started on the 2nd row of the grid. He got off into the lead with a great drive at the start of the race, but then he's ended up off the podium in 4th place. Thomas Harper in that Jaguar liveried cart comes 5th. Ronnie Legg 6th. Joseph Mills will be, or should be, happy with 7th and being the first novice. Trevelyan Sansom was 8th. 9th was Thomas Butcher. Alfie Forrester 10th. Jensen Cook 11th. Elijah Hartley in 12th. And then the rounding off the 15 cart field, George Ralston, Zach Kane and Lewis Gilbert.
Superb race there, Joe.
It was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, commiserations really to George Cole, who, if we could knock up a step 3.1 on the podium, would certainly deserve to stand on it. Great weekend for him. Unfortunately, he goes home with P4, but can't take anything away from Davis. The fan club just outside the commentary box cheering him all the way to the finish line for Tyler Davis, who I think is racing with M Sport this weekend as a team. So congratulations to Davis and to them here this weekend as he takes the victory in Junior Primo.
Well, we come to that point in any race weekend which is kind of a bit of a mixed emotion, really, because it's all about the finish, David. We've got our last race.
We're on the cusp of the last race. It's Senior Rotax that will lead us out here at Whilton Mill. The close of the first of 3 Winter Series events for the Kart Championship. Single one-off events here, so no championship points, just honour and trophies on offer.
I like that. Honour and trophies. Yeah, I like that.
Certainly, and throughout the weekend, again, this will be a case of it's one to beat so far for the unbeaten Zaki Hussain.
Yeah, who's going to beat Zaki Hussain? Because he's got a 100% record, hasn't he? 2 heats and a super heat. That has put him on the pole position. There is Harry Blow, who will start alongside. Second row of the grid is Morgan Hudson-Brown and Harry Hurst-Grover. We've got our twice junior Rotax champion, Kasper Tomilewski, who has stepped up into seniors. He will start on the third row of the grid alongside Lewis Merica. Ian Hughes and Jensen Pugh start on row 4. And then we've got Sam Kelbrick and Elliot Foster rounding off what is a 10-kart field. 10-kart field kicking off the very first time in the Kart Championship that we have a senior class of karting. It's going to continue for certainly the next couple of rounds. I can tell you, for instance, David, that at Warden Law we have a class for pro karts.
We do. It's going to. We're going to bring in what would have been historically the Autumn Cup for Warden Law, albeit in November, which isn't really autumn.
Well, it is. November is autumn. It's absolutely autumn. We're in the autumn solstice or whatever they call it.
Not that far up north, it's not.
Well,
it is by definition.
You mean it's a bit winterish?
It's not by weather conditions, but yeah, historically it's that sort of time of the year when they have that Autumn Cup, isn't it? And we're going to.
That's a good point, actually, because not only have you got the accolade of winning the second round of the Kart Championship Winter Series, you've also got the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup that you're going to be awarded if you win your class as well. So that's a good point.
For those drivers at Warden Law that won the Spring Series, they'll be handing out their trophies as well from that on the Saturday evening, I believe.
Yes, they will. That is the plan. They've waited a long time for their Spring Series trophies. It's just basically we haven't been able to get everybody together in the one place. Well, we are being able to get everybody together at Warden Law for the second round of the Kart Championship Winter Series. Who's that then? That has had a bit of a harmless spin and will rejoin at the back of the grid. He might even be able to sneak his way up.
They'll get back round, I'm sure, in enough time. They are coming through. It's Morgan
25.
Hudson-Brown.
Oh my goodness!
He's saying to the marshal there, let's have a roll round. Tell him now that that we're not in position. We need a roll round. But it's Morgan Hudson-Brown.
I think he's got time. He should be starting third. Has he appeared?
Not yet.
Not yet. No, he can't get through now.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Joining.
Yes. Get out me way. I'm coming back.
I mean, it was nicely slotted in. It was late,
Beautiful.
but he's still warming the tyres.
Yeah, I think he's been on the grass, so he's probably think he's got a bit of water or something. Here we go, though. Last race of the weekend coming up, and we have indeed got a green flag chopping across into oblivion first. Oh, and a little bit of sliding wide there on all the marbles there. Not quite sure who that was as the leaders already into Christmas.
Looks like Harry Bloor has stolen a march on Zaki Hussain. Indeed he has. Hussain with the yellow helmet, blue suit, falls back into second place in that number 13 machine. Hudson-Brown and Harry Hurst-Grover then in front. That's your top 4. They've managed to break away slightly from the 72 of Lewis Merrick, who's had a good start up to P5 on the opening lap.
We've had a change of lead momentarily there as they are side by side. It's the number 44 of Harry Bloor who retakes the lead back as they entered the boot, and it will be Harry Bloor who will appear on the timing screen and on your lap charts if you're keeping one. Across the line in first, then Zaki Hussain second, Morgan Hudson-Brown third, Harry Hurst-Grover, Lewis Merica, Kasper Tomilewski sixth, seventh Jensen Pugh, Elliot Foster, Ian Hughes and Sam Kelbrick.
Kasper Tomilewski down the inside of Lewis Merica for 5th place. A great move down the inside into Christmas Corner, and all that battling on the opening lap. The top 4 looked to have broke away, and then with the top 2, Bloor and Hussain, going side by side on that run up to the boot. It did allow Merica and Tomilewski to close up. Then Tomilewski with that move up into P5. The leaders now with a bit of a push away, and Zaki Hussain, at least for the time being, seems content to try and push Harry Bloor away from Morgan Hudson-Brown.
Only lap 2 completed, so the tyres now beginning to come to where they want to be. It always takes about 2.5 to 3 laps for these tyres to really come up. On a cold day like this, it might even take a little bit longer. We'll see just how long it'll take Zaki Hussein's tyres to be where he wants it. Harry Blow, though, he's continuing to control the lead of this race. However, just how menacing does Zaki Hussein look like on the rear bumper of Blow? It looks like he's just playing a waiting game, doesn't it? Just following in the wheel tracks through Chapman's on towards the boot now. Doesn't look flustered. Plenty of time on the clock. 12 minutes and 1 lap, and we're already at the 10-minute mark.
Zaki Hussein at the moment, as you say, looks content to push away because it's safer to have a 2-kart battle for the lead than have a 5-kart battle for the lead. And just on the back of this train, Kasper Tomaszewski, who didn't have a brilliant superheat, was struggling with ribs and not content now with pushing. As we said, it straight down the inside at Christmas corner goes Zaki Hussein. It's another change for the lead.
That was really a hard stab of the brakes there at the last possible moment. The kart sleuthing sideways. Remember, only rear brakes on these karts. Only the rear brakes, so it's kind of like throwing your handbrake on in your car. I don't chew. You can do that on modern cars, throw your handbrake on. It's a switch usually in these days. But that's what it's like driving a kart. It just locks the rear axle up. But Zaki Hussein goes back to where he believes is right to be, and he will continue. There they are, through Crook, out all over the curb. He's got Harry Blow right there. If he had mirrors, Harry Blow would be right in them, wouldn't he? But I'm not sure Harry Blow has got anything in the toolkit to come back at Zaki Hussein now.
I think Hussein's just got that level of consistency that he needs. He's just can hold the gap, I think, at a few tenths at the moment, and it's not going to be close enough for Blow to make a move without potentially compromising his second place. Again now, if he feels he can push the TWR driver away in front of him in Zaki Hussein, Harry Blow for Ultima R in second place with Morgan Hudson-Brown, despite the fact that he's got the suit of I think Jensen Pritchard. It's definitely Morgan Hudson-Brown in third place, in front of now Kasper Tomaszewski, who's found some more ribs after the superheat. He was struggling a little bit with his ribs, hence why he fell away, but now he's up to P4.
Early days, David.
Oh, yes.
Still 8 minutes left, and it was towards the latter stage of the superheat that Kasper found it difficult to continue at the pace he was. What did he tell you exactly? Did he say it was his ribs or just a general soreness?
No, he said it was his ribs. Remember, first race in seniors for Kasper Tomaszewski, the double junior champion here in the JKC. But he's got 7 minutes for his rib protector, some ibuprofen, I imagine some sellotape and Pritt stick as well that's holding his ribs together to remain out. And he's also got the adrenaline of trying to close in Morgan Hudson-Brown for the final step on the podium.
If he can just stay focused on attacking Morgan Hudson-Brown there in that third place. He's the driver we're talking about is the 4th kart in that train there with the red and white shoulders on his overalls. Kasper Tomaszewski, he was the 2024 Junior Rotax champion here in the kart championship. He also was the 2023 Rotax Junior champion. Kart number 20 is coming under a bit of pressure from Harry Hurst-Grover, though, on the number 14. Is he an ex-kart driver? He is indeed, isn't he?
He is another driver that stepped up out of juniors.
That's right, yeah, of course.
A few months ago and into seniors. Almost compromised half his season by jumping mid-season, Harry Hurst-Grover, to try and steal a march on some of his other competitors.
So he won't be unfamiliar. He's not in unfamiliar territory there on the tail of Kasper Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski, a driver we'll know quite well from the junior category. However, we know how quick these boys are, and I'm just waiting for that clock to tick. I'm really concerned that Kasper is going to be starting to be bothered, and there, a little mistake there, hitting the curb there. First indication he stays off the curb.
Yeah.
I think those ribs are going to come into play. He stayed well off the curb there. We know it cost time.
Yeah, a little shake of the head over the timing line as well, suggesting here that Kasper Tomaszewski is trying to defend Harry Hurst-Grover for that 4th place, but I get the feeling now it's only a matter of time before Harry Hurst-Grover finds a way past the 20. And he's going to have to do it quickly because Lewis Merricker's there as well in the 72, just off the back of the duo.
I tell you what, when your ribs go, there's nothing you can do. Every time you turn the wheel into a corner, every time your ribs, your torso comes up against the side of that seat, it is agony. Sharp stabbing pain. The youngster keeping off the curb barely there, that will have hurt. Just clipped the edge of the curb there. That will have hurt him a lot. Those painkillers he might have taken before the final might just be wearing off, because the stabbing pain that you get every time you hit the curb absolutely kills. And there you see, that's not what we used to seeing from Tomilewski. And Harry Hurst-Grover moving down the inside. Now he taps his helmet with the pink helmet, and Hurst-Grover intent on catching those three ahead.
That's a change for the lead. Off camera, Harry Bloor is down the inside. We cut back to the action as we see another helmet tap from Bloor, and that's because he's leading this race in front of Zaki Hussein. He's sat riding shotgun for a few laps and moves through on the 13. So far unbeaten this weekend, Zaki Hussein. He's got 4 minutes, 20 seconds and 1 lap to drag himself onto the top step of the podium, which is currently being occupied by Harry Bloor.
2/3 of this final gone, 1/3 to be completed as we hit the 4 minutes to go mark. Zaki Hussein down the inside into Ashby's. Harry Bloor, get me words out, absolutely clattered the rear bumper there as he cut across Zaki Hussein. And the number 13 leads again, but I'm not quite sure just how much of a blow to the nose section of Harry Bloor's kart that was, whether that's dislodged it. It was a hell of a hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looks fairly safe. He's got some air under it. We can definitely see daylight. What they can't see is Morgan Hudson-Brown arriving in 3rd place, right up on the back of this duo. Half a second quicker on the previous lap, because Hussein and Bloor are battling it out. Hussein with that superb block pass at the corner they're coming to Ashby on the previous lap, and blocking Harry Bloor this time.
And stands it up on the exit, but Morgan Hudson-Brown through into 2nd place there as Harry Bloor, we saw, ran out of road. So Morgan Hudson-Brown, has he hung on to it? I can't quite see the number there.
He has not.
So it still is Harry Bloor.
It came straight back at him with a lovely switchback, did Harry Bloor, on Morgan Hudson-Brown, as this trio of karts now split by less than half a second over the timing line. And Harry Hurst-Grover is coming back into this one. He was 8 tenths quicker on the previous lap.
Incredible. We're about to go into the final 2 minutes of this final, and we may even have a 4-kart train about to develop. Defensive driving from Zaki Hussein. All of the curb on the outside of Ashby. This is allowed. Morgan Hudson-Brown down the inside, but Harry Bloor comes back at him again, and Bloor continues that momentum and takes the lead and goes ahead of Zaki Hussein. Just look at this. So that was Morgan Hudson-Brown getting all sideways. Harry Bloor finds himself alongside the leader and says, oh well, I've got to continue, haven't I?
Certainly has, and we are with a 4-kart train for the lead now. 2 minutes to go, with Bloor leading Hussein, Hudson-Brown and Harry Hurst-Grover. Behind them, Tomilewski, Merica and Jensen Pugh in the green kart, blue suit, coming into it as well. Harry Bloor and Zaki Hussein have changed places a number of times, and they're tripping each other up by going in deep like Harry Bloor has there. And will that allow Morgan Hudson-Brown to come back at them? He's not close enough this time round.
Hurst-Grover is joined in. 4-kart train, we suspected it might be to the flag. Here we have it, defensive driving from Harry Bloor to keep Zaki Hussein behind him into the chicane. Then we're getting towards that 1 minute mark, still plenty of laps to go, let's not get overly excited. Bloor leads through Crook and off onto the straight. It's a slipstream battle now.
It is, and it's a defensive battle now, because it's really the first time in all the way round the outside. Zaki Hussein with an attempt. He gets balked by Harry Bloor, and that will give Morgan Hudson-Brown a chance as they swap lines. It's almost like the crossover in Scale Electric as they run down the hill towards Ashby. They're in the same order, but now Harry Hurst-Grover, and then Kasper Tomilewski, I think he's on the grass as he rejoined the train, and I think he's gone from 5th place.
How is Tomilewski still going round? You could clearly see him avoiding the curb at the chicane just to guard against his ribs. Here we go, though. It's going to be 15 laps completed. We're inside of 30 seconds to go. So this is the penultimate lap, everybody. The penultimate lap of the weekend, and it's still all to play for. Blow defends into Christmas. Hussein takes the faster outside line at Christmas corner, but defensive driving down to Ashby is what's needed. And there's Blow down the inside, middle of the track for him. He'll go wide. This will allow Hussein alongside. No, not quite. Into Parker, now into Chapman, and a defensive line. This is going to slow him down on the back straight and allow Hussein alongside, is it? No, because he stays left. Into the boot.
Great
for Harry Blow.
Yeah. Great defensive driving for Harry Blow. It's not fast, but it's effective from Harry Blow over the timing line to be greeted by the final lap on the overhead gantry. It's Harry Blow, Zaki Hussein, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Harry Hurst-Grover, Lewis Merricker and Jensen Pugh all to the inside. Who's going to win this one?
Last of the late break is Harry Blow right there on the edge going into Christmas. This is Ashby's now. He cut to the right, guards that inside line. He'll try and check the slide of the cart too far to the outside. He does a great job there. They're into Parker already. Out of the left-hander, into the next left-hander. That's Chapman, middle of the road for Harry Blow. He'll need to guard that inside line into the boot, but that's going to allow Zaki Hussein potentially to come round the outside. It doesn't happen because it's great driving. Try to sneak down the inside. It's Harry Blow that will hang on to it. Out of pit spend, and for the final checkered flag of the weekend, in a very fine style and a very hard-fought race. Absolutely. How many carts did we have there? 6 carts crossed the line, nose to tail, with Harry Blow at the front of the field. Zaki Hussein in second, Morgan Hudson-Brown in third, Harry Hurst-Grover fourth, Lewis Merricker in fifth, Jensen Pugh in sixth. It was Ian Hughes in seventh, Foster in eighth, ninth was Kelbreck, and then we lost Kama Tomilewski when you've seen him go off on the grass, David.
Yeah, he tried to go round the outside of Harry Hurst-Grover, and then Hurst-Grover retook his position. Tomilewski was forced onto the grass with 2 laps to go. He was already struggling a little bit before that, and Kasper Tomilewski's weekend comes to a premature end. Congratulations to Harry Blow, though. Zaki Hussein unbeaten all weekend until this final. Harry Blow saving the best till last in senior Rotax to take the victory.
What a great way to finish the weekend. Great way to finish the first round of the Kart Championship Winter Series here at Whilton Mill. Lots of karting action coming your way on Karting Live TV. Next week on Sunday, just the Sunday, we are off to Ello Park, where we are televising the one-off event for the 100 UK series. What's the actual event name, Nick? Last round of the 100 UK Championship. The following weekend, we are back in action on Karting Live TV with the final round of the NKC. That comes to you on my doorstep. I will be there from Warden Law. The next round of this, of course, the Kart Championship. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today, you can pick the next round up. Again, another visit to Warden Law. Middle of November, can't quite remember the dates, David.
It was 16th and 17th, and of course, if you do want to watch, make sure you give the Karting Live TV YouTuber subscribe. Press the little down arrow as well. Press the little bell notification that says all, and that way you get notified every time Karting Live TV goes live, and you don't miss a single minute of the action.
Don't miss a thing. David, I'd like to thank you for joining me back at the Kart Championship after a little layoff. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. Great racing as ever.
It's been an absolute pleasure to debut for Karting Live TV. And, of course, I'll be back for Warden and Three Sisters, if you'll have me, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I suggest you find a coat and some long trousers, though, because a T-shirt and shorts, it's freezing today, but yet David's still in his T-shirt and shorts. That's bizarre. Nick, I think we're ready to close up, are we? He gives me the thumbs up, so I bid you all farewell and good night. Have a safe journey home. We'll see you next week on Karting Live TV. We'll see you next time on in the Kart Championship at Warden Law. A big thank you to Ash, who was overlooking probably the best point of any track over the chicane, and Paul up at Christmas Corner. He's got a little tree up there with a fairy on the top, you know.
Oh,
yeah, just
lovely.
in great style. Big, massive thank you to our producer, Nick Damon, who's been phenomenal. He's only got the cameras wrong about 2 or 3 times from what I can remember. But we'll see you all again soon. And from me, Joe Bradley, and David Sullivan, it's good night. God bless.